And we're live. Excellent. What's up, Turtle Riders? How are we all doing out there tonight? Welcome to the first annual, first every 4 years annual election day coverage. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go ahead and share. There it is. This stream to the. Hold on, let me get it up here. I'm going to go ahead and share the stream to this on the Clarence Woods Emerson page, as well as the. Hold on. Oops, wrong one. As well as the Aiden Carney Uncle Turtle Boy page, which hopefully you guys are all following by now. Give me one sec. Oh, I see Joe Biden has won Vermont. So it's over, folks. It is officially over. It is not going to be a Trump sweep. The undefeated streak has ended. He's not going to pull a Richard Nixon or a Ronald Reagan. He has lost Vermont. We're fucked. We're fucked. All right. There we go. Is that the right one? No, wrong one. Fuck. Hold on. Let me get the right one. There it is. Leave and all right. So the guy to the right of me, that's Mike Sylvia from the New Bedford Guide. How you doing, Mike?
Good. How's it going?
I'm good, thank you. Good, thank you. So we wanted to have Mike on tonight because he's had me on his program a couple times before. In my kind of coming out moment after I first published a book, Mike had me on. We talked about the book, and I'm a big fan of the New Bedford Guide and the work you guys do down there. And I wanted somebody who was like kind of like politically astute, if you will, somebody who isn't a honk either way. And I would describe Mike as kind of middle of the road, right?
Yeah, I'm an independent. I'm not registered Republican. I grew up in Massachusetts, so you start off as a Democrat, and then I joined the military, became Republican, came back to Massachusetts, and quickly went to, they call it, I think, unenrolled or disenrolled, because I don't know. The primaries are important, I think, but in Massachusetts, they're really not.
Yeah, yeah. So what first thing I want to start off by doing, and we got Essie we have Essie Robinson with us tonight too. He's going to be joining us. I'm going to bring Essie in right now. Essie Robinson,
what's up, guys?
How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing all right. It's shaping up to be an exciting evening.
Yeah. So
I like that your tie is part of the green screen.
Yeah, I tried the blue screen and it just didn't work. So here we are now, but it's ghetto, gets the job done. One of these days I'm going to figure out how to actually do this, but I don't usually dress up on the show. The problem is I own too much shit that's green. It's fucking terrible.
Yeah. Well, okay.
Problematic, So anyway, what I'm going to show you guys right now is the prediction. So Mike and I have done some predictions, and I listened to you today, Steve, on the Kirk Minahan show. Kirk is the producer for the Kirk Minahan show. And
Steve is the producer for the Kirk Minahan show.
What was that?
You said Kirk is the producer. Oh. Steve is the producer.
I apologize. Steve is the producer. Duh. So I listened to your show today, and you didn't vote, Steve.
I did not vote, no.
What's up with that?
Trump's not going to win Massachusetts.
Yeah, but what about Kevin? What about Cock?
Come on, he's not going to win. He doesn't stand a chance.
Yeah, but don't you still? I mean, I still voted. Don't you still want to make you? Weren't you proud to vote for Donald Trump? Wouldn't that have been something you're proud to do?
No, not necessarily. I don't feel any civic obligation to vote in any of the elections. I mean, I was happy to vote for Paula Page, but none of the ballot initiatives really stuck out or appealed to me. And I didn't even
fixing your cars. Didn't.
Yeah. The one about fixing my cars didn't exactly resonate with me. But I think the last election I voted for was a Maine gubernatorial election in which Governor Paula Page won. So I was happy to vote in that, but it didn't particularly feel called upon to vote.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to show you mine and Mike's predictions here, and I want to hear yours too for the before the real votes start coming in. Is Mike's there? Okay, so this is Mike's prediction. He's got Trump winning, and the key states. Obviously, I would say that the key states in this election, the really ones that are up for grabs, are Florida, and let me know if I'm missing any. Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. I wouldn't even say Ohio anymore. I wouldn't even say New Hampshire anymore. Do you guys disagree with that?
New Hampshire, it's very early. What I saw was only like 1 or 2% of the tally coming in, but Trump didn't win it last time around. Has anything changed? I don't really think so. Yeah, but I guess with this map, I would quibble with a couple of things. I think Maine's 2nd congressional district is actually where I grew up, so I'm pretty familiar with it. I think that's going to split off. It's total Trump country. Donald Trump Jr. was up at Calvary Chapel in Orrington just like a couple of days ago, drew a massive crowd. Trump was up there at an apple orchard, drew a massive crowd. That's definitely one vote that'll break off for him. I'm not so sure about Arizona going for Trump though.
But they have a Democratic congressman in that district.
Yeah, they do, but it's a very peculiar setup that they have Jared Golden up there. I wouldn't put a lot of stock into that. And Jared has also had to become very conservative. He also has street cred that his Republican opponent Bruce Poliquin did not have, and that he was a veteran. And Poliquin also had to cast some very unpopular votes.
Steve, you are the main political guru.
Yeah.
Well, I grew up there, obviously, but so I think that's one congressional. I mean, he won it the last time around too, so I think that's one electoral college vote.
He did win it the last time around, yeah.
Yeah. So I think for the most part, I agree with this map. Arizona, I'm not so sure. Arizona and Nebraska, I'm not sure they break out that way, but I think Michigan and Wisconsin are still very much in play.
Yeah. So the other ones, would you say Ohio is not in play any longer?
I think it's still in play, trending Republican. And again, I mean, the usual caveats apply. It's so damn early. I mean, the exit polls are basically worthless. You can look at some of the turnout stuff in Florida. I would say increasingly Florida within the next 20 minutes or so is probably going to be, beyond Biden's reach. I mean, I think they underestimated the extent to which Trump was currying favor amongst Cubans. I mean, the Cuban population in Miami-Dade just doesn't behave like Latinos
Cubans
do
hate
nationally.
Democrats because they come from a socialist country, and anything resembling socialism, they just reject with every ounce of their being. The other ones in play, really, Michigan, Wisconsin, for a while, Minnesota was in play. I haven't heard that much about Minnesota, Arizona, and I think Nevada is one that a lot of people are kind of sleeping on. So that's Mike's pick. The other one, Nebraska. Now, Nebraska's interesting. It's got 5 electoral votes. It's like Maine. They have 3 congressional districts, and the 2 senators automatically get whoever wins the whole state. The other 2 districts to the west are completely red. They're going to vote red. But the second congressional district has Omaha in it, and that is slightly red. Like, Republicans usually win it, but this time there is a challenger in that district, and I've seen it as like a coin toss. So that one could go either way. And that could honestly make or break. There are scenarios here in which it comes down to 269, and then Nebraska goes the other way with that 1 electoral vote, and boom, there's your election right there. So,
yeah. I mean, there's also plausible scenarios where it's a 269 tie, and everyone races to become 12th Amendment experts and figure out how the House is going to behave.
It's a Trump win.
It's a Trump win, but you'll have a great deal of difficulty communicating that to your average low information voter.
Right. So this is mine. I'm a little bit more confident in Trump. I do have your 2nd congressional district going to Donald Trump up here. I have Nebraska completely going to Trump. I think the ones that's going to set the tone is going to be Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina. These are the ones that they've been telling us that Democrats are making inroads in. I completely reject that. I think Trump is going to win comfortably, especially in Florida. I think he's going to win by like 5 or 6 points. I think for the first time, we're going to see that Florida is not a nail biter. I think you're being lied to about Georgia. I think you're being lied to about North Carolina. I think you're being lied to about Arizona. I mean, you mentioned earlier you think Arizona could go. Arizona has voted for a Democrat once since like 1952. Once.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. But there's a lot of money coming in the Senate races, and I mean, there's no getting around that. Republicans have been heavily outspent, thanks in part to the lack of fundraising on President Trump's part. Huge fundraising on the part of Democrats. So you never know how that's going to play. And with Nevada, I mean, I guess I think that's a surprise
one, because I think Nevada, I think people there are very upset. Their entire economy revolves around the casinos. They have a lockdown governor, and I think people there are sick of it.
Yeah, but I think that's kind of a wild card, because you don't know how does the lockdown play. Does Trump's kind of late at the last debate move to say we need to open up? Is he the person of the opening, or is he the figurehead of everything bad surrounding coronavirus? Open question. But there are a lot of unions in Nevada. I mean, Harry Reid consolidated power in that state and ruled with an iron fist for so many years and became very wealthy doing it. So I'm leery of
he did, but up until
throwing that to the Republicans.
Up until 2 years ago, they still had they had a Republican senator and Dean Heller. Like, they're usually somewhat close, like 3 or 4 points usually does Nevada. It's only 6 electoral votes, so it doesn't matter that much. I was really close to Minnesota. I think that's a state that's gone redder majorly over there. It's like one of the most liberal states in the country traditionally. I think the only one that voted for Mondale in 1984. And it's going to be close there too. Wisconsin, just in the polls, I'm not a big poll guy, but like he's losing like 17 points in some polls, like in Wisconsin. It's
but you have to consider that Brett Favre endorsed him.
Yes, there is the Brett Favre endorsement. He threw a lot.
Hopefully that juiced the vote late. I still think I know you've got Pennsylvania squarely in Trump's corner. I think those are the two. That's Pennsylvania is a state that I'll definitely be looking at. I do think that Trump's going to win there, but I think that's going to be an important one because it'll also kind of signal how effective was Joe Biden's campaigning in the the working class blue collar states. He spent a lot of time in Pennsylvania, visited that place a lot. And I think that Pennsylvania will be a reflection of how he's going to perform in Michigan, Wisconsin, and some of these other toss-up states that we've been talking about.
No, if you say so. Let me bring up is this CNN? Did I just bring that up here? So do I have this right? 70% of votes are already in Florida? That can't be right.
I can't see it. It's too small. That doesn't. Okay. I know they count their early voting before election day, unlike some other states which have kind of a trailing count. So I wouldn't be surprised if they reached a higher percentage. They're usually pretty quick to go.
Now they say
79%.
Yeah, but have they said what counties? Because it all depends on the counties in this state. I know. I think it's exciting to kind of refresh the news and watch, but it's really like you're not going to know much until 10 o'clock or so. But I think it's also worth talking about the stakes in the election. I don't know if we're doing like a pure, by the numbers, attempt to repeat what CNN and Fox are doing. But what do you mean?
I'm just saying, are we talking about what the I guess the consequences of the election is going to be, or are we just talking about what kind of numbers we're seeing? Because I think we're all looking at the same information. So is everybody else.
Oh, we're looking at. I mean, we're not talking about consequences yet. We'll get there when we get there. Let's figure out who's going to win first.
Okay. All right. Well, President Trump wins by a slim margin.
So you do think Trump is going to win?
Yeah, I do. I do think Trump is going to win. I think that even the mood is entirely different right now than it was in 2016. I don't know. I mean, you guys probably remember exactly where you were, but I was running the show with Howie, and we were talking to like Ann. We actually had. I think it was the last interview that Trump did before he won the election was on the Howie Carr show in like the 5 o'clock hour, the 6 o'clock hour, and nobody sounded excited. Howie wasn't excited, and Coulter wasn't excited. President Trump seemed, probably tired, but it was a very, very glum mood until about 10 o'clock, which is also coincidentally when the money on PredictIt started to change. So that's one of the things that I'm watching is some of the casinos or the online betting outlets. That's what I would watch because it usually is a pretty good indicator.
Mike and I were just talking about that before you got on, and Mike was saying, Mike, what would you say the odds on Trump winning went from plus 180 to plus 150 rather quickly?
Yeah, and I can tell I'm on with two radio guys. It's hard to get in on this.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, so there's a guy, Betting Bruiser. He's pretty good. He follows like the marijuana stocks in Vegas and stuff. And he just put on Twitter that it went from plus 185 to 150.
No, it's lower, plus 115 now. You see this? Wow.
Yeah, because those Florida numbers are pretty big. If you remember 2016, Hillary she had a kind of decent lead until the Panhandle came in.
Mm-hmm. And
you start getting into Trump country. If you remember 2000, when they predicted, they were already saying Al Gore was the winner while people were still in line voting.
Mm-hmm.
That's because a lot of the Trump, Bush,
holy shit! Look at
comes out. That's military area. That's I was stationed deployed to that area a few times. It's very much a Republican area.
Look what happened in Florida. On Vegas knows something. Vegas, the line in Florida is immediately. This was like at minus 150 earlier in the day. It's minus 1,000, which means it's over. Which means Donald Trump has won Florida.
That's Mike Tyson odds.
That's like.
Right.
I mean, minus 1,000 is the equivalent of being like a 30-point underdog in football. Like you're not going to win. It's over. Donald Trump, he's going to win Florida. It's done. And I don't know how, but apparently he's done.
Well, I mean, again, we hit on it with the Cuban Americans who are voting there, and also it is his home state, so he spent a lot of time in there. I think he's very, you to bring it on.
Yeah, go ahead. My bad.
Oh, they're called Vermont. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that Vermont has gone for Joe Biden.
You know, I'm going to go ahead right now. I'm calling West Virginia. I'm calling West Virginia for Trump. It's a bold call.
A couple of those are easy to call. Although I was surprised how quickly they called Virginia. But again, I know it's classically interpreted as a swing state, but it's really Virginia is the home of the administrative state of the deep state of Washington, D.C. Like not every left-wing bureaucrat who works for the federal government lives in the District of Columbia proper. So I've always considered Virginia to be a thoroughly blue state, but it's just me.
Let me ask Steve. So I know you're from the Maine area, and you're talking about the electoral map. Do you think Susan Collins is done?
Oh, good question.
It's a tough one because I would say no. I think she wins. I think that Maine voters tend to be really averse to outside money coming in and trying to spend a lot of money on advertising. And if you visited that state and turned your television on, every single commercial break is filled with 2 or 3 ads. And at some point, I think the money loses its effectiveness. And further, I think it has the opposite effect. And it starts to become that Mainers don't like the idea of like Chuck Schumer and out-of-staters meddling in the election. And so it'll actually hurt Sarah Gideon that there's so much influence trying to come from outside of the state. So I think that Susan Collins she cast a career-making vote for Brett Kavanaugh. And she knew when she did it that she would be in the fight of her life for re-election. So based on that vote for Brett Kavanaugh, I hope that she does win. I think it's going to be probably the closest one that she's ever had. I wouldn't be shocked if she lost, given the amount of money Chuck Schumer spent there. But I think she pulls it out.
I see some polls are starting to come in Georgia again. It's very early in Georgia, only 7, and we don't know where those votes are coming. The fact that 70% of the vote is in Florida and Joe Biden is winning by 1% there, but Donald Trump is such a heavy favorite tells me that these results are coming from the Panhandle. They're coming from Jacksonville, which is one of the most conservative cities in the United States. Probably, I assume all the Miami votes have already come in and the Tampa votes have come in then. I'm guessing.
Yeah, I think Miami-Dade came in pretty early. This will be interesting to see how Ohio plays out. Again, I mean, when it's around 20%, it's really difficult to draw any broader conclusions about it. But if he doesn't win Ohio, it's gonna be a short night.
Interesting. What do you think, Mike? Anything?
Yeah, I mean, so like when you talk about Susan Collins, I also think like McSally is in trouble because the reason I bring that up is you had Susan Collins and McSally are kind of outside that polling margin error. Like I was listening to Ben Shapiro today, and he was saying is all the polls could be right and Trump could win, right? And he's saying that because polls are considered right if you're within the margin of error, even though you had Biden by, say, 1 point, but Trump wins and it was within 3 points of margin of error. So you start getting to this area where I look at the ones that are within the margin of error, and it's like those are look pretty good. But when you look at like McSally and you look in Maine, and I don't think they're within the margin of error because McSally's she's going against an astronaut with a lot of money in Arizona.
At some point, the Republicans have to identify Martha McSally as a problem. She's literally handing over 2 seats in the Senate to the Democrats. She's lost to both of them. She's a horrible candidate. She's what happens when the Republicans go full identity politics. They're surrendering 2 seats in the Senate. That's basically what they've done with her.
Yeah, because Trump's last poll, he was up by 2 to 3 points in Arizona, and she's down like 5
She's getting killed. They don't like her there.
She should be at least close to where Trump's at, and she's not. It seems like.
Now, I guess to Mike's point about the looking at the margin of errors on the polls. I mean, I think that in simpler times that might have been instructive, but nowadays you have to consider that the margin of error is only as accurate as the sample size that's being put into the poll. And pollsters more and more are having a difficult time getting a sample that is very representative of who's actually turning out to vote, because they're having trouble calling cell phones. They're having trouble getting the right blend of cell phones versus landlines versus are there other sources that they're going to bring in? So reaching a representative sample size has gotten a lot more difficult. And I think that's when the polls miss by a huge amount. Sometimes it's not always that, it's a liberal poll. It's just that they haven't overcome the logistical challenges to getting a representative sample size for their poll. So that skews everything about it.
Well, let me bring this up, Turtle Boy. So the one poll I trust is Rasmussen, right? Because they actually survey likely voters. They don't do registered voters. They do likely guys who voted in the last 2 elections. They, in 2016, were the most accurate poll. They had
Trafalgar.
They had Hillary up by 2 points, and she won by 2 points in the popular vote.
She did.
They had Trump up 1 point, and now Biden up by 1 point in the last 2. So that tells me, I mean, I think we can see that Biden's going to win the popular vote. I mean, that's pretty obvious to me.
That's a low amount, though. If he wins,
no 1%, he should be 4 or 5% nationally.
If he wins the popular vote by 1%, he will lose this election easily.
Yeah. So Rasmussen is the one I trust because they got it exactly right in 2016. Hillary by 2, she won by 2 nationally. Mm-hmm. Rasmussen had Trump won after about a week ago, and then 2 days ago had Biden by 1. And that was Biden by 5 or 6 just 2 weeks ago, right before the debate.
See, that's really close in Florida right now with the panhandle yet to come in. So, the S.E. Robinson decision desk.
Well, you know why? The congressman is. The congressman is right here, right? Pensacola.
Oh, what's his name? Matt
Getz.
Matt Getz. Yeah.
This is basically Alabama. So he's going to win this if this is all that's left, Florida is done. His seat is extremely safe. He's going to win easily. If the Miami-Dade and Broward are all done, it's over. He's got Florida.
Yeah, because the advantage Biden had was the early voting, right? The mail-in stuff and all the.
Yeah,
he should be up by 4 or 5 points right now. Kind of what you saw in the Ohio map where he was 2-1. Mm-hmm. Because he has all this, it's counting the Democrat areas, but also I think that's counting some of the early vote. I think Pennsylvania is the only one that is going to start counting tomorrow, all the early voting, right?
Donald Trump is now even money to win president of the United States, reelected.
Hey, that's actually a lot faster than it happened in 2016. In 2016, it was at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time when the odds, began to reverse. So if that continues, definitely bodes well for him. So that means that I have to go start pulling audio of butthurt liberals on the networks. But do you have Senate predictions?
Yeah. So Senate predictions. I do think Susan Collins. I think she's going to lose. I hate to say it. I think Susan Collins is going to lose in a very close race. I think Martha McSally is going to get killed. I think Cory Gardner is going to get killed. But I think the Republicans will retain the Senate because we get the Doug Jones seat. So that's one. And I think Tom Tillis is going to hold on.
I think Tom Tillis hangs on in part because Cal Cunningham had a million misperceptions that just exploded. Right, yeah. It just exploded in his face. Right. And I think I'm going to say that the ghost of Merrick Garland smiles on Susan Collins, and she's going to eke out a victory there. That might be a little wish casting on my part, though.
I think Collins is done. I think she's done.
You think she's done? Yeah. I mean, I've gone back and forth on that one. I think it's unfair. I feel bad for Susan Collins. I think she's a nice person. I'll never forget her for that Kavanaugh speech. And she's in an impossible position where she has to be a Republican, but having Donald Trump as the president is obviously very hard for her. She's constantly.
But she just flip flopped. She voted for one. Now this one she didn't vote for the next one, right? So.
Yeah. No.
Yes. But I think Trump could have played that smarter in that they had the votes to confirm Amy Coney Barrett. And there's always been an understanding that the majority leader or the whip or the Senate president will say, look, I understand you're in a tough spot in your district. It's okay if you want to vote against us on this one. We'll let people know, this doesn't really have, this isn't really where your heart is. You're doing this because you need to win re-election. And, just a tweet or a kind word from President Trump for Susan Collins, I think probably would have helped turn out the vote. I mean, how many people in the very conservative second congressional district turned out, voted a full MAGA ticket, but just said, "Man, I don't really feel like voting for Collins because she didn't vote for ACB." So that could be the margin. But we'll see.
You know why I think out of the two predictions, my electoral college is much closer than Turtle Boy's, and I think Turtle Boy is probably going to be more right on this. Is the hidden Trump vote? Meaning,
the hidden Trump vote is huge. It's another part of polling.
A lot of these polls are still say 5% undecided. That to me is all Trump vote because they don't want to say on the phone. Uncle Turtle and me both know we've been, people try to out our addresses. If you write anything about Black Lives Matter, they try to dox your home addresses. They're putting, I think it was New York Times put all the gun owners list online of who owned guns.
Yeah.
They put in just 2 weeks ago who donated to Trump online. Why would you pick up when a pollster calls you or someone knocks on your door? Why would you ever say, Like right now, if you're supporting Trump, you're putting flags on
Massachusetts
your
is
house.
done. We've lost Massachusetts. Diana Ploss has failed in her mission. All for nothing. Nice going, Diana.
I really regret my decision not to spend an hour standing in line to vote today. I could have made the difference. Could have made the difference, Turtle Boy.
My kids voted for Donald. My kids were very excited. I don't tell them who to favor, but they're watching it, and like kids like Donald Trump because he's funny and he has crazy hair, and they don't like Sleepy Joe. My son, he's 3 years old. He goes, "I don't like Sleepy Joe. Why not?"
He's the funniest president we've ever had. He's funnier than Reagan. Reagan was a ham. Reagan had good timing.
Had some jokes, but they were inappropriate. Let me tell you. But
all right, I gotta sign off, Turtle Boy.
All right,
nice talking with you, Mike. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Hey, one more question. Do you think Kirk voted for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I think so. He voted for. He voted. Well, I mean, we'll find out tomorrow. I don't want to.
Who's going to tell? Who he voted for?
I don't know. He might. He has in the past, but I think he voted for the entertainment value.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. All right. See you guys later.
Yeah. All right. So, Mike, a lot of these things. I'm going to unmute this. So 28%. I mean, I'm assuming that Columbus hasn't come in yet there, but what a massacre! I'm telling you right now.
This is how Florida should have looked
early, but it's 8:03. Things are looking a lot better than they were 2 hours ago. No.
Oh, 100%. And one thing I wanted to talk to you about tonight was, a lot of people are like one-issue voters, or I'm a multi-issue voter. But I think for me and you, I wasn't a big Trump supporter in 2016, and I think I voted against Hillary more than I voted for Trump.
So you did vote for Trump in 2016, okay?
I did, but I just couldn't stand Hillary. But what is social media going to look like if Joe Biden takes over, the Democrats take over completely? They're already saying that the social media, Twitter, Facebook is not doing enough. And right now, if you manage a group on Facebook, I get 12 alerts a day for guys saying like, damn, or doing anything political in these groups right now. What do you think is going to happen if they sweep the presidency, the House, and the Senate? They're going to bring Zuckerberg and Dorsey in front of the Congress and say, you are now going to have a government minder sitting near you and making sure anything that we say is not true needs to be removed.
And that's what I said to turtle writers out there who are like still supporting Biden. Like, I get it. You guys, we don't have to all agree on politics or anything, but like when it comes down to it and what Turtle Boy does and like the censorship of it all, like there is a stark contrast here between the Republicans and the Democrats. The Republicans have established themselves as the party of free speech on the internet in particular. The Democrats have, except with flags. They don't like you burning flags, which to me, I'm
fine with that. Yeah, I'm a military guy and I'm fine with that.
Yeah, see that you're with me. You're consistent, like but in general on the internet, the left has become the party of you can't say that. I'm telling the teacher on you. I'm going to report you. And they ultimately use it to their advantage because, I mean, we could talk about this forever, but it's the public square. It's where debate happens on political topics, and they silence important news. And you're right. If their complaint is that Mark Zuckerberg isn't taking enough down, I do fear what they would do if they were in power.
Imagine it, not just if they had power, because, if Joe Biden was to win and hopefully the Republicans would hold the Senate, you could stop a lot of stuff. But if they take everything, and I remember when Obama won, he won everything, the House, the Senate. And that's how they got Obamacare passed. I'm not going to talk politics too much if you're for or against it, but they can get a lot done when they have everything. And the number one target, in my view, is social media, because look at Massachusetts. And I think the Republican Party is absolutely terrible here, right? They keep losing more senators, more people in legislative. They just don't do enough, right? So if they win this election, they're going to make sure Republicans never win another election again. And they do that by sealing them out on social media. Like, I remember when after Trump won presidency, they came up with the Twitter numbers. His numbers on Twitter and Facebook were like half. He was being shadow banned while all those Russia gate was happening, all that. And then Bernie and Elizabeth Warren numbers were actually close to his, and he had like 10 times the followers. And you understand it because you were shadow banned many times.
Of course, man.
Before you finally got booted off.
I invented internet censorship. I was getting censored before it was cool.
So when I tell people like I know a lot of people hate Trump. Is he an asshole? Yes. Is he terrible with women? Yes. Is all that's baked in, right? For me, the number one issue is what direction is social media going to go? I think if Trump's in there with the Senate, and I don't think they're going to win the House. I don't know if there's some wave that happens, they take the House, but I think they're going to take the Senate and the presidency, but not the House.
Yeah, the House ain't going to happen. House is.
I don't think so. Even though there is 20, I think there's 20 Democrat seats that Trump won in 2016 that took over in 2018. So he could take those. I don't know. We'll have to see. But the idea of, from me, which is as a guy who earns all his money on social media, I become his one issue voter, right? Because
Kentucky has gone to Trump.
Yeah, there's going to be like, I kind of enjoy that. It's funny with the media, right? They start calling all these early, but if Trump calls Pennsylvania early, he needs to like be arrested and taken out of the White House. Right. But they'll call these states with 1%, while people are like some of these places, just close at 8 o'clock, I think, the polling stations.
Yeah.
They'll call 5 minutes after a poll closes, but then they say you can't call other states unless we call it. And the media's kind of become the judge and jury on this now.
Yes, they get to decide what is and isn't. So we'll see. I mean, so Texas is already starting to come in, 10% in. Some say Texas is in play.
Texas is not close.
Texas not.
It's not going to be close.
Yeah.
Abbott, I think, had re-election in 2016, and he won by like 16 points.
Who did?
Abbott, the governor there.
Oh yeah, but that's governor. It's a little different though.
I'm just saying, is like,
how much did Ted Cruz beat Beto by there?
Yeah, but he beat him by 5 points, I think. But they also had like 10 times the money coming in, and that's the Democrat agenda in Texas. It's not to win it this year. It's to bring out this outside money, continually spend, continually register, get close enough. And you have this mass immigration from California and other places into Arizona and into Texas. And they're looking at a 10, 15-year game plan. I think it's going to work eventually for them. And that's why Trump has to push the Republican Party to win places like Michigan and Minnesota and Pennsylvania, because those are not traditional Republican strongholds. And that's, I think, what happened this time is when he was not supposed to win Michigan. He was not supposed to win, Iowa, all these kind of like places. He won those.
Iowa. He should have won Iowa.
Yeah. And now, even though Biden has a money advantage, now he has to spend in Michigan and Minnesota, places they normally don't spend in.
You know what the thing about this is? That like it's just displacement. So, you have all these liberals moving to places like Texas. There was a mass movement of liberals to Texas and Georgia and even New Hampshire around here. There is a movement of liberals to these states. However, every time liberals move, it makes wherever they moved from more conservative. And I think we've seen the growth of conservatism in Minnesota. We've seen it grow in places like, even Iowa has become more conservative, because Iowa voted for Obama twice. Indiana's become more conservative. Missouri's become more conservative. Some of those used to be toss-up states are now solid. And I swear to God, 10 years from now, Pennsylvania will be a solid red state. That is the way Pennsylvania is trending.
I think if you could write How to Lose Pennsylvania, it's go ahead and bring in the anti-fracking singer, and then have her come in
and then thrown at the end for no reason at all. We're going to get rid of oil. Like that came out of nowhere. That was like even the moderator was like, wait, why do you want to stop doing oil?
This is why Massachusetts, we have like the third highest electric bills in the country, because we closed Pilgrim nuclear plant. We closed Brayton Point coal facility, right here over in was it Seekonk or Swansea? Or I'm sorry, Somerset.
Somerset, yeah.
We close all these things, and we don't have wind in solar that's available yet to make it up. So the prices keep going up.
Yeah. People are saying Western Mass is more conservative now. I don't know what you're smoking, dude. Look at a map. Western Mass is arguably the most liberal part of the state. It's got Northampton, Amherst, Springfield, Chicopee, Holyoke, Williamstown. I mean, we're talking 80, 90% some of these towns. There is one small conservative pocket in Western Massachusetts, and it's down near like Southwick and Huntington in that area. But for the most part, the most conservative part of Massachusetts, the two parts are the Cape Cod region and like the Plymouth area down there. Because Bill Keating comes from your congressman. That is the most up for grabs congressional district in Massachusetts, and then Central Mass too. Worcester is not as conservative or is not as liberal as other cities in Massachusetts.
Yeah,
but I mean, either way.
I mean, I gripe this all the time. Is the Massachusetts GOP is just absolutely terrible,
useless, completely useless.
There's nothing. They don't field candidates for most of the races. They don't fundraise. I've heard Baker has taken all the money and moved it to a super PAC. The GOP has nothing. They don't.
Where was the buzz around like John Paul Moran running against what's his name, Seth Moulton? Like that's a district that's only like +8 blue, and you know you have a gay veteran running against. Apologize. Is John? I forget if he's a veteran, but John Paul, pretty go-getter guy, business owner out there in Bill Ricca. He's running against Seth Moulton. And did you hear anything about it from the Mass GOP?
They have no money. Baker, I've heard that Baker has made all the donators move, the big heavy hitters, Massachusetts, fund his super PAC and take the money out of the Mass GOP. And you can see it. It's going to eventually, there's not going to be a single, you might have like one state senator up there. But every time a Republican retires, which I think they had 2 this year, they lose the seat. They had the special elections and they lost their elections.
Yeah. Wait, hold on one sec. What's up? Okay. My daughter's down here. She's asking me questions. She's very excited. She voted for Donald Trump today. She's very excited. We put it in the machine. I refused to wear a mask when I went in there today. I'm like, because I was told you don't have to, and so I did not. I was asked by a poll worker to wear one, and I said no, I don't have to. He's like, well, you should. It's like, just for politeness and because you don't want to get people sick. And I go, oh, it's fine. I don't have coronavirus, so we're good. So if I don't have it, then what are you worried about me covering my face for? But anyway, it looks like more and more Florida's coming in here. It appears to be more solid Trump every time. I'm surprised it's even this close. 87% of the vote is in. Donald Trump is going to win by 2 or 3%, I think, when it's all done. That is the biggest anybody has won, feel like, Florida in quite some time.
And that's the key, because if he lost Florida, the election's over. We turn this live game off and go to bed, right? Because he has to win Florida. That was the number one. He just had to. That's the new Ohio.
Yes.
You had to win Ohio, and now when you win Pennsylvania and Michigan, now you just have to win Florida to really make sure that's the gateway to the election for Republicans.
Yeah. So I'm making a statement about this on Twitter right now. Turtle Boy is officially calling Florida for Donald Trump. It is over. Donald Trump has won Florida. That is a big pickup. Like you said, it was not necessary for Joe Biden to win Florida. But had he won Florida, the night would be over. Like, it was necessary for Trump to, right?
Yeah, and I think it sets the tone for Georgia, because
it does.
Georgia has 2. They have a special election for Senate and a regular one, right? They have 2 races. And the Republican has to win 50% or goes off into a runoff. And then that'll be something I could literally see the Senate being 49-50 in that seat. And I think the runoff goes in
runoff is in January. And so how that's going to work is, so Purdue is going against Ossoff today. Some people think Ossoff has a chance.
No, Purdue's going to win that.
Yeah, Purdue should win that. And the other one, unless somebody gets more than 50% of the vote, which will not happen because there's like 5 candidates running, there will be, the top 2 will go on and they will face in January. And that's going to be, Warnock is going to be the Democrat. And it's either going to be Loeffler, who was not elected. This seat was resigned by Senator Isaacson about a year ago. And this, she's a wealthy business owner, tall blonde chick, owns the WNBA team, and not well liked, very Trumpish, very MAGA, going against Doug Collins, who was, one of the most famous representatives. The guy was the face of the Republican Party during the impeachment stuff. Funny guy. One of them is going to get second today, probably Loeffler, and then they will go against Warnock in January. And I'm pretty sure the Republican's going to win.
Yeah, and then South Carolina is obviously North Carolina is the one area that Trump really has to, I think, win as well.
No, I haven't seen any North Carolina results coming in yet. Have you?
No, I didn't see any on the screen yet.
Okay.
But that's kind of important because there's a lot of electoral votes, and
there's, I believe, 15 electoral votes coming out of North Carolina. I don't think it's really that much in play. I don't, like, people keep saying that it's in play. I disagree. And I keep refreshing the odds now. Donald Trump is now -110 for the first time. If you bet $100 that Donald Trump was win, you will make less than $100. That is the first time this has happened. So that's very, and Donald Trump has just gone way up in Arizona. He was an underdog in that before. So that is good. He has gone way up in Georgia. Let's check North Carolina. Let's see. Oh, he's gone up in Michigan. Oh my God, this is not looking good. Let's see.
You know what's interesting too?
Massive favorite in North Carolina now too.
if you want to get conspiratorial, you have Bloomberg who spent $100 million in Florida, and he spent $100 million in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, so what T-shirt do you wear after that? What do you get? Like, because he spent like $400 million trying to win the primary. He lost.
Where was he during COVID?
Spending money.
Maybe we should have spent some of that money on like COVID relief or something like that instead of this losing presidential bids. Because ultimately, it's looking right now, guys. I mean, things are looking good, guys. It's Donald Trump. Earlier in the night, he was an underdog technically in Vegas, and I still thought he was going to win. Now he's dead even in Vegas, and I'm even more confident, right? Like Florida sets the tone for the whole country because to me, it's indicative of what's about to happen in the other states.
I think I think the coronavirus hurt Trump in the beginning, but the shutdowns are what's gonna save him in the end.
You think?
Because people are just fatigued with it, right? They're fatigued with. You look at Massachusetts. We just told we have an hour curfew.
Unbelievable.
Bars have to close at 9:30 so we can get out of there by 10. There's jokes on the internet. There's the funniest meme I've seen so far. It shows a SWAT team knocking down a door.
Mm-hmm.
It says, "We know you ordered a turkey that feeds 10 to 12, so we're gonna come in and storm in for Thanksgiving, right?" So they're telling you because we broadcast the Baker live streams when he announces, and he's like, the health secretary, human health and services secretary, is saying, literally, if you go into the kitchen, only one other person should be in there. If you're using plates, you should not hand it to another person. Like
do they think that people are actually going to do that?
They're telling people to do that, and Baker's saying majority are going to do that. And then the news is raising their hand, going, "Well, what are you going to do if someone doesn't? If they're outside past a certain time?" Or he's like, "Well, we'll just give them a ticket, and we'll fine them, and we'll tell." I'm like, to me, the lockdowns that the Democrats have gone so tight on the lockdowns in Michigan and Florida. Like Florida is wide open. Florida is the 4th most populous state in the country.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're like number 19.
Oh, they're the third most populous.
Are they third? So it's New York, New Jersey, California, right? Those are the 3 big. And then
no. Texas, California, Texas, Florida.
That's right. So Florida's third.
Yep.
They're like number 17 on the list of death per 1,000. And and their economy has been pretty open for the last like 2 months.
Yeah, they're going to stay open.
And they're going to stay open, and they're not having the death rate as these states that have been locked down. And then you saw, I think the WHO came out and said, "Do not lock down. It's actually causing poverty, and people are not going to see preventive health care and going to their doctor, and we're creating this poverty that's going to cause high crime and death. That's just crazy." Mm-hmm. So these lockdowns, I understood the flatten the curve so we could like open up capacity in hospitals and that kind of stuff. We were told 2 weeks to flatten the curve. But then the lockdowns, I think people are just fed up. They're really, really fed up with it.
Yeah. I'm looking at the official Fox stream. They've called now. Oklahoma has been called for Donald Trump, shockingly. Tennessee has been called. I mean, Democrats used to play in Tennessee, believe it or not. That is another state that's gotten extremely red over the years. Indiana has been called. Those were all expected. I guess nothing to see here. New Jersey, Delaware, Joe Biden has won his home state and all 3 electoral votes that go along with it. One thing, Mike, I find, and I've brought this up before, I've never really heard anyone else talk about it, is that suppose this did end in a tie, right? 269. A lot of people aren't aware. Rhode Island has 4 electoral votes and a population of a little over 1 million. Montana, and they're going to vote, of course, for Joe Biden. Montana is going to vote for Donald Trump, and they have 3 electoral votes, and about 50,000 more people live in Montana than Rhode Island, and they got 1 less electoral vote.
Oh, we got another projection here.
Okay. Tennessee has gone for Donald Trump. Shocking, I know. It took a lot for CNN to get that one out there. So that is done. It is in the books. Are the Pennsylvania polls come in yet?
Yeah, they were shown on the screen. It was wide to Biden, but it was like 10%.
I'm assuming those are Philadelphia votes
because they're not allowed to start counting. They're not allowed to count until 8 o'clock. So they don't. Those early votes are not allowed to be counted. The Secretary of State in Pennsylvania said they don't start counting the mail-in ballots till tomorrow.
What the fuck? Why do they fuck with us? Like it's like kind of an important state.
And they ruled that you have it's 3 days that they can continue to count votes coming in. It's really crazy over there. And the Secretary of like Maura Healey, I'm no fan of hers in Massachusetts. Mm-hmm. Their attorney general said once the vote is counted, Biden will win.
No, that the Secretary of State said that.
It was the
Wasn't it?
Secretary of State. I thought it was Attorney General.
Yeah, I thought it was the Secretary.
No, it was their Attorney General.
It was that guy Josh Shapiro, right?
Yeah, it was their Attorney General, who's basically Maura Healey here, and he's like, once it's counted, maybe you're right. Maybe we'll have to look that up.
Let me bring it up. Let me see.
Either one of those guys should not be saying. They shouldn't be hyper political.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Maura Healey drives me crazy because she's sitting there she's suing Trump 20 times while we have this like opioid crisis. You know, she's spending time in the courts for things that happen in California. You know?
Yeah. Let me see if I can find the Josh Shapiro tweet.
So North Carolina is 55% reporting.
55%. What do they say? Okay. Oh,
43. But that doesn't mean anything yet.
Yeah. I mean, it's looking like Charlotte has come in already, I'm assuming.
Looks like it's on it now.
Let me turn the volume up on this.
Again, on a night like this, sometimes that swings a little bit because we have in person early and then election day votes. But you go back in time and look everywhere we're looking here, right? Is Joe Biden overperforming Hillary Clinton in the cities and the suburbs around them? That's what's happening right here in Charlotte, the suburbs right now, biggest part of the state. 63% for Secretary Clinton 4 years ago, 69% if you round that up for Joe Biden. So that's a big building block to keeping North Carolina more competitive. Remember, Obama for 2008, record African-American turnout, back to Mitt Romney in 2012, to President Trump in 2016. You start in Mecklenburg and then you come up here to Wake County. This is Raleigh, again, one of the fastest growing areas of the state. It's changing, it's diverse. There are new voters here. They tend to be college educated, younger voters as well. There's a lot of diversity. It's just not Donald Trump's vote. The new vote here is not Donald Trump's vote. 65, 66%. If you round it up to 33%, again, it's the second largest county in the state, about 10% of the state's voting population, 58% for Secretary Clinton, 66% for Joe Biden. So overperforming here, you just move over.
Yeah, but see, Gary Johnson was in that poll.
Yeah, that matters, right?
Yeah, so he doesn't bring that.
Oh, right. I mean, that's what I mean by fake news with these people. They don't bring up I don't understand why they want to project such optimism for their candidate, because it just ends in defeat.
But that's because, but look at CNN, and it's the problem when you see like you deal with the Boston Globe, you deal with CNN. A lot of these companies stay private, right? Because they don't have to report what's on their revenue, and they get huge, massive amount of money from Democrat politicians. Mm-hmm. And they lose that if they don't do what they're doing. And I get why they do it. Fox News does the same thing. Breitbart does the same thing. They take big money from the political candidates, and they just stay shilling for those candidates. And it's disappointing when you see the media not really being impartial. And it's on both sides. I've seen, you can't say Hannity on Fox.
Well, Hannity is ridiculous. I don't listen to
he's a propagandist for Trump. Yeah. He's not even worth watching. When
Tucker's come over, when Tucker's done, I turn Fox off usually.
Yeah, Tucker's different because he's just a hitman. He's like that guy in hockey who just knocks out the score. You don't want to be on
Tucker's hit list because you don't know who's going to be on his hit list. You know exactly who's going to be on Hannity's hit list. It's always going to be liberals. Tucker will go after conservatives too, like especially in the Senate. He hates these milk toast Mike Brauns of the world and people like that in the Senate.
I think the thing to watch tonight is Minnesota, because Minneapolis is why we're in these Antifa rallies and what they call them protests, but they're really like riots in Oregon.
So if Minneapolis is in that, then why isn't Wisconsin then with Kenosha?
What I'm just saying is I think like the last polls for Minnesota had Biden up pretty significantly, but I think again, you've been living in these protests now for 60 to 90 days, especially you're not going to turn Oregon or Washington, obviously, but no. Is there a Minnesota voice that's going to come out that they're sick of all the stuff that happened? Because if you look at, I get killed by Black Lives Matter for this, but if you look at Minneapolis, right, that's Omar's area.
Yes, it is.
Right, that's Ellison's state.
Yes, she took his seat.
There's 13 city councilors, all 13 are Democrat.
Yep.
The mayor is a Democrat.
Yep, of course.
So George Floyd was killed in a deep blue part of the country. Right. But the rioting, and most of the riots happen in Portland and Seattle and Minneapolis and in these cities. But is there a point where you sit there and go like, we keep voting 90% one party and this party is the one that's responsible for a lot of these?
That's what Candace Owens kind of fights for. And I think we're going to see in this election, traditionally, like under Obama, I understand it's different because he's a black candidate, but he got about 95% of the black vote. Donald Trump almost doubled that. He got close to 10, which is more standard when you're running against a non-black Democratic candidate, you usually, Republicans get about 8 to 10%. I think in this election, if he gets 15%, that is going to change everything, man.
He will
That's
get it. I think he will get it because people,
because he's cool. Because he's cool. Black people like cool people, man. Donald Trump's cool.
Well, look at all these rappers that came out, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying. He's cool.
They can move the needle a half a point.
They could.
Ice Cube is the legendary guy who is a founder of NAA, right? So this is a guy who can say, hey, Trump, listen to me. You have Lil Wayne came out. Obviously, Kanye, who's kind of, there's conspiracies that he's trying to pull Democrat votes for Trump, running around but he's not significant. He's getting like 100 votes here and there. But you have these rappers that, whether you listen to them or not, they have 30 million Twitter followers, right?
Yeah, but so does Taylor Swift. And what good does that do them? Yeah,
but Taylor Swift saying in Tennessee, go vote. She's from Tennessee and lives in Rhode Island.
My point is, celebrities have no influence. You think they have? If they did, then Democrats would win every election.
Well, they have some influence, I think.
I think they have a negative influence. I think people want to vote against celebrities sometimes.
I'm saying a shock influence, meaning a guy who founded NAA, comes out and says, hey, give him a chance, listen. And I've seen on Twitter, you do see it a lot. I didn't see it in 2016. We have a lot of new black voters coming in. And it's not just Candace Owen. It's smaller, folks that I follow on Twitter. And they're actually, I didn't see this in 2016. I think there is a silent vote. There is a silent vote out there.
Yes, I totally agree. Let's see. By the way, did you know that there's a fast fact? So Donald Trump has won. I've called Ohio already for Donald Trump. It is over. I think over half the votes are in there. He looks fantastic in Ohio right now, and I think that will carry over onto, because Ohio touches Michigan and it touches Pennsylvania. It's got very similar demographics to them. Not a single president since 1960 has won both Florida and Ohio and not gone on to win the presidency. The last person to do that was Richard Nixon. He won both Ohio and Florida and lost the presidency. But Donald Trump has apparently won both of those states.
Yeah, it's interesting. Looks good. And, I think Biden is, I think, again, the problem with why we have Trump is because the Democrats have nominated Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden. It's like, I don't know, in 2016, again, I don't know anyone who was like Trump when he first ran the primaries. Because when there's a non-incumbent president, I pick a Democrat and a Republican. So I picked Jim Webb on the Democrat side. And you remember he lasted one debate and was kicked out. He was the Navy secretary under Ronald Reagan.
Mm-hmm.
And then I picked Rand Paul. I know you don't like the libertarians, but I picked Rand Paul because I thought I'm a big small government guy.
Yeah.
So I picked those two and they were knocked out right away. And then Trump was not really on my wavelength. And then when they nominated Hillary Clinton, I'm so sick of these families of Jeb Bush coming in because he's a Bush, Hillary coming in. I mean, Hillary Clinton moved to New York 6 months before she became a senator in New York.
Yeah. Can we just listen? I just want to listen to people like, why is CNN on? Because I like to hate watch CNN. So listen to these people.
We'll see what happens, but it's not going to be necessarily an even story all across the map because of these different populations acting in different ways.
And you said non-white voters. I think the other thing that's interesting that we're seeing is that, which, either college educated or not, you kind of think of more historically for Donald Trump. It seems to be changing, at least in the exit polls that we're seeing so far.
Well, there are in some of these states it's a smaller percentage of voters that are white.
Yep.
And Donald Trump is not doing as well with them, even if he is winning them. And it's those different kinds of margins that will determine this election ultimately. And of course, there's also different kinds of Latino voters.
Okay. Yeah, Pennsylvania, 85% because it's like 10% in to Biden.
Yeah, it's like, and the way they're talking right now, it's just like everything's so positive for Joe Biden. It's been bad. It's been a bad night so far for Joe Biden.
But they don't learn. You've been following the New York Times, right? They had the girl Barry Weiss. Remember that story?
Oh, yeah.
She wrote the resignation letter.
Of course. Yep.
So New York Times had a coming to Jesus moment in 2016 when Trump won, and they said everyone predicted he was going to lose. So we have to look in the mirror and say, we don't know what's going on in the pulse of America. So they hired Weiss and a bunch of moderates that were kind of like left of center, but not way to the left. And she quit 5 months ago because she said she was just being attacked. They had those little social networks within their business.
Barry Weiss is a liberal, essentially.
They just anyone right of the way to the left becomes like a Nazi to them, and she just got bloodied on all their forums, and she couldn't take it anymore. So all the people they hired because they didn't learn from 2016 quit.
Yeah.
And now
By
they're
the way, look at North Carolina. 62% of the vote in now. Joe Biden has 54%. Is that a problem?
No, because Trump just jumped up a little bit too, though.
He did, but like a percentage. But we're well over halfway through there.
I mean, it could be a problem. I don't know. But again, it's all who's voted, who hasn't, who's counted.
I read Ohio wrong. Oops, I'm taking back the call for Ohio. He hasn't won it yet. I was reading that the wrong way.
What does it have?
Joe Biden's up 10 in Ohio right now, not vice versa.
What's the betting odds though you had?
Yeah, the betting odds are still heavily in Trump's favors. In Ohio, he is actually a bigger favorite than when he started. He's minus 350. So I'm sticking by that. I've already called Ohio for Donald Trump.
I mean, at the end of the day, where people put their money on betting odds is kind of where like you can really. Yeah. Vegas is pretty smart when it comes, and they evolve throughout the night, which is great. Yeah,
well, Vegas has to make money. Like they can't afford to fuck up. They can't afford to have a bad poll. You know what I mean? Quinnipiac can have bad poll after bad poll after bad poll. So Donald Trump is actually up to plus 110 now. So he's back to the underdog to win the election. So that means more. But he has gone up in Arizona. His odds have gone up in Arizona. They have gone significantly better in Georgia. Way better than they were before. They're actually not taking bets on Georgia anymore. They've improved in Michigan. They have improved. Let's see. New Hampshire's done. New Hampshire's they're no longer taking bets on New Hampshire. That means New Hampshire is basically done. New Hampshire's been called for Joe Biden, essentially. Not surprising there. To me, New Hampshire is basically just another Ohio. It's a state that's gone liberal. I think we should give up on New Hampshire. That used to be George Bush won it twice. I think New Hampshire's gone for good, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think they put too many states in this like they call it battleground area. In my view, like Florida is a battleground area because Obama won it twice, Bush won it twice, Trump won it last time. That's to me is a battleground when you can show that parties flip back and forth, right? But when's the last time New Hampshire went Republican?
The last time it was George Bush.
Yeah, and they have Sununu up there, right? I think he's running for re-election.
He's another Baker, though. He's like Larry Hogan. He's a fake Republican.
But he's running for re-election. That usually helps out. But I don't see that New Hampshire is ever really in play in my book.
Why didn't Sununu run for Senate?
Because it's kind of like here. Why doesn't Baker run for Senate? Because you just get bloodied against someone like Warren or. Yeah,
but he can't win. I mean, Baker would lose if he ran against Ed Markey for Senate. But you could beat Gene Shaheen in New Hampshire. No?
Yeah, I think so. But I don't. He must read something into it because it's definitely a step up, right, from governor to senator. Yeah.
So I mean, because that state, like you said, it's not even. The Republicans didn't even. I mean, the Democrats are contesting Montana. They're contesting Iowa in the Senate. These are red states. The Republicans put no effort, and I mean, people don't even know who's running against Gene Shaheen. Like they're like, yeah, I guess we're just not going to go after that seat. Fuck it.
Yeah. Same in Massachusetts. It's
Massachusetts. There's no point because you can't win. New Hampshire, you should be able to have a shot. Like Susan Collins can get elected in Maine. That's technically a blue state. So George is looking better for Donald Trump here. We are now 22% of the vote in. Donald Trump is winning comfortably, as I said, in Vegas. That is gone. Virginia's done. Virginia's. I mean, we all knew Virginia is no longer in play. That's another one like New Hampshire that George Bush won twice. Virginia's done. We're never getting it back. Agreed?
Yeah, interesting because I think Bush won Virginia, didn't he?
Twice.
Yeah. So it's interesting. And it's interesting because the governor there, had that like, we'll make the baby comfortable and then we'll murder it.
And then next week was the hood.
And then he had the blackface and the hood, and he won re-election. I mean, I think it is gone.
Oh, because black people support him. Like after the hood thing came out, they polled black Democrats in Virginia, and 60% of them approved him. They just don't care. Like nobody. That's a little known fact. Is nobody actually gives a shit about blackface or any of the woke issues, especially older black Democrats who are like the heart of the party. There's a reason that Pete Buttigieg was doing well and Bernie was doing well. And then South Carolina came along. South Carolina is home of old black Democrats like Jim Clyburn, who are traditional. They're not in it for all this socialist Green New Deal shit. They're just party fucking people. And that's just what they do.
So Trump's winning in the popular vote, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, California has it
So
too.
California wipes it out.
California comes in, it's over. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he was winning in the popular vote last time too, but
Yeah, see, Ohio just went from 65 to 30, now to 54 to 44.
it was already 54 to 44.
Early in the night, it was like 65 to 30 something.
Oh, so only 44%. I mean, you already have Cleveland coming in. They haven't had Cincinnati come in. That's interesting. But Columbus, this is the bluest part of the state. You know, so now they're going to compare. They got Joe Biden getting 74%. They're going to show Hillary there, I bet, next. He's going to show how Hillary did. And I bet you it's like 68. He's going to compare it. Ready? Touch your mouth. Touch it, John. Touch it.
Because he already knows the outcome.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to show. See, told you. That's what I said. 68, right? 66. This is what they love to do. CNN loves to do to make it seem like, oh no, Donald Trump isn't doing as good here as he did against Biden. That bodes poorly. Shut up. Stop. You know what I mean? Like, why do they set themselves up for this? Oh, and he's over 2% lead now in Florida. That is fucking massive.
Yeah, one of the biggest things I saw was, I think in Pennsylvania and Florida, the Republicans in the last 4 years had something like 100,000 more registered voters than the 4 years earlier. And that kind of shows you it's coming true in Florida now.
Yeah, totally. I mean, this fucking kills me how Pennsylvania is not giving us results yet.
You're not going to get it tonight. Because, did you see Twitter came out with their thing today that they're only allowing, like, I think it's 6 Twitter accounts to actually call the election.
I've already called it. I've already called
it. They're only at all the, like, big Twitter pages. Like, I don't think they're going to allow, like, let's say Breitbart. I think Facebook, it's like Fox News, ABC, MSNBC, CNN, your standard guys are allowed to officially, have an icon on there that says, official call or something like that. It's weird. Jack Dorsey's they did a no confidence thing on Jack Dorsey and he ended up staying. They were like, I guess the board or some commission was doing a no confidence on Jack Dorsey and he survived it. But so I guess everyone's not as happy.
That guy doesn't even know what's going on. I swear to God, he's high half the time. Did you see him at the congressional things the other day? He looked like Rutherford B. Hayes on acid. With his who wears a goddamn nose ring? Like, oh, I'm going to go, oh, yeah, I got that Senate thing today. Oh, yeah, dude. Let's go smoke a doobie real quick and then go get yelled at by Ted Cruz for a while. And then, like, yeah, we're trying to make the platform, like, safe and, like, have, like, better conversations on there. I mean, that's how he talks. This is the man who controls free speech on the internet, essentially.
So what does the bet nod say on North Carolina? I'm interested because it is.
Let's pull it up.
Because it shows 8 points for Biden right now.
Wolf make an official call. What is these votes in? Okay. So how many percent of the votes are in there?
66%.
Okay. So let's go. It looks like it has gotten. What is the percentage that they're in right now? It doesn't say the percents.
It was like 63-55 or something like that.
Okay. So let's go to North Carolina in the Vegas betting odds.
He's only up.
Donald Trump is back up to plus 150, which is where he started the night to win. So, confidence.
I mean, Barack Obama going down there is going to help North Carolina.
Yeah, North Carolina has moved down a little bit. Trump has gone from minus 210 in North Carolina to minus 180. That appears to be extremely close. Oh, yeah. And by the way, Ohio, it just went from minus 350 to minus 150. That is fucking insane. That is insane. Something's happening in Ohio. That's not good.
Didn't I think Obama won North Carolina, right?
Obama won it twice. That's correct.
Yeah. So he was down there.
He won it the first time. He lost it the second time.
He was down there campaigning, and he's got a strong, followership down there.
Yeah. So, wow. So this is pretty wild. What the fuck are they saying about Ohio here? I got to see this. What?
29% of it right now is early vote. We think
that's all early vote, she said.
53% is our estimate of the Ohio vote that will be early vote. So it's an opportunity, actually. Joe Biden has the lead now for him to actually grow his lead in Ohio, perhaps.
What the fuck is happening in Ohio?
It's the early vote, she's saying, is that it's going to be half of the vote. Looks like 53% is going to be early vote.
So it hasn't been counted yet, the early vote?
No, there has been, I think a third of it. So she's saying that he could actually continue to gain because there's a lot of early votes still out there to be counted.
Joe Biden can continue to gain.
Yes.
That's not good.
That's why the odds are shifting. Yeah.
Yeah, wow. But he's
You
still
can win. I
someone-
mean, I always thought, the polls showed North Carolina was basically a coin toss.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Ohio.
No, yeah, we were talking Ohio before. Now he's on North Carolina.
All right. I'm making a call on Twitter of Virginia. I've officially called Virginia for Joe Biden. So that state is done for good. We're never getting it back. But like I said, demographic shifts, these people conservatives have to live somewhere, right? So wherever they live, they're going to be okay. Okay. So, I feel stupid about that fucking Ohio call. I thought that I got a hard on when I saw that I thought Trump was up 12. It was goddamn Biden the whole time. Oops. Okay. So now what count is this? North Carolina again?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're down in North Carolina. Let me turn the volume on.
Near the close race, right? In the places you see on this map that are blue right now, Joe Biden's leads are enormous. That's Charlotte. This is Winston-Salem. Again, 59 to 40, right? So almost a 20-point lead there. Kenny, let's just go back and take a look. 59 to 40. You come back here, 53 to 43. So a 10-point race, 10 points and change here. 4 years ago, Donald Trump carries the state. With the early vote, Joe Biden has a much bigger.
See, it's all early vote.
Count the rest. We have to finish. We might be 2/3, 3/4 even away.
I think CNN is getting ahead of themselves, even with Ohio and everything. Is the early vote is being counted a lot? Is significant right now.
So, like when I see 55 to 44 in Ohio, that means the early votes have already been counted.
So he said in Ohio, it was like 1/3 of the early votes were counted, and that Biden was ahead by that much. There's so much early vote still to be counted that it looks good for Biden, as he was saying.
In Ohio.
Yeah, in Ohio. But it's the same in Carolina. So that this early vote thing is going to throw off Vegas and a lot of other things, because the Democrats should do way better in the early voting, right? Because they're the ones like stay home, vote, coronavirus is going to kill you if you go in and vote. So the early vote is going to be like in some areas 2-1 for Democrats.
Oh, so Trump just got a lot closer in North Carolina now with 67%. He is now within 52 to 46. Oh, was that what it was? Was it double digits in there before?
Yeah.
I forget. Okay. So now Ohio is still under 50%, 55 to 43. So that's interesting. I don't even know let's see. Pennsylvania results are starting to come in. 10% of the votes are in. You can't count that. That doesn't.
And like I think like half of the vote is going to be like not counted tonight. It's like a significant amount.
So we're gonna have no idea.
Well, we can if he wins. So if he wins Michigan or Minnesota,
that's true. So,
and he wins all the other states, then if he wins North Carolina, Arizona, and Michigan, I don't think he needs Pennsylvania.
No, he doesn't.
He won what, 305 or 308 last?
306.
Yeah, 306.
So if he
wins Michigan again, and he wins Arizona again, he doesn't need Pennsylvania.
No, he does not need Pennsylvania.
But Michigan didn't look good. I don't know. We have to look and see how Michigan looks.
Does Michigan have any votes in so far?
I think I saw a little bit, but it was like 1% or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not going to get a lot.
What is going on in Ohio? That's what I want to know. I mean, what percentage of those are Columbus votes? That's what I want to know. Yeah. That's insane. Tell me that's like a fucking joke.
Well, there's Pennsylvania right there. 10% in, Biden 65-33, but it's 10%.
Yeah, you can't count anything with 10%.
Because that's probably Philadelphia and Pittsburgh,
If that, yeah, probably mostly Philadelphia. Pittsburgh's more conservative. So we'll see. I'm looking back. So the line has moved back to plus 115 for Trump. So he is moving up in the Vegas ratings over there.
Or moving down if you're a Trump supporter.
Right. Arizona, his chances of winning that increase every time I refresh this. They've taken Georgia off. You can't even bet on Georgia anymore, which means it's pretty much over. The odds in Michigan remain at plus 205 for Trump. In Minnesota, they've gone from plus 300 for Trump to plus 220. So that is a positive development. That means money's coming in on him in that state. And in North Carolina, he is still minus 210 to win. So he's still a healthy favorite there. He has gone up in Ohio, minus 190. So that, I mean, Vegas knows they've looked at the counties that have come in. They've analyzed, how Hillary did in those counties compared to Biden. They're doing their math and they're looking at this and they're saying, we still give Trump a 2-1, shot in Ohio because they're not giving much away, despite what John King wants you to believe on here. So there's Georgia, 28% are in.
270. Donald Trump has 42. Joe Biden has 30, which tells us what? We have a long way to go. Nothing on this map so far.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna know basically if they call Georgia, North Carolina, and Florida all for Trump, and it's not like by a slim margin, by a significant margin.
Yep.
You're probably going to see that across the board in Arizona.
You will, yes.
You might even see like we did last time. Remember, I think Minnesota came within like 50,000 votes or something like that.
Within 2% in Minnesota. Yeah. That was his closest loss.
But then the problem for Trump supporters though is Michigan, Pennsylvania. He only won combined by less than 100,000 votes in both.
Yeah, in those 3 states, he won by a combined 75,000 votes.
Yeah.
And all you need is 37,000 people to just switch their votes with that. The closest of those 3 was Michigan. But I feel like Wisconsin is the most vulnerable by look. If you trust the polls, and you have to trust people like poo-poo polls, but they still have some value. No.
Yeah, of course. And I think when Steve was on, you can. If usually the margin, I did statistics in college, you can pretty much come within a lot of, usually the margin error is like 3% or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So Trump was in all these battleground states was losing within the margin of error. And that's why I was saying like McSally, she's not within the margin of error, so I don't think she can win because he's within the margin of error in Pennsylvania, in Michigan. I don't think he is in Minnesota.
And let's point out too, that with the margin of error, the Trump margin of error is the idea that people are afraid to say that they're going to vote for Donald Trump, right? Well, that doesn't exist with Martha McSally. Like nobody's afraid to say, well, I can't say I'm voting for Martha McSally. People are going to freaking call me a Nazi. They would. So I feel like those numbers are a little bit more honest. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Man, Florida, over 10 million people have fucking voted in Florida. Holy shit. Donald Trump is up there 2.5%. That is a lot. That is a lot.
Early voting, I think the last I looked was 90 million people early voted, which was, I think the year before in 2016 was like 40 million.
Mm-hmm.
So you're talking like more than double. In some states, it's like the early voting is like come to close to half of the, total vote before in 2016. Mm-hmm. So it's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think they keep bringing up Texas like it has a chance. I really don't.
They so want you to believe that. They so want you to believe that. It's just about like perception. I swear to God, that's all this was. If they can get you to believe that like Texas and Iowa and Georgia and North Carolina are all like toss-ups, it gets in your head that this is over. Donald Trump is going to get it's not if he's going to lose, it's whether or not he's going to get a landslide. And just that sort of, mentality, they're hoping will keep Trump supporters away from the polls, but I think that backfired because of the rallies. The rally factor matters with Donald Trump.
Yeah, I don't like Texas and Georgia has not voted Democrats. I don't consider them battleground. I don't consider them battleground states. I consider North Carolina, which has switched, and Florida, which has switched.
Mm-hmm.
They keep telling you if you're within the margin of, if you're within like 5 points, it's a battleground state. I don't think it's that. If they haven't voted in the past, yeah, it could. But it's just not close. Like I said, the governor there won by 13 points in the last election. And I know Beto O'Rourke came close, but he also outspent Cruz. I think he spent like $80 million.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when Democrats were calling him up to send some money to the other states because he had so much.
Oh, Beto!
You couldn't buy any more TV ads. You couldn't buy any more radio ads.
And he still lost because he's Beto.
He still lost, but it's.
He was going against a historically unpopular candidate. Ted Cruz is incredibly unlikable.
The best debater in the Republican Party, but he does, rub a lot of people wrong.
Right. I think the beard helps him a lot. Ted Cruz has gotten a lot cooler as he's grown that beard, He looked weird.
They don't really put up any Senate races, huh? They just call him the president. That's it.
Good point. They have not shown anything. I mean, where's the Tom Tillis results? Why aren't they talking about that? That's a good question. Yeah,
it's interesting because that, America traditionally likes to have. It's kind of like even in Massachusetts, we elect a Republican governor and have a domination of Democrats, but we have a lot of Republican governors because they like to have a little bit of a stopgap from every single thing being passed.
So, by the way, this is interesting. This was like 33 minutes ago. With early voting and mail-in balloting in North Carolina, Joe Biden has 56% of the vote. Cal Cunningham only has 53. So that means 3% of those voters who voted for Biden went and voted for Tillis instead. So that bodes well for Tom Tillis.
Yeah.
You know,
And Trump's getting, so now he's within less than 6 points
in what state?
in North Carolina.
North Carolina. Okay.
Yeah. In Ohio is about the same. It's been about 9, right?
Yeah. By the way, so now they're saying
11.
70 in North Carolina. Joe Biden is still up 52 to 46 there. And now they're saying Tillis is up 53 to 45 with 70% of the votes in there. 70%.
Yeah, I think the Never Trumpers will actually vote for the Republican senators.
No, I don't think they will.
You don't think so?
Well, they've all the Lincoln Project has put money into Lindsey Graham's opponent, to all these people, because they consider them enablers.
I would think that like the Bush crowd would vote for like the Republican, but not Trump. You know, like the Mitt Romneys would vote for the Republican senator, that kind
You
of.
would think, but their whole thing is like, we need to punish all of them for enabling this criminal. They're a bunch of traitors. They're never allowed back, as far as I'm concerned. Forget that, you know. What these assholes.
Well, yeah, Baker came out today and said he didn't vote for president.
Yeah, bullshit. He voted for Donald Trump. How much you want to bet? How much you want to? Nobody blanks a president. Nobody does that. That's not a thing.
There's Georgia. Now he's up by 13 almost.
With 26% in again. Has Fulton County come in yet? That's what matters, you know.
Virginia, he's up, but obviously it's 35%.
Come on. I mean, the same thing happened to Virginia last time, and then the DC suburbs came in, and it was a wrap.
Yeah.
So we'll see. What else we got here? I'm gonna.
So Biden's up about less than 6% now in North Carolina. It looks like 70% in.
So without even taking back all of the blue walls. So let's focus on them. Ohio, let's just focus on this just for a second and look at
Mike,
this right
Mike,
now.
what did you say about North Carolina and Ohio?
It's less than 6% now for Biden.
In North Carolina?
Yeah.
With what percentage of the vote in, you know?
I think it was like 70.
That's a lot. That means
is
it's
a
got to
lot.
win the remaining counties by like 20%.
Yep.
Hopefully they're all rural. And he can win by, he can win 60-40 if it's the right counties, but I was hoping North Carolina would. I'm going to go refresh the betting odds now to see what has happened. It's still plus 115 overall, but I'm going to go right to North Carolina. And Donald Trump's chances in North Carolina have increased to minus 240. So
they're seeing what's left to vote.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the Virginia vote. We saw the Virginia. Trump's nowhere near going to win that state.
Yeah, of course not. No, of course not. Ohio, by the way, is down to minus 150. Minus 150 for Donald Trump. That would be disastrous if he did not win Ohio, right?
Yep.
Complete.
Because then it really means he has to win Michigan, which is not going to be. I don't think Michigan's going to go to Trump tonight.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
So starting to get nervous. I mean, the idea of Joe Biden presidency, it's not necessarily him that scares me. It's it's the Trojan horse he brings with him, you know?
Yeah, I don't see, like, Joe Biden is not a dangerous guy, I don't think. And I think, what has he been in 47 years in the government? I think that's the thing people will say is like, he's going to fix the government that he's been in 47 years, building.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a dangerous man, but is he gonna last 4 years? I think a lot of people asking that. Is Kamala Harris just gonna step right in?
How much is AOC gonna have a factor in the party? Let me see what they're saying here about by the way, so it's now 51 to 47 in North Carolina. So that is getting closer every time votes come in. Let's go to this one, Ohio. This is important.
Yeah, I mean, it was up 11, now it's up 10 for Biden.
Joe Biden is performing
Which says 2%
in Trump counties. The president is underperforming by 5 points or more. Importantly, number one, these smaller counties, that's where he tends to run it up. He gets 70%, he gets 65%, he gets 82%. It's a couple hundred votes here, a couple thousand votes here. That's how you win a state. He won this one convincingly. But remember, Donald Trump, I am your voice, right? Trade deals, trade. Sanders voters, come to me. They live here. They live here, right? 61 to 37 right now. You come back 4 years ago, 49 to 47. This is the story of Ohio right now. Will it get there to the finish line? We don't know. But Joe Biden is overperforming Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump is underperforming himself, if you will, which is why this state is competitive right now. We'll just turn this off and come back to where we are
Interesting.
about halfway through.
Is Biden underperforming any place in Ohio?
Let's bring it out and we'll take a look.
Let me guess, they're going to say no.
An answer. Is Biden underperforming anywhere? The answer to that is no. At the moment,
They can't say anything negative
Again,
about him.
that
It's
was
like,
right. Remember back, Joe Biden said this today when he was talking to reporters. At the beginning of the primaries, everybody said, "You're not the guy. You're not the fit. You're not what we want. You're not in touch with the movement of the Democratic Party, the progressive wing of the Democratic."
so yeah, I mean, we'll see. I don't
Yeah,
know, man.
Ohio, North Carolina. Biden's doing better than expected.
He is, but looks like so Cincinnati is now in. That's good. Columbus is in. Cleveland's in. I assume this is going to be red. I assume that's going to be red. But how many votes are left? I don't know. Like this is what 50% reporting in Ohio.
But that map doesn't show it's all in. It just means where they're going, right?
Yeah. I thought that's what. Okay. Oh, by the way, it's just changed in North Carolina. So now we're up to 73%. We've increased by 1%, and Trump has cut the lead there to 4.5 points there. So it's 51.7 of 40. So that is getting closer.
Yeah, and it's still 25% of the vote out there, or
Yeah.
27% of the vote out there.
Yeah. So that's a good sign.
Yeah, every 5 minutes he gains a point.
This is fucking close, man. Holy shit, this is going to be close. What a goddamn race.
And we know that. Like that's why my electoral map had it very, very tight.
But it's just so funny when you talk to the media, they're like, oh, 90% Biden's going to win. No, this was a coin flip from the beginning.
Yeah, but Nate Silver, who came up with that 90%, he said, but if Trump wins Pennsylvania, he's the favorite. So 90%, if you take out Pennsylvania,
Yeah.
That's basically what he said. And then everyone runs with it, 90%, 90%. But
Wow.
Pennsylvania, we all know that's going to be like that could be 10,000 votes, 20,000 votes.
I'm just blown away by Ohio right now because Trump won that by 9%.
Yeah, but he was. I remember that night with Hillary. He was behind the whole night until like the last 10%.
He was. I do remember that too. So like maybe it's the same pattern here, and it was the same in North Carolina. If I
The only
recall.
one that's really changed is Florida. I remember him. I think Hillary like took Florida for like.
She was winning with like 80% of the vote, and she was winning Florida.
Yeah, she took over the race, and then he just in the last 20% just
Yep.
took him on because that's that panhandle that comes in.
Exactly.
At least they're not. At least this year they didn't. They learned it from the Al Gore year where they started taking exit polling and calling races. They used to like call Florida based on exit polling.
Really? You should know better than that. All right, so let me see what these. So this is. Let's see. All right,
Which is the key. Can you do better than you did in a couple
So
of these smaller
73%
counties
are
down
in.
here? That's what makes it a battleground state. But the key here was the first metric we showed you. The key metric, if you're the Democrats, you live the last campaign. Those are a lot of important places. And it's, again, when you see Winston-Salem, Charlotte, Raleigh, those are where the Democrats.
on the good side, Arizona is
Cities
going
surrounded by
remarkably
suburbs.
towards Trump
The
right now.
farther out in the suburbs you can go, that's what Democrats are trying to do.
This guy's pretty good on CNN now.
Especially again down here along the
In
coast.
Michigan,
You
every
look at
time I look at
places that
Michigan, it
New
increases for
Hanover
Trump
County,
every
Carolina,
time.
Wilmington 52-47 4 years
It's
ago.
interesting.
Other way,
So
50 to
Trump was
41.
not expected to win Pennsylvania, and he won it. What if he puts Minnesota and Michigan, keeps Michigan, and he
What was
loses,
that? Sorry?
and he loses Ohio.
Yeah, I mean that would be interesting if he keeps. He can afford to lose Ohio if he keeps Michigan. That's true.
Yeah,
If he lost,
he has to keep Pennsylvania and Michigan.
okay.
right?
Suppose if he lost Pennsylvania, that would bring him to 286. If he lost Ohio, that would bring him to 270. So he could actually afford to lose both of those. But then the Nebraska and the Maine thing, that's when it gets fucking interesting. You know what I mean?
Well, then he can't lose. He can't lose North Carolina, obviously, or
Yeah,
Arizona.
or North Carolina. That's correct. Yeah. So,
Yeah, he's going to run the gambit on all the other states.
yeah.
You can,
But
if-
like I said, I keep looking at Vegas, and he's still favored in North Carolina by more every time I see. He's minus 215. Ohio is almost even money now. That is fucking insane. Almost even money in Ohio. That is not good. Not good. Trump should easily win Ohio, but that's not going to happen. Clearly, Ohio is going to be fought to the bitter end here. I can't believe I called that. I don't want to take it back because I don't take shit back. I own on to it, but I misread that. I'm like, I just saw up by 10. I assumed Trump was up 10. I didn't look at it closely enough. So my producer should have caught that. if I had one. Yeah. So we got polls closing here. I assume these are going to be polls in like Colorado, Arizona. Is Arizona in the time zone? I'm guessing.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Yeah. So they should be. Wyoming goes to Trump.
We have a projection right now. CNN
Oh,
that
he
Joe
won New
Biden
York.
will win the
It
state
took him
of
to
New
9
York
o'clock to
and
come up
win
with
his
that.
29 electoral votes. Biden beats Trump in New York State. We cannot make projections at this hour in these states.
Oh.
Arizona,
Michigan hasn't
Colorado,
closed.
Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan,
You can't pick
Minnesota,
Louisiana.
Nebraska, New Mexico, North Dakota, South
You
Dakota,
can't pick the Dakotas
Texas,
and Wyoming.
Wisconsin,
Come on.
and Wyoming. Take a look at
And Wyoming has a Senate race.
stands right now.
Yeah, and they're going to win. It's
They're
another
going to win. The polls
Another
show.
woman is going to get elected to the Senate from Wyoming as a Republican.
Yeah. The polls show pretty close to.
What's funny is you live in Wyoming, you have more power as like the lone representative than you do as one of the two senators.
Yeah.
So North Carolina is closer. That was 4.5 last time I saw. Now it's 3.9, and that is with 74. So every time it's like 1% more, and he's getting closer. That is closer too. That is 8% with 52% in. Last time I saw that was 50, and it was 10% difference. So now it's down to, is that 8? Yeah, that's 8.5%. Pennsylvania, you still can't even count. Only 14% in.
What looks like a comfortable lead right now. 300.
Looks like a comfortable lead. What is like? Who says that?
66.
It looks like a comfortable lead.
And that's what early voting looks like. 2-1
Yeah.
Biden. It really does.
Yeah. Let's see.
Look at this. 65% of the estimated vote is in. Biden still maintains the lead. It's close in
The
Texas.
fuck?
He has a lead of about 84,000 votes, 49.8% to 48.7% in Texas. In New Hampshire, 13% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a 8,600 vote lead over Trump, 53.2% to 45.7%. Trump, on the other hand, is leading in these 4 states. In Florida, 92% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a pretty comfortable 271,000 vote lead over Biden. In Florida, 50.8% to 48.2%. In Michigan, only 15% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead. It's early there. 183,000 vote lead over Biden. It's early in Michigan, 59.3% to 38.4%. Almost a third of the vote is in Georgia. Trump has a relatively comfortable lead, 248,000 vote lead over Biden, 57.2% to 41.8%. In Virginia, more than a third of the vote is in. Trump has a nearly 300,000 vote lead.
Doesn't matter.
In Virginia over Biden,
I've already called it.
57.7% to 40.2%. Let's go back to John King. He's looking at the magic wall for us. It's a lot of stuff going on. You see a lot of red, but you see a lot of blue as well.
It's an interesting map right now. So I'm going to go through some of the big ones that we're going to watch as we play out right now. And we'll start in Ohio, but then I just want to explain some of these other states that look a little different right now. And we'll see. We could have a different election night. We'll see. This is the big one for me. Ohio.
All right, we're going to see
more of this is starting to fill in, right? I just want to show you 2016.
Oh,
you see all
God.
this red in here. That's what you're looking for. Those are the small counties where the president runs it up. But as they fill in, Joe Biden is holding on to that lead. But we still have a way to go.
Only
About
50% in.
53% here.
Yeah.
But again, this is impressive. And it's somewhat, the Democrats thought this was in play. Joe Biden went there on Monday.
So
Some
North
Democrats
Carolina
were
just
worried
got
that
closer,
time be
too.
spent somewhere else.
He's now within 3.4 there. In Ohio, he is down. He's within 7 in Ohio. So that's gone. Both of those have shrunken enormously. They're going to try again. They're going to try to make you believe here that disaster's happening. But I would not count.
Florida, I think at this time Hillary was probably like even, if not ahead, and he's up by 2 right now. So I think Florida's going to actually be could be like a 5-point night for Trump.
In what state?
In Florida.
Oh, they're still counting? They only have like
I think it's like 90. It said it was like 92% counted.
Yeah.
But the 8% is. I remember 2016. That 8% swung way, just kept building Trump up.
Does a margin of victory matter though in Florida?
No, it doesn't really matter. But I think I'm just showing from 2016. I think if he does significantly well in Florida, I think you could end up seeing that happen. Like Ohio was. This kind of just feels like 2016. He had to come back from behind in Ohio.
Yep, he did. He did. And by the way, Ohio's odds in Vegas have increased. He's back to minus 160. That was even money a couple of minutes ago. And his odds have significantly increased in Nevada. Maybe they're having some votes come in already. I don't know. I don't know if they're on Mountain West time or what they are.
I don't think he's going to win Nevada.
I mean, he's an underdog in Nevada, but his odds have gotten better.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to win in Nevada. I think he'll lose that. There's a Senate race there, and the Senate race is like overwhelmingly Democrat.
In Nevada? Not
Yeah.
Nevada. No, there's not.
Oh, there's not one in there?
They had one in 2018. They elected.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking New Mexico. I'm sorry.
Yeah, New Mexico. They have the
Yeah.
governor Lujan.
Yeah, that's it. And
He's
he's up by like 8 to 10 points.
that's a safe seat. Yeah, because New Mexico's held both seats there for Democrats for quite some time. They're probably going to maintain that. Nevada had a Republican until 2 years ago. So they have 2 female Democratic senators. There's like 6 states, that have like 2 female senators. Very progressive country we live in. Very progressive.
Yeah, Georgia, he's up by 16 points right now.
Yeah,
He's only 31% in.
I have not seen any like new updates.
North Carolina, he's down by looks like less than 3 points now.
Yep. So 3.4 points with 5%? That says 75% coming in. Okay. Ohio, he is down there. Ooh, that's over 7% now.
He was down 11 about 30 minutes ago.
He was. That's true. And it's only 50. Every time it's like 1% more.
Yeah.
What is with? How the fuck does it take this long to count votes? Like, you put them in the goddamn.
Yeah, but like I said, the early voting is like, it's 90 million people have early voted. That's crazy.
Yeah. We'll see.
So that's gonna gum up the machine,
Yeah.
That's why I think Pennsylvania. I think I heard it correctly. He said they don't even start counting the early votes, the mail-in votes, till tomorrow.
So we just won't have any prediction we won't have any
I
idea.
don't think we're not going to know Penn. That's why. Did you notice when you logged into Facebook today, the top banner said that elections are not this year. It might not be decided in the night tonight. Be prepared for long drawn out crap. Basically.
Yep. By the way, his odds in North Carolina in Vegas just went from plus 210 to from minus 210 to minus 330. So he significantly just went up in North Carolina. Odds are there. So more and more.
That with Ohio too.
You're gonna start seeing that. Okay, good.
Wasn't North Carolina kind of in that area, 150, and then it just.
Yeah, like North Carolina is better than North Carolina. Never got as close as Ohio. Ohio is even money like 10 minutes ago. North Carolina has not gotten that close, but it's minus 330 right now, which means he's a heavy favorite in North Carolina. The odds in Pennsylvania are getting worse. They just went from plus 130 for Trump to plus 170. So that's not good. But again, nothing's really coming in Pennsylvania yet. I don't know what CNN seems to think it's significant, but I don't think anyone else does.
No, it's like 10% or something, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And Michigan is red right now. It's a very early
it's
vote.
3%
Doesn't
in
mean it
North
won't end up
Carolina
that
with
way. It certainly did 4 years
77%
ago.
in.
That was one of the big Trump surprises. But up here, when you see Pennsylvania blue, Michigan red, we're very, very early. We'll come back to them when we have a significant amount of votes. If we're not spending time on them,
Good guy.
we don't have any significant.
What's up?
I like this guy. He's pretty good.
He's a huge asshole though. He's good on election night. This is like the one thing he's good at.
That's what I mean. He does good on elections.
He likes his map. He likes to touch his map. He's very good in that. Look at this. Ohio is down to less than 6% now with 55% reporting. So that significantly has changed within the last couple minutes. And you're right. Florida is over 3% now for Trump. Over 3%.
Yeah, I think he's going to win 4 to 5 points.
Wow. That is fucking unbelievable. That Florida, the fact that like Georgia and North Carolina are more in play than Florida is insane.
I told someone the other day, Trump moved his residency down to Florida. I think he did that it's kind of like picking your VP. Your home state matters.
Mm-hmm.
If you're always landing there the president came to Florida today. You're always in the news for like 3 straight years.
Isn't he in Laura Loomer's district too?
I don't know.
Is she gonna win? Isn't she in like a?
I don't follow her. She's kind of crazy, isn't she?
She's banned from everything. Uber, credit cards, you name it. Twitter, she can't campaign, but she won a primary, and Milo is her goddamn campaign manager.
Yeah, I keep away from the fringe. Like I think, Sean Hannity, those guys, just someone I don't want to pay attention to.
Yeah, I mean, you can't trust anything Sean Hannity says because
he's literally. If I took the mouthpiece in North Korea and he was going to talk for the president, that's basically what Sean Hannity is. Yeah,
no, he is. I mean, you're not going to get anything. And Laura Ingram's kind of the same way, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's O'Reilly when he was there. They have it's no difference between MSNBC, Fox News. They just, you know, it's one party or the other.
I mean, CNN's the same way.
Oh, CNN used to be my favorite channel back in during Desert Storm coverage and you know, in the 90s. They were great.
Yeah.
But they just saw the money, I guess. And what are they going to do if Trump loses?
I don't know.
They're going to cut in half.
The ratings are bad enough as it is. No, the question is, what is Donald Trump going to do if he loses?
Yeah. Well, Donald Trump loses. I think you have that New York attorney general who's going to try to put him in jail.
In jail?
I mean, she's going after him like no one's business. I mean,
he's not going to go to jail.
I'm just saying, if anyone has financial records, it's New York, right? Because all his last 40 years of business dealings have happened in New York.
Why aren't they doing it now then?
Because they don't go after presidents when they're in office. Just like, you know, they go after him when they try to impeach him. What are they saying during impeachment? We can't put charges until he's been impeached. Once he's impeached, we can put charges on him.
Oh, right. Of course. I don't even know what state he's in right now. What's Hamilton County? I'm just looking. All I keep doing is looking at the bottom there, and I see 77% in North Carolina. So that's 51%. So that doesn't change much. Ohio now, same thing. He's within 5.9% there, with less than 60% of the vote in. And every time we look at Ohio, it gets closer. Oh, You know what? I did the math wrong in Ohio. If he loses Ohio and Pennsylvania, Ohio is 18 electoral votes, not 16. So he would have 268. He would lose.
Yep.
So he cannot afford to lose both of those states. If he did, I don't even know what he'd have to win Nevada. He'd have to win Nevada at that point. Right? Yeah. Because
there's still a reason why he spent like half of his campaign stops in Pennsylvania for the last week.
Yeah. But Ohio, did anybody campaign in Ohio?
Yeah, he went there. I think they both went there.
Yeah.
Biden was they're pretty heavy.
Okay, let me refresh my odds here. I keep refreshing. Okay, so now Donald Trump has improved in the overall odds. He is up to even money now to win the presidency again. So that's interesting. And Arizona remains the same. Iowa remains the same. That's looking good. Michigan is getting better every time I refresh. Michigan started the night off around plus 275 for Trump. It has moved to plus 150. So that gets better. Minnesota, on the other hand, has gone the opposite direction. It started the night off at plus 275. It is up to plus 330. So some votes are coming in Minnesota, and they're not liking the way that it looks. Ohio has gone from minus 150 for Trump to minus 200. So his chances of winning in Ohio have increased, and North Carolina remains at plus or minus 330. So looking good.
You know, the crazy part is if Pennsylvania counted their votes like Florida, we would know the election soon.
Yeah.
Because the western part of the country doesn't matter.
Right. We already know.
We know where
swing states.
We know Washington, Oregon. We know all those states to the west are going to be Democrat.
The only one, Arizona is the only state in play. The only state.
Pennsylvania we're literally going to have to wait a minimum till tomorrow. Usually we have to find out. When did we find out 2016? Like 2 a.m?
Yeah, something like that. Oh, by the way, Ohio just increased. You see that went to 51-47?
Yep.
So that's good. Okay. And North Carolina is increased. So 78% in, and he's boom, just like that within 2.7. That has gone from, that was close to 10 before, I believe, right?
He'll be ahead of North Carolina next 30 minutes, I think.
Okay. So there we go. So North Carolina,
Ohio will be like an hour.
Ohio and North Carolina look better by the minute. That is good news. Let me refresh my Vegas. Okay. It remains the same over there. I can't stop looking at Vegas, man. I love this shit. I'm addicted.
Yeah, I mean, they update and they know it's when it comes down to these guys. This is their job, and they were wrong in 2016. But if you're wrong in Vegas, you're talking millions and millions of dollars.
Right. So I wonder then. I mean, Sleepy Joe is still a minus 130 to win this. Why?
Yeah. But that'll go once North Carolina comes off, and then if Ohio does come off,
will Trump become the favorite?
Yeah, he will if those come off. I think. Because I mean, the way they were talking it up with Ohio, I think they still think he's got that. Vegas thinks he has that, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. And by the way, let me, guys, in the comments, let's see here. If you guys want to donate, by the way, some people are donating. I want to read off the donos here. Suzanne says the restrictions are from blue and red. Trump 2020. Goddamn right, Suzanne. Anonymous says the CNN talking heads look sad already. God bless them. Jess says, vote for America. I completely agree with that sentiment, Jess. So I'm going to go ahead. Once again, if you guys want to donate, if you want to read off, if you want to give a shout out to your dogs, maybe give a little good luck to Donald Trump, I'll whore myself out. I will say whatever you put on that teleprompter. I will read it off if you donate to that fund right there, etc. So again, this is a crowd-funded, commercial-free site for that reason, and we appreciate your patronage.
I think you can pin that comment too.
Oh, can you?
Yeah, click on it. I think you can pin it.
All right, well, that's interesting. Let's see. Pin. Nope. All I have is put user in time. I'd have to go to the actual thing. Whatever. I'll be fine. The mods are pretty good with it. Trump is up 3.3% in Florida now. People are saying so. That's
He's now 16 in Georgia. It looks like.
Yeah, but it's been that hasn't moved. That has not moved. It's been that way.
It says 30-something%.
And look, like Atlanta is coming in.
Election day voting, but we'll watch it play out. So let's look. One of the things
Georgia's done, I think.
Tonight.
You said that Vegas took it off, right?
He is.
Yes, they're no longer taking bets on that. That's correct.
Yeah, I think they know Georgia's done.
Ohio now just is still under 60%, and now all of a sudden it's a less than 4% lead. Pennsylvania's coming in. We're up to 12%, and just like that, Donald Trump has gone from 30 to 40. So how about that? Dude, Pennsylvania, man, I've done the drive to Pittsburgh many times because I got family out there. Driving through northern Pennsylvania, once you get past Penn State, dude, it is fucking Trump County, USA. So all you see is Trump shit. It's like when you go to New Hampshire, you can go to Manchester, Nashua. You go to Lake Winnipesaukee, it is fucking Trumpville up there, man. There's a gigantic banner you're greeted with as soon as you get to Laconia that just says Trump 2020, no more bullshit. A guy had paid for a crane that goes over the fucking highway to put a sign up that says that. It's crazy.
See, it says return ballots in Pennsylvania are 2.5 million early voting ballots. And it's 3-1 Democrat over Republican.
Yes.
So there's 1.6 million return ballots for Democrats, 580,000 for Republicans, 260,000 no party.
Those were returned as in rejected?
Yeah, those are early voting statistics for Pennsylvania.
Okay.
They had 2.5 million returned ballots.
Uh-huh.
So that's how many we have to count after tonight, I think. So that's going to be a lot. I mean,
Ohio and North Carolina remain the same odds. Pennsylvania has gone more towards Trump now. It's gone from plus 150 to plus 115. And they are updating that. Wisconsin has slightly improved for Trump. It is down to, it was at plus 250 to begin the night. It is now plus 205 for Trump. So
I don't think it's going to win Wisconsin.
Yeah, I mean that's one that the polls have been awful in, double digits often. If you think polls matter, which to a degree they do, but like you said, there is a margin of error.
Michael Moore, whether you like him or not, he says take any poll and cut it immediately in half.
Mm-hmm.
So if he's up by 5, then he's up by 2.5, and then you're within the margin of error. But I think but when you're up by 10 points or 8 points, like he was up in a few of those states, I just don't think Nevada and Wisconsin are within reach of him.
Look at how badly they want us to make us think that Texas is in play.
Whenever Biden was just up by 3 points or 2 points, and now
Beto was up there the whole night too in 2018.
Texas is not going.
And then West, this part of Texas right here.
Yeah,
this is so conservative. Lubbock, Amarillo, overwhelmingly, and people do live there. It's not like the middle of nowhere. People actually live there. Come on, stop it.
I was stationed in San Angelo, and it's definitely a race.
Where is San Angelo?
That's down South Texas.
South Texas. I mean, the Democrats control those border counties in Texas. If you look at the map, they're always blue. Okay. Donald Trump's down to 28% in Pennsylvania. So these are really fucking what a joke state that is, huh?
Yeah, Pennsylvania. You can't get Pennsylvania until we get 70% in.
I mean, what a fucking joke. You're the most important state in this election this year. Everybody knows it. And you're we'll get around to it.
Well, when the court ruled that they could take ballots up to, I think, 3 days after as long they can accept mail-in ballots within 3 days after the election, basically, right?
Yeah. No, in Pennsylvania, longer than that. I thought they had 9 days. In some of these states, it was 3. Wasn't one of them 9?
I think Pennsylvania is 3, though.
Okay.
I think it's 9 for like the military vote and stuff that comes from overseas.
Uh-huh.
But I think it's just 3 for Pennsylvania. So we could go into Friday if it's like the counting Chads in Florida in 2000.
Mm-hmm. So let's see. Ohio has not changed much. Florida, I apologize. Everybody's retweeted my tweet about goddamn Ohio. So I'm going to own that one. That's going to get pinned, but I refuse to take shit down. I own my mistakes.
He's going to get Ohio. He'll win Ohio.
Calm down about Texas. Donald Trump is not losing Texas. Relax. I'm telling you, because people are on Twitter right now. What's up with Texas? What's up with Texas? Well, nothing's up with Texas. Chill the fuck out. Okay. So I got to update that. This is I'm a multi-talented guy here. I'm doing live tweeting, live streaming, and live blogging at the same time.
Yeah. So Michigan has Trump 59 to 38.
Yeah.
So that's again, it's like, I think it says 17%.
But as Detroit come in, there's Wayne County come in. Let's see what John said.
And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Is that by the end of the night tonight, we could have some people saying we should be done? No. Legally cast ballots can be counted.
No, shut
whether
up.
It's tomorrow, whether it's Wednesday, if necessary, Thursday. There are good people doing this.
Michigan-
You're like giving up.
The country.
Michigan looks like a 3-day thing too.
What's up? Michigan is, yeah.
He just said Thursday.
Coming back to this again, just because I'm
What a
fascinated by
fucking
it.
joke.
This is a statement, right? So now, again, win or lose, Joe Biden is making Ohio competitive and making Republicans in Ohio,
He's less than 4% now.
making people at the Trump campaign nervous tonight. I know you've spoken to him.
Well, that just got
frequently during the
closer.
COVID
That was
crisis,
4 a
covering
minute ago.
lines
Now
on
it's
our earlier today
3.7.
And it's not even 60% yet.
What's up?
It's not even 60% yet.
Yeah. So every time that gets fucking closer, like,
It's going to be just like we watched North Carolina. It's going to tick
yeah. Yeah.
up. Just like Virginia. Biden's going to start gaining 2 points.
Yeah.
Every, like, 2 points.
You're right. Because they count the same thing. Donald Trump is now officially the favorite for the first time to win president of the United States. I just checked in Vegas. So that is significant. That's a tweet right there.
That's what I think. If North Carolina and Ohio are called, especially if Michigan's called for Trump, it's over, right?
If what?
If Michigan gets called for Trump and he wins Ohio and North Carolina,
There's no path for him at all. Like, what is the path? If you win Michigan and Ohio and North Carolina and Georgia, what is the path for Biden? There is
he doesn't need Pennsylvania, right? Because Michigan will
no.
be.
He can afford to lose. He can afford to lose Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Arizona.
Yep.
He could lose all 3.
He's going to win. Yeah.
Yep. Favorite to win re-election. Okay, that's a tweet right there. Let me update that on the blog. And breaking. That's going to get a lot of retweets. That's good. Okay. Excellent. By the way, he is now a minus 130 and Joe Biden is even. So this has changed significantly, guys. This is, I feel much better now, man. Oh, I feel so much. If he fucking wins, I'm starting to taste it. You guys should too. It's tasting good. There. If you thought the breakdowns in 2016 were bad, man, wait till you see the meltdowns this time around. Like I have stuff in my inbox, Mike, like, story ideas every day. And I'm like, clear my Wednesday. Wednesday is going to be, I'll tell you what the blogs are all going to be on Wednesday. People saying crazy shit about Donald Trump and like blowing shit up, and someone's going to threaten to kill him. That's going to happen. Like multiple people on your timeline, your friend's English teacher, your kid's English teacher. Someone's going to say some crazy shit on Facebook, and I'll be there to screenshot it. And hopefully you guys will too.
Well, look at all the. So what's going to happen if Trump wins tonight? And they're boarding up Washington D.C. They're boarding up Portland, Seattle. I mean, all these places getting boarded up. What's going to happen?
So weird. Why would they do that? They're just peaceful protesters, man. Liberals aren't angry. You see, the mayor of Portland said that they need to board up all their windows in case white supremacists come. You got to watch out for those Proud Boys.
He's running for re-election tonight too.
Is he really?
Against an Antifa. She showed up and she voted down when she voted, she actually voted for Mao, for Stalin,
Really?
She crossed out the folks, that were running and actually put in like Mao, Stalin, all these.
She's going to vote for Biden?
I don't know if she voted for Biden or not, but she voted for herself, obviously. But I think It's either Portland or Seattle. I think it's Portland though, because that's where Antifa is like heavy right now, right? Seattle and Portland.
Yeah, Portland particularly. They've been heavy there for a while.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure it's the Portland guy. He's got to go against a Antifa. So it'd be kind of interesting if she wins though.
That would be very Mayor Antifa, and she might, because believe it or not, as fucking imbecilic as that mayor is, Ted Wheeler out there, he's the moderate one. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. By the way, odds in North Carolina are up to minus 650 for Trump. That is pretty much a done deal. North Carolina is almost done. We can almost call that for Trump. Ohio has now gone minus 330 for Donald Trump. So that was almost even a while ago. That is significant. A minus 330 in a football game, in an NFL football game, would be about like probably a 9.5 point spread, maybe a 10-point spread. A minus 650, like we see in North Carolina, would be closer to like a 13-point spread.
That's the Chiefs versus the Jets.
Yes, exactly. Like that. That's so to put it in sports terms, that's what we're looking at here. These are no longer like these would be major upsets if they change. So they're looking very good. So I'm going to go ahead and tweet that right now. Donald Trump is now minus 650 to win North Carolina to a 2 TD favorite if this were football. Almost ready to call it. So, I mean, he's held on to Florida, which was step one. It appears right now like he's going to hold on to North Carolina. That is step two. Step three would be to hold on to Georgia. And I've seen nothing out of Georgia that's indicated that he won't hold on to Georgia. So that's good. And then after you've done that, after you've solidified the South, you held on to the states that you need to, then you just need to hold on to one of those Rust Belt states. That's it. And right now, Michigan, he actually has better odds than Pennsylvania. So that's good.
Really? He just has to win one of those two.
Yeah, that's it. Because Michigan, I'm looking at, is plus 150. Pennsylvania, they've taken on. Oh, no, apologize. Whoo! Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is now even money in Pennsylvania. So things are coming. Go ahead.
Michigan's 16 electoral votes and Pennsylvania's 20. So,
yeah. By the way, Donald Trump now.
If you flip those two,
Donald Trump is now minus 170 to win the presidency. No, he's not just that's the equivalent of being like a 3.5 point favorite in football. So that is significant. It is growing quickly.
I think
Go ahead.
Yeah, they're looking at Florida like being a wipeout, I think, and then they're looking at Carolina now, and if Ohio does go, and then Michigan's looking like a favorite, they're going to have to put them at minus 200 here soon.
Yeah, I mean, look at Georgia. That is, I don't know what counties those are. That is significant in Georgia. Wisconsin, that doesn't count. 3%, and don't pay attention to that. Yeah, don't pay attention to the Virginia one, guys. If Donald Trump won Virginia, now we're talking landslide. If he wins Virginia, talk about setting the tone. No.
Yeah, I don't think he can, but yeah.
Okay, so now we have some Senate results in. So Mitch McConnell, not that big of a surprise there. Mitch McConnell is one.
Mitch McConnell, CNN can project that he will go on for another term.
Tom Cotton wasn't really challenged. He's a presidential hopeful.
Going on for another
Tom Cotton and
in South Dakota, CNN
Mike Rounds was not going to be challenged.
Will go back to Washington for a second term. Tennessee, this is
and this takes Lamar Alexander's seat.
Retiring. Yep. CNN can project that Bill Haggerty will win a first.
Shelley Capito isn't supposed to be close.
Shelley Moore Capito is going on for another term, according to CNN projections. And in Delaware,
that was not supposed to be challenged.
That Chris Coons
They've called it for Jeanne Shaheen. I've seen.
Washington, representing
that's
that
interesting.
Was Joe Biden's.
I mean, that's no fight. No fight in New Hampshire.
Jeanne Shaheen is keeping her
seat.
There's
only like 10. There's only 10 battlegrounds for the Senate.
What was that?
There's only like 10 seats that really matter right now. That are
close. It's disappointing though that New Hampshire is not one of the seats that was up for.
So Cory Gardner's going to lose.
Yeah, Cory Gardner's we knew Cory Gardner was going to lose going to that. Colorado is another one that Bush won twice. That has just gone. The Obama coalition has taken over. I mean, liberals have moved to Colorado in large numbers. This is interesting. This is one to keep an eye on.
Just a little bit more than 57,000.
Now, what's Trump doing? You got to compare that to Trump.
Because Trump was still behind in North Carolina.
3%, and in South Carolina. This is one that people across the country have
This,
been watching. Right
you know
now,
how much
the
money was
Republican
dumped into South
Lindsey
Carolina
Graham is
on that
ahead
election?
pretty significantly.
Lindsey will win that race.
Yeah, we all knew Lindsey was going to win that race. That's another one they wanted you to believe that was like up for grabs. No, it's not. Stop it. So the Tom Tillis one is looking good. If he's only down 1% and Trump is down, is he down 1%? What's Trump down in North Carolina?
He was down a couple of points.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's actually ahead of Trump.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Trump now is minus 220. Minus 220 to win. That is fucking big. Really big. That is starting. We are starting to get closer and closer to victory here. They've taken Michigan off the betting board, which means something happened in Michigan. Usually, like in the NBA, like I bet on live stuff a lot. When there's a foul and somebody goes to the foul line, they will take it off, temporarily betting lines. So that means something has happened in Michigan, and they're just reevaluating, and they will have a new line on that soon. Ohio has moved to minus 400, so that is looking better and better. Texas, by the way, for all the people said Texas is close, Texas is minus 1,200 for Donald Trump. Texas is over. Donald Trump has won the state of Texas. I'm about ready to officially call that. Okay, so there we go. Look at Michigan, man. I mean,
You see the Joe Biden lead. This is why you look at the big states.
I mean, Tillis is doing better than Trump is.
Joe Biden has New York.
Yes.
And that's why Florida,
So that
Texas,
Tillis is going to hold on to
California
that
will be blue
seat.
at the end of the night. So that's why battlegrounds like Florida.
Look at Ohio.
This year,
60%.
That's why they're so
60%. It's down to 2%. It's down to 2%. Remember, like when it was at 50%, it was like 11, wasn't it?
Yeah, he was down 11 points.
Yeah. So that is coming in overwhelmingly. God damn. They are going to fucking cry. This is going to be great.
Brian, take a peek here.
He's up to minus 250 to win
right
now. Minus
We have
250.
Ohio blue right now. We have North
Like I
Carolina.
said, once they call North Carolina and they call Ohio, I think you're going to see. Like,
89, 54.
Yeah, that's when we're going to see like minus 400 for
Yeah.
Trump. That is going to be extremely hard. Because even though they could still flip Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, or Arizona for that matter, the odds of that happening simply by looking at the state of the country, like Florida sets the tone. If he's winning by 5% in Florida, why would he lose Pennsylvania? How does it make sense?
Yeah, I think Biden's last debate by going after basically
What a fucking
fracking
nerd.
oil and then going around with Lady Gaga in Pennsylvania the last day.
Yeah, what are you thinking?
She is the anti-fracking queen, right? She's like a head of some nonprofit to stop fracking.
That's like her thing. Like she's
Yeah.
the last person you should bring around. What makes and I think you and I talked about this earlier. What makes anybody think that people want to hear what celebrities have to say about endorsements? Has anybody ever been like, oh yeah, I was kind of like the kind of people they appeal to are all liberals anyway? No,
You notice that you don't really see newspaper endorsements much anymore because they just don't matter.
The
The ones are like in Pittsburgh and in Des Moines, in Iowa, but you don't see them as much anymore. They used to
because they're
like
all going to
push
vote.
those.
Because they all go to the Republican. I mean, they all go to the Democrat.
Yeah, you just don't see them anymore. They used to really blanket those out,
Yeah,
Like, yeah. Even my local newspapers in New Bedford and Fall River, they didn't endorse the mayors this year, or the last election. It's good. I don't think people should be endorsing it. It's just you're trying to herd the sheep to the polls. It's just not a good thing.
well, it meant like the New Hampshire union leader for the first time in their history endorsed
That matters.
the Democrat.
Yeah, I mean newspaper endorsements, but police unions and
Oh, unions. I thought you meant
those
newspaper.
matter. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, I assume we all know who the unions endorse, except for the police union. They're all going to endorse whoever the Democrat is. No,
Yeah, pretty much.
man, this night is getting better. This is getting better by the moment, folks. Hope you guys are getting excited because things are looking good. 42% are in Virginia. It still hasn't changed much. I'm waiting for Virginia
You get it back.
to have that massive.
I just want to say to all
flip.
people watching at home, look at that. Look at that, right? Virginia is a state that's been trending blue.
I called Virginia. Do I have to take a call back?
This is the anomaly of tonight. We're getting different results at different times. in
Oh
these
my
different
God,
states.
this is
We have
happening.
a lot of Democratic votes still to come in.
It could be the gun thing,
I'm going to see what the odds are in Virginia right now. I really want to see this.
Still to come in. We'll watch it. It's interesting.
It could be the gun thing, They're worried about.
Gun thing?
I'm surprised there.
Yeah, they've been pushing like gun rights big time in Virginia, right? Didn't the governor say he was going to pass like a like an assault rifle ban or something like that, kind of we did here in Massachusetts with the AR-15.
Yeah, and the thing about guns is Democrats like them too.
Yeah, in Virginia especially, right?
Yeah.
That's the home of what, George Washington and all the original presidents. Virginia, isn't that where they want to move the capital to? You're the history guy, right? They wanted to put.
But they did move the capital there. It's basically in Virginia.
Yeah, so.
But it's not 1776 right now either.
No, I know that, but it definitely is a gun state, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you look at any, because you can see this, who has their LTC in any town and city, you'd be shocked by the people in like cities that own guns. Like you wouldn't even know. A lot of liberals own guns, and it's their dirty secret is that they like guns too. Americans like guns, period.
Yeah, and the COVID thing is I can't get my LTC because of COVID right now. I'm like number 200 on the wait list.
Really?
Yeah.
The only states they're taking bets on right now individually are Pennsylvania and Alaska. Trump is plus 120 in Pennsylvania right now. So that's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the night would be over if he wins Michigan.
Yeah, so let's check out Michigan has not moved. They no longer have Michigan bets on there. This changes throughout. Yeah, if he wins Michigan, just the tone, because Michigan's a real American state, you know?
Just for the country, we don't want to go to bed with Pennsylvania being the only thing that counts. Like, we don't want to go to bed with now it's all down to Pennsylvania, and then we have to wait 3 days. It's going to be crazy for the country.
No, you're right. We want to Americans. I want when my kids wake up tomorrow, I want to tell them who the president is, you know? And I'd prefer to tell them Donald J. Trump. That would be fucking sweet.
Yeah, we need a decision tonight. We've always had decisions, at least like when I say tonight, 2 a.m, you know, is fine. But we don't want this to go to like Florida. How long did Florida take? It was like a week in the courts or something like that.
Oh, a month, dude. That was my first election I ever voted in. I was a freshman in college, and it was well over a month because they had to go to the Supreme Court with that 5-4 decision.
And Bush won by more votes at the end of the recount too, right?
Bush won every single recount. Every time they did a recount, Bush won it.
He added more votes though.
He did, but like not that many votes.
Yeah.
Dude, didn't he win by like 537 votes? Something crazy.
It was like the closest I think we've seen. Yeah.
That is insane. That is absolutely insane. But people saying they can't handle the stress. Let's see what they're saying here.
States that Joe Biden is leading in that Donald Trump won 4 years ago. So in North Carolina,
they want to make it seem like the sky's not falling right now. They know. They know.
Percentage point lead over Donald Trump. In Ohio, he's just under a 2%.
Yeah, now do Virginia. Now do Virginia.
They won't do Virginia.
Now do Florida.
Three states that Donald Trump won 4 years
ago. When 10% is in and Biden's leading, they're all over it, right?
Right. They're like, oh, Donald Trump in Pennsylvania with 3% in. Like, oh,
look at that. Remember that he was down by 200,000 votes at 50%.
Look how close it is now. This is insanely close now. This is crazy. But, you know, only 80% in. Like there's that last 20% is probably a Trump 20%, I'm guessing.
But he went when it was at 50%, Trump was down by 200,000. I remember that. And now it's pretty much less than 100,000. So
yeah. This fucking early vote shit. This needs to end. Just the elections on the first Tuesday in November. It's always been that way. It's not a problem.
Adam says President Trump is now tied in Ohio.
What, to win?
No, tied, meaning he was behind.
Oh, he's already caught up. I see. Okay. Yeah, in the Vegas polls, he's minus 450. So,
yeah, I mean, like the last vote, though, he was down by 2%, even though the Vegas odds, but now he's saying it's even, I think.
That's interesting. Like in the overall vote count, it is, you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, see, now it's basically 1.5 there in North Carolina.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Donald Trump is a minus 150 favorite in Pennsylvania now. Donald Trump is officially favored to win the state of Pennsylvania. That is significant because he has never been favored there. I mean, this is just everything is coming up Trump right now. Everything. I mean,
the polls for Pennsylvania were crazy. It was +2 Trump, +5 Biden. It was just so like, and that's what happens after this election. It needs to be a reckoning with the polls. I think you get like CNN had Trump losing by 12 points in their last poll nationwide.
Well, we'll see what the popular vote is when.
Biden will win the popular vote by like 3 points, like Hillary. He'll win by 2 or 3 points. Who in the world thought 12 points? But their polls say 12. There needs to be an accountability on these pollsters that is so wrong.
Right. It's that because how do you keep your job?
They keep it 4 years later and Get rid of all the bad polls and keep the good ones. Like, don't even like that guy Nate Silver needs to start throwing away all the polls because he uses his poll average, right?
Yeah.
Same with Real Clear Politics. They shouldn't even be averaging in half of those pollsters.
Well, they consider the bad polls Trafalgar and Rasmussen, and those are the Trump polls, and those have been the ones that have been the most accurate.
Rasmussen got 100% accuracy with Hillary. He had Hillary by 2 points.
Mhm.
She won by 2 points.
Yeah.
And I told you, had Biden +1.
Yeah.
And it tells me a Trump victory.
By the way, his odds in Pennsylvania keep increasing. He's up to -170 to win Pennsylvania now.
They're not even covering Pennsylvania, CNN.
Yeah, notice they haven't talked about it
4
really.
years ago in this county, look at the difference.
They're still obsessed with North
26,000 votes,
Carolina.
More than that, 26,000 votes.
No, you're right. Donald
The
Trump has
places
moved
we're
within
missing, when you come back
only
here,
64% of the
some
voter
places
in,
missing,
and Donald
places
Trump has already
we're
caught
doing
him.
quite well.
He's already caught him in Ohio.
16. So that's the concern.
See?
If you're in the Biden campaign.
Good thing I called that an hour
Oh, he
ago.
just said concern in the Biden campaign.
And so what every campaign does right now, they know what's missing. They know which counties, they know which precincts within those precincts.
They know.
They know what their data tells them.
Why don't you know?
There.
Why don't you know, John King?
Let's go to Ohio.
Durham County there.
Let's go to
86%.
Ohio. Yeah, let's go to Ohio. Let's see what happens.
Before we leave, this is the place where they ran it.
Yeah,
up.
before we leave, I'm not done
That's
touching
where
this
it's
map
at.
here.
I want to move over here.
This is my big
This
night.
is the
I'm
thing.
John
We'll
King. Come on.
back here to Raleigh, to Wake County and the suburbs. Does the math change and does the margin change as that election day vote comes in? So we'll use that as a marker.
I'm going to check Twitter while this is going. See if there's any calls in there.
64%. It's been sort of we got some good votes early on, but it's been a slow.
What does that mean? We got some good votes. Who's we?
13,461
Did he just give his hand away?
votes. They call them battleground states for a reason. 49.5 to 49.2 with 64% in. And again, you have the same dynamics at play, especially in some of these smaller rural places. It doesn't look like a lot. You don't think this is a lot, right? Because it's 8,000 votes in a giant state like Ohio. But you're halfway in. You're getting 8,700 to the other guy's 2,900. That matters, right? That margin matters when you do it.
Now
here,
do Virginia. Like, how are they
Then you
not
do it
talking
here,
about Virginia with
and then you do
43%
it
in?
here, and then you do it here. That's how it adds up. And so
Look at
again,
Florida,
rather
man.
than
That
leading
increases
and
every
trailing,
time. We're up to
you're
3
watching
point.
those leads shrink as a
Question, Mike. How have they not called Florida yet?
I think was he only up by 2 points? Is that
He's up
why?
by 3.5% with 93% of the vote in. And they know goddamn well that those remaining 7%, those are from Republican counties.
They're not going to call Florida till it's like
But
98.
how? Like, there's no like. Do you understand the math in that? When you have 93% of the vote in and you are winning by 3.5%, in order to win, to overcome, I'm not I can't do it in my head, but I'm assuming he has to win that last 7%
Yeah.
by like 50.
Yeah, he should be. I wonder if has Fox News called it or anyone. I'll be checking.
I don't know. It's like, how can you not call Florida right now? Like, Florida's done. It is done. He won it a while ago. And
Yeah, so even Fox News hasn't called it yet.
Rural counties
Yeah.
Trump as well. Jake?
Thanks, David. We're looking at the race having tightened up quite a bit from what some pundits were projecting. And right now, it really does look like President Trump has narrowed or even broken even in Florida and North Carolina and Georgia.
Breaking even in Florida.
he's been winning all night.
Months
He broke even in Ohio.
Wall, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, the states that Hillary Clinton thought she had in the bag that Donald Trump tore down. Joe Biden trying to build it back up.
That's right. And, look, those states that you just talked about, it is not over. We are still watching them. But the whole MO of the Biden campaign from the beginning
And
was...
she's saying crucial battleground Texas is in that
And there's
list.
also another state that's going to come in later, which is Arizona. And that is still one that the Biden campaign is really hoping to finally...
Really? No, the Biden campaign, you're really
And I
hoping.
think that
But it doesn't matter if he loses Michigan and Ohio. What does Arizona matter?
it's not
It doesn't matter of what?
But she's saying, Arizona is important later in the night, but it's not if Trump wins Michigan.
You're right. Yeah, Michigan. If Trump lost, trying to think how Arizona would help the Democrats out. Arizona would help the Democrats out if because
Michigan is far less electoral college than Pennsylvania.
You're right. Yeah, like if he wins Michigan, then it doesn't matter what happens in Arizona.
It doesn't matter. And the whole take New Mexico, Colorado, Wyoming, and Montana, and all to the west. Those don't matter. They really don't.
No, nothing matters. I mean, New Mexico's done. I mean, yeah, the only one that's ever in play, like I said, is Arizona.
Yeah, Arizona matters if he doesn't win Michigan and he doesn't win Wisconsin.
Now, is this Biden with 80% in North Carolina up by 1.5 or 90%? I can't even tell.
I didn't see.
Oh, look at the Pennsylvania's rolling in. Pennsylvania's rolling in, and it's getting Trumpier every single time. Let's check the Vegas odds. What are they now? Still minus 220 for Trump. I was hoping that would be a little larger by now. Pennsylvania, he is now minus 190 to win Pennsylvania. That's significant. And I just love watching CNN. People will criticize me for having CNN. I watch CNN all the time. It's the first thing I put on in the morning because I just love to hear the other perspective and how the other half thinks, because I think it's fucking crazy, like absolutely crazy. And they've been so confident that Biden's going to win. Like Donald Trump is like a 1 in 10 chance. Maybe, don't count him out. Maybe it could be worse than last time, but probably not. We'll probably be good. And it's just watching it happen. They refuse to accept it. The fact that they're refusing to call Florida is just unbelievable.
Wait and see, because in Arizona, we might see a completely different story.
We
Even
might.
in a state like North Carolina, we might see a different story where a smaller population of Latino voters could be very important.
Oh,
for
shut up.
Biden if he is able to turn them out. But that being said,
I get what you know why they're saying this though, is they don't want people. If it looks like a Trump victory, they don't know people are going to tune
at
out.
the end of the day, the
If
situation
what?
in Miami-Dade is something that in the
I think what the job of these anchors is to keep people watching, and if they say it looks like Trump is going to win tonight, like Vegas, and then they're going to know everyone's going to tune out. So they have to make it. They have to make it look close, even if Biden was winning in a landslide. They're going to
They would try to make it seem like it was closer than it is.
They have to.
I don't know. I don't
Their
think
their ratings is everything. They need that money. Last time we went to 2 a.m. What if this race is over by 11?
That's true. That's true.
They don't want it over at 11 o'clock. So I get what there is a bias with them, but I think they also have a job. They're told this needs to go until 2 a.m. if we can keep it.
That's interesting. I'm not sure what people are saying on Fox. If some people could let us know. I couldn't find the Fox live stream, but
I looked on their website and they didn't have any. They weren't calling Florida.
Okay. They
still had it shaded red, but not called red.
That's interesting. They've already called Colorado, but I guess that's over. So that's interesting. Michigan, 20% is now in. Donald Trump is up by 20 points. You think that's worth anything, Mike?
But again, it's 35.
No, because I think it depends if Detroit is in, and the big city might not be in yet, and that could just sweep it over. But it sounds like if again, I think Vegas is definitely that you keep going there is a smart move because Vegas knows more than this guy does.
By the way, so Mike, if you had to guess in the Vegas odds right now, who do you think the favorite is to be the Republican nominee for president in 2024, according to Las Vegas?
In 2024, probably like Nikki Haley.
She's actually the second favorite. She's at plus 250. Someone else is at plus 160.
I mean, Pence will be there, but I don't think he'd be number one.
No, Pence is plus 1,000.
Plus 1,000?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would think that I don't know. It's blanking out.
It's Donald Trump.
Oh, really? Did you see that? Did you see that commercial?
Yeah.
It was where the woman goes to her daughter sleeping. In the background, it shows Trump winning, and she's like, "You told me to wake you up when the election was over." And she's like, "Oh, who won?" She's like, "Donald Trump." And the little girl's like, "But you said that presidents can only run for 2 terms." He's like,
"Yes, I did see that."
So they acted like he's going to be there for the next 8 years.
Would that be funny? But
when FDR was the last guy to run, 4 terms.
Yeah, but then after him, they put a constitutional amendment in. You can't even do that anymore. So
yeah, you can't do that. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, it's absurd. They want you to make you think. I don't know why Vegas would have them. I think what they're saying is if Trump lost this election, he would still seek out the nomination in 2024. No, he's not going away.
He could, but I think Nikki Haley is the rising star.
Nikki Haley is not a rising. Fuck Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley. No, dude, she's.
I mean, in the Republican Party, she is.
No, she's not. She's gonna get rejected. She's a Marco Rubio, milk toast, pussy Republican who gives in to liberals every single time when they push her. She's the first to she fell for the Jussie Smollett thing. Like she falls for a lot of stupid shit on social media. She fell for the Bubba Wallace thing, where I think Republicans now are forever changed because of Donald Trump, and that they want fighters. Like they want, and the fighters in the party, the people that are rising are Tom Cotton, Josh Hawley, and Kristi Noem from South Dakota. Those are the big three risers. I think it's going to be one of them.
If Trump wins tonight, you know who the Democrats going to break out is Michelle Obama in 4 years.
Actually, you know who the favorite is right now to win the Democratic nomination?
It's not Michelle Obama?
It is not.
There's
another one that you might never guess.
Pete Buttigieg?
No, he's at plus 1,500. He's 8th. Michelle Obama is 6th at plus 1,000.
And there's no way Bernie Sanders could ever go in there.
He's in 5th at plus 1,000.
Why would you? That guy is going to be so old by then. I don't know how you can do that.
Well, Joe Biden's second. Joe Biden's at plus 300, and he'll be 82. But the favorite to win the Democratic nomination for president in Las Vegas in 2024 is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
That makes sense. I think she's going to go against who's the senator there?
Chuck Schumer.
Yeah, I think she's going to go against Schumer.
Yeah, he's up next because Gillibrand got elected in 2018. Schumer will be up for re-election in 2022.
Yep. She's going to go after that seat.
She's not going to win it. She would lose.
You think so?
Yeah, of course she's going to lose. She can only win in Queens, man. Like these Ayanna, the squad, their districts are so heavily blue that no Republican, like Ilhan Omar's district is something like plus 50 blue. Like it's ridiculous. Ayanna Presley's district is plus 34 blue. The second closest to that in Massachusetts is like plus 13.
They're scared of her though.
Of who?
Of AOC.
No one's scared of AOC.
You don't think Schumer's scared of her?
No, nobody. These people, they can't make it past the House. These people, they're never going to become senators. They just come from such heavily leftist, like socialist utopias, the cities that they represent, that's why they get elected in the first place. They're not going to win statewide, and they can't.
So some of the comments, 7 Pounder says Dan Crenshaw. He's good. He's in Texas.
Oh, I forgot about Dan Crenshaw. Yeah, he's another good one too. I forgot about Crenshaw.
He's in Texas, I think, right?
Yes, he's from right outside the Houston area. He lives in represents a very gerrymandered district.
And then you have, I don't know, it has a name here, Trump Jr. I don't want to see like Trump Jr. go. I don't want to see I don't like the families coming in.
I like the Trump family.
I don't want to see like him go after that. I just want to let's get someone. Some of the names you brought up there, like Tom Cotton. I think you got some better people.
They're better people than. Oh, you think Tom Cotton's better than him?
Than Trump Jr. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what are the updates here? We got Georgia, Trump by 14 with half the vote almost in.
Wow, that's significant, man. That is significant.
And that should roll over into the Senate race.
76% of the estimated vote is in.
He's
Texas, 76%. How does Texas have 76% of their vote in? And New Hampshire has like 20.
Or Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
You know?
How freaking hard New Hampshire like takes forever. Like how it's fucking New Hampshire.
Yeah, see Virginia. Wow.
Minus 340 to win president.
So Biden should have been cutting that lead in Virginia by now, and he hasn't. He's still down by 15 points in Virginia.
But again, the counties that he's going to win are going to be so overwhelmingly like those ones right outside of DC and the Newport News area.
Yeah, I think the polls where he was up by like 12, right, or something like that.
Yeah, like that's not supposed to be. And I think this happened in the last election. Like Donald Trump was winning Virginia for a significant amount of time. I'm going to pull up something. I want to see. So I want to see what minus 340 would be in a football game. So
that's gonna be like Baltimore versus Cincy, you know.
It would be Houston Texans against Jaguars. It would be minus. It would be a 7.5. It'd be the Patriots against the Jets. Actually, the Patriots are minus 340 to beat the Jets. And Donald Trump is minus 340.
And the Jets are the only team without a win right now, right?
Right. Not that the Patriots are looking good.
Yeah, Patriots are terrible.
Yeah,
but Cam was close to getting that last Super Bowl. I mean, the last touchdown to get a win.
I'll show you why that's important. Hillary Clinton won both of those states, so people would say no big.
But you have the lowest paid quarterback in the NFL for a reason, right?
Yeah.
Is he on like a $1 million contract?
Yeah, and I don't think he's going to get much more than that. Oh, this live has ended. What the hell happened?
CNN must have. Oh, there you go. You know what it is? There's a timer maybe, and they might bump you.
Push flex pays deep into
Oh, it's commercial time. That's why. They got to pay the bills.
Severe storms can be a nightmare.
So this is interesting, man. I'll show you guys in the meantime.
Seal family of products at these fine retailers.
So this is interesting, Mike. It's looking very good for the Trump people. I didn't think we were going to have a good idea going into this. Who was going, like you said, with Pennsylvania, Mike? Are we going to waste our time tonight? I mean, it's 9:55 right now, and it is looking very in favor.
Michigan would end it if Michigan wins. The night's over. So
yep.
I'm looking on CNN now on their website to look. So they have Michigan, Trump 57.8. Oh, they just keep moving it. Okay, so he's up by 18 points in Michigan with 23% in. He's now ahead in North Carolina, 49.7 to 49.1 with 84% in. Georgia, he's still up by 15 points with half of the vote in. Ohio, Biden is up by 0.3% right now.
So remember when that was 11 a minute ago?
Yeah, and that's with 64% in. Florida now is Trump 51.2 to 47.7.
That's what it was before. So
yeah, and that's 93%. Pennsylvania is Biden now is only up by 1 point.
What percent's in though?
18%.
18, yeah.
But he was up 2-1 at one time, right?
Yeah, but what counties, you know?
So Texas, Trump is up by by 2 points with 76%. Virginia, I won't even go to that one for now. And that's all those. So let's see. Susan Collins is up right now, but 7% is in. We don't want to count that.
Susan, 7%. How does Maine not have their shit together?
Wow. Tillis and Cunningham are exactly at 47.9% each.
Yep.
And most of the vote is in. Graham is running away with 40%. He's up by 10 points.
Yeah, that was the one they dumped $100 million into. What a fucking disaster this is. What an absolute disaster this is.
So Purdue is up by 15 points with half the vote in Georgia.
Americans who are on edge.
And that's the same lead that Trump has, right?
Everyone cares about the American election. But right now, more.
Yeah, about that. Yeah, about the same.
And our chief international anchor, Cristiano.
But Trump should pass Ohio here in the next update.
Trump should pass Ohio? Yeah.
Yeah, he's only down by 0.2.
All right. Hey,
we see every time there's a new point in, he gains a point.
I will be right back. You're in charge, Mike, while I'm gone.
Okay.
Be right back. He's a pisser.
Yep. All right, guys. So I will take over a little bit here. I can't control the CNN audio, so I apologize.
Oh, yeah. Want me to turn it on?
No, that's all right because
Okay.
it's not really showing the map. So what do you guys think out there? Looks like Trump is in the lead for now. And it's interesting. So Pennsylvania is the big deal, right? And we know that. So if Trump loses Michigan, then Pennsylvania matters. But if he wins Michigan, Pennsylvania doesn't matter because it's like Pennsylvania has 20 electoral votes to Michigan's 16. I don't think Trump's going to win Virginia. So that is not going to happen, even though he's ahead right now. But, that works. The big Democrat wave is going to come in towards the end of the night on that one. So really it comes down to, can Trump win Michigan? If he does, and he wins Ohio, then Pennsylvania won't matter, and Arizona doesn't matter as much. And he doesn't have my map up. So I had predicted tonight Trump would win 279 electoral votes to 259 Biden. It needs to be very close tonight. I might be wrong because it looks like now Trump is winning much stronger than I expected in Florida. The states aren't called right now in Florida. They're not called in Georgia. They're not called in North Carolina. So we're going to have those come in here shortly.
What'd I miss? Anything?
No, I just went through a quick review.
Okay, good. Held it down.
Look at some of the. Let's look at some of the questions here if there are any.
Trump has moved to minus 400. I see.
On president.
Yep. I mean, minus 400 is.
That's at this time. In 4 years ago, I think Hillary was still the favorite.
Minus 400, by the way, is a 10.5 point spread. 10.5 point spread. So
yeah, I mean that's huge. If you're a bet on boxing, that is like a Floyd Mayweather. Floyd was always up like -4 to -600, and he's the guy who went undefeated. The guy, one of the few people outside of Rocky Marciano that went undefeated in his career.
He did, huh? He never fought anyone though. He spent his entire
Conor McGregor.
yeah, exactly. He fought Manny Pacquiao when they were 40, but
I know. He always fought. He fought. There was a Mexican fighter. He's like a redhead guy. He was really good now.
Canelo. But Canelo,
Yeah, he fought Canelo like 3 years before his prime.
and Canelo didn't fight him. Canelo was taking a like Canelo that fight that pissed me off because I was excited about that fight.
Mayweather was a genius at getting guys before they were ready in their prime or way past their prime.
He's also the most boring champion of all time because he's a completely defensive fighter.
Yeah, he just runs around the ring.
Right, like Floyd Mayweather could probably run like a 16-minute 5K. I always said that he would be a great long distance runner, but he's a boring boxer. He's a boring champion, you know. But okie dokie, how we looking here? Let's see. I don't even see any odds anymore. Are they not taking them? I mean, is this trending this way? Why is this woman on here? Why we listen to
her? That's Amanpour.
Yeah,
she was like Iraq. She was in the Iraq War, Desert Storm kind of era.
Yeah. Why aren't they? Where's John King?
I think they just. Yeah, I don't know. The guys need a break, maybe.
We go back because he's on TV when I was upstairs.
There we go. Now we're maybe moving on. Nope.
It's a repeat. Oh, it's a repeat. They're saying. Okay.
A race for 270.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and put it on.
Oh, did it jump to the next? It might have jumped to the next.
Yeah. Jump people like messaging me. I'm like, what are we watching here?
We're watching 2016.
Here's where things stand.
Courtney says you're killing me.
Let's start in Ohio right now. 69.
Oh, it's over. There we go.
Estimated vote is in Ohio. Trump is ahead by 102,000.
Yeah, 69%.
That changed fast.
To 48.
He's going to keep gaining too, I think, and you might see like
4% of the vote is in. Biden has a very small lead of nearly 30,000 votes, 49.7% to 49.1%.
Trump is up to minus 500 now, minus 500.
29% of the vote is in. Biden has a relatively comfortable 300,000 vote lead.
Why did they? Wolf Blitzer sometimes gets annoying.
To 33.
Wolf Blitzer is annoying all the time.
But when Trump's ahead by 29, he'll 29% in, he'll say, "Oh, it's still early," and then he says, "Comfortable lead for Biden."
Yeah. Oh, this is looking closer. Like CNN pretends that it's not biased, but they so obviously are, you know.
So there's Florida. So they should be pulling up the whole Hillary vote right now because I swear that they were still neck and neck with like 91%, 92%.
Electoral votes in Florida and Pennsylvania. Only 20% of the vote is in. Trump
Wow, he pulled ahead in Pennsylvania.
But how many percent's in? 20? I mean, that
he was down like 2-1.
Look at Michigan. Oh, it's only 23%. Okay.
Yeah.
Don't get too excited. Let me refresh those donos. See if we got anything here. 7 Pounder says, thanks for all you do. Trump 2020. I want to see Acosta cry. You might. Love my hat. Push the merch. Peace. Thank you, sir. There you go.
Those guys want Trump in office, no matter how much they hate him.
Yeah. Oh, he's so good for ratings.
They need him for ratings. What would ratings be with Biden press conference?
Yeah. People are saying this is old news. What's old news?
It's live right now, right?
Yeah, this is live. Yeah. I mean, it might be like a 15-second delay because of the live stream, but so there you go. Virginia's tightening. That's why you can't trust, the early stuff.
What are you looking at right now? What's jumping out?
It's a disaster. It is a disaster, folks.
We look by states all the time.
All right, I'm gonna take my break. I'm going to the bathroom real quick.
Go for it, man. Take your time.
That's the way it works. But because of the smaller counties, the Democrats win in the red counties. We're just taking a look at that as a personal curiosity for the nights. And now we come back to this right here. 50.7 to 47.9.
Look at that.
Vote, but that's not how we pick presidents. We look at 2020 right here. Look what has just happened.
They're trying. See what he always compares the Hillary thing to the Biden thing because he's like, oh, look at Biden's doing better in this county than Hillary did, and let me touch it, and it's going to go from 52% to 48%, just like that. Oh, Trump's in trouble. He's not in trouble, guys. He's fucking safe. They've been lying to you. All the media does is lie. The lies are catching up to them tonight. A lot of you people were nervous, right? Admit it. A lot of people were nervous. A lot of Trump supporters like. You think he's going to win? When I said, I've been guaranteeing a Trump win for quite some time now. And I've been skeptical at times with Donald Trump. His chances of winning. Like June, I was down on him. Donald Trump ain't losing. Donald Trump's going to win re-election. And it looks like at this point, he might win by more than he did last time. Like what he's doing in Florida right now, the amount he's winning by, I don't think he can win the popular vote just because of California. He's going to lose He's going to get a cream pie in California. It's going to be fun.
Looking at Pennsylvania right now. If you're
But
looking at this map right now, let me just pull it back out.
it is not every single time he updates this thing, it just gets worse and worse and worse for them.
Pennsylvania, Michigan,
I mean, look at that. He's down
Republican, you're saying
4.5 points, 4.5% in Pennsylvania.
a long way to go in all of these.
Florida,
No offense to anybody,
done.
but we're
Called Florida an hour ago. They still haven't. They don't have the balls to call Florida. Florida's done. 94% of the voter in. Done. Georgia, over 51% of the votes in. 56% Trump's winning by. Almost done. Almost.
In the middle chapters here, in some states, in the early chapters again.
Michigan, long way to go. Good lead though. What percent of Detroit has voted? That's the question.
That's a tiny.
Ohio, Trump's up 3 freaking points now with 70%. Dude, oh, he might win Ohio by more than he did last time. He won Ohio by 9 points last time. This is madness. We are looking, guys, at a potential. You can't really get a landslide, a true landslide with Trump because he's lost New York, he's lost Illinois, he's lost Massachusetts. He's going to lose California and Washington.
The president's going to be reelected, but we
But-
don't know this yet. Still, 53 to 45.
Yeah, I think didn't Reagan win 49 or 50 and Nixon won
Reagan
like
and Nixon both won 49 states, correct?
yeah. So that's the only time you've ever gonna when you have a Cold War or something like that, you get a president like
Yeah, believe it or not, those are not the biggest landslide victories, though. You know, the biggest landslide victory in American history was James Monroe, who I believe his opponent got 0 electoral votes, 0. And
wasn't Washington unanimous both times too.
yeah, but that was like a little bit. That was like a
That was the real electoral college, like 20 people voting.
yeah. That was just like, you know, the guy we won the war because of him, so we should just. And he's wise and he's tall. The fact that George Washington was 6'2" back then helped. Oh, look at this, North Carolina. He's finally officially caught him in North Carolina. He'll pass him at any moment now.
Says 86%.
Patience on your part. Early votes came in. Joe Biden built an early lead.
Yeah, see, that's the story. That's why they had all this hope for Biden is that they counted all these states counted early voting early, and that's why he was up so much. And Trump's been catching up because now you're getting the votes from today coming in.
By the way, minus 600 it has moved to now. The line is minus 600.
Oh, they're already getting Arizona in now, huh?
So to tell you guys, just to compare what a minus 600 is, the Kansas City Chiefs are minus 600 at home against the Carolina Panthers this
Which
weekend.
is terrible this year. They don't have their running back. What's his name?
Well, the Carolina Panthers, they suck. The Kansas City Chiefs are the Super Bowl champs at home.
And they don't have Christian McCaffrey. With
Yeah, even if they did, it wouldn't make. I mean, running back's not going to make a difference.
But it would make it like minus 500.
Yeah, barely move. Wow.
Is Phoenix going red?
What is going? Oh, and it's moved. He's up to minus 775 now, guys. Every single minute, this comes closer to being over. This is almost fucking over, guys.
Isn't what Phoenix should be Biden, right?
Yeah, you would think so. It's funny with Arizona.
There you go. Okay, it is Biden.
Arizona lives within that one area, like Phoenix, Glendale, Mesa. They're all right in this area.
But it's like that in a lot of. Have you ever looked at a Missouri map?
Yeah, they've got Kansas City and
you have St. Louis is blue and every other county is red.
a lot of the places are like that. Pennsylvania's like that. Ohio's like that.
Again, one of the gifts of this election, no matter who wins, is turnout is up everywhere.
You know, the only state, I think Massachusetts is the only state in the country, I want to say, where like maybe Rhode Island too. I forget of like, you know, having a certain amount of electoral votes where every single county went to the Democrats.
Yeah, it'll be Hawaii as well, but that's just tiny.
Yeah. But those are small, tiny. Like, you know, Vermont, obviously.
I guess like Oregon and Washington might be pretty close, right?
No, those have like heavy in the eastern parts of Washington and Oregon. Those are heavily Republican areas.
All the hunters.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they have such densely populated areas on the coasts in those states. I mean, Oregon is like the 7th biggest state in the country land-wise. Like, it's fucking huge. It's like the size of Arizona, you know? But
so when are you going on with Jerry Callahan again? Because people are asking in the comments.
I'll be on with Jerry Thursday. Should we try? I should try to get Jerry on now.
Got to bring him in. Yeah, that's what they're saying. Because he's much better than I am.
Oh, you're fine. You're doing great. I'm gonna tell
Jerry's a legend, so he'll and he knows how to make fun of everyone. I'm more like a nice guy.
I just want to hear what he's got to say.
Oh, he's probably He's probably going crazy. Vincent Vega says minus 800 now.
Minus 800.
But we got a ways to go. 86%. This is why they're so much fun. Let's just come back out here and see if anything's updated. No, still at 70% here.
Well, Arizona is 70% already. We're not even like half of that in Pennsylvania.
We're not even having that in New Hampshire.
And Arizona's already, what are they like?
Trump has passed them in North Carolina.
What are they, 2 time zones away?
Passed them in North Carolina. Guys, this is I'm not calling it yet because I'm not going to be that guy, but this is almost over.
Yeah, don't do what is it, the Dewey versus
Yeah, but that was before any votes were
No, I
cast.
know. They had those newspapers. They always print those. It's like the Super Bowl T-shirts that get sent to Africa when they lose. They always print both. They print both. They have both ready.
So the president doing better here, running up some votes here.
I mean, this would be an absolute miracle if Joe Biden came back. And I cannot wait not only to watch the destruction from leftists on social media and all this stuff. That's obviously going to be great. But more than anything, I can't wait to see the AOC wing of the party blame this on the DNC for fucking over Bernie. Because they're going to do that. They're going to say the reason we lost this election is because we didn't put up a radical enough candidate.
Hey, I think you're frozen.
Am I? Yeah. What the fuck?
Your audio's fine now.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Worst case, just bump yourself out and come back in.
Hold on. My screen is frozen.
You had a lead here. That would get the president down to 280. And if you can pick
Hold
this
on.
up here,
Why the fuck is this happening?
See, my biggest worry is
right now 269.
if we get like past Pennsylvania, my biggest worry is the violence that's going to occur. Random act. I mean, you saw the guy who got assassinated basically in was that Portland?
Yeah, the Trump supporter there.
He was just walking. You hear the audio. They're like, "We got one over here," and they walk up and shot him to death.
You think that's gonna happen? Yeah, something bad's gonna happen. Probably. You're
gonna have violence. It's like that's the biggest thing that worries me.
Yep.
Is Antifa does have a plan. If they lose.
Yeah. Gary said he will come on. I got to send him the stream first. I have to fix this fucking stream. 1 sec. I'll send the stream in a sec.
Fat Rob says Trump is up 4.7% in Ohio now.
Jesus, he might win by more than he did last time, and we were all fucking worried. Hold on.
You might be able to fix it. Is knock out the CNN thing. Go to 2 and 2, just me and you.
I'm trying.
Oh, okay.
I can't even get to that screen. I'm getting the pinwheel. How the hell am I even on it? If I do Control-S, let's see. Hold on.
I'm the only one not frozen.
You can still hear me though?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What the fuck's happening? I'm gonna control, guys. I don't know what's gonna. I'm gonna exit out of Chrome because it's not responding.
Yeah, worst case, just restart and I'll come back in if you want.
Hold on. I don't know if we have to start a new stream if that happens.
I think it might happen. Yeah, we're gonna have to.
Well, you stay on and I'll jump back in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we still live out there, guys? Darren says we're now down to minus 550. Yep, Fuba computer. Yes, we got no fee, but I do have. I'm going to go look on CNN right now to see what we have here.
All right, I'm back.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, there we go. You're working.
Okay.
I think when you share a screen, sometimes it overpowers the computer.
And this isn't Fupa computer. This is a new computer.
That was purple, competitive state. That was red.
I'm going to bring Jerry on in a minute. I'm going to send him the link.
Which means we're just starting.
9%.
Let me.
Yeah, we're just starting the night in Pennsylvania. So
they are freaking out.
Any conclusions there? So
So
then
Trump's now up by 0.4.
This is real business now. When you get to a place 72% in Ohio,
about 3% in
He's
Florida.
winning by 8% in Pennsylvania.
The governor.
Well, Susan Collins is up pretty decent. Now it's only 11%.
Ways to go yet? As David Chalian knows.
So Kelly is beating McSally by 11 points. 22%.
That's why we count to the end.
She's up by. She's winning.
North Carolina.
No, she's down by 11 points.
Really? Compared to what with Trump? That's what I wonder.
This again, you're going to watch the map swing, right? Joe Biden had a big early lead in North Carolina. Democrats get optimistic, but we have to remember the difference of this night in the pandemic election, the different ways people voted, the different pace at which states are counting them. North Carolina now, the president ahead, up to 88%, 49.
Did I lose that again?
It says interrupted.
God damn it! I'm just
I think
gonna.
it might be on their part, not yours.
Okay. Well, hopefully, we'll see what happens there.
What I want to do is just restart this whole. How many viewers do we have?
We got a huge audience.
Oh, okay.
Huge. I'm not giving this one up. No fucking way. You know what? I'm gonna take this.
Try to bring it different instead of CNN. Let's switch over to
Yeah,
Fox.
we'll switch networks. I'm gonna switch networks. Give me 1 sec.
All right, I'll go through the comments. Let's see. So Juan says Philadelphia just announced it will
That
stop.
was purple, competitive state. That was red.
What'd you say? Philadelphia just what?
Philadelphia just announced it will stop counting.
Why?
I don't know why.
Because they're
I'm
corrupt.
just going through your comments. I'm not. These aren't
Yeah, feel
verified.
free to wade through the comments while I get this to Jerry. Hold on.
Let's see. Let me back up a little. Jake Ryan, Ohio's looking great.
Copy. Yeah, Ohio's done.
Rich says, "What's up, Mike?" Lionel says, "Oh, there we go. Let's see."
Okay. So, all right. So I sent that to Jerry. I'm gonna bring up the CNN stream again. I'm gonna refresh this.
You want to watch the map swing, right? Joe Biden had a big early lead in North Carolina. Democrats get optimistic, but we have to remember the difference of this night in the pandemic election, the different ways people voted and the different pace at which states are counting them. North Carolina now, the president ahead up to 88%, 49.6 to 49.2. That means we still have more to count.
That work? Let's see. That work? Let's see.
Yeah, they called Colorado for Biden already.
Oh, yeah, they called that a while ago.
Okay, I'm looking on
You know,
CNN.
watch the map swing, right?
We have
Joe
almost
Biden
as
had a
many
big
viewers
early
as
lead in
CNN.
North Carolina.
CNN is
Democrats get
532.
optimistic, but we have to remember
Oh, this is
the
just some
difference of
guy
this night in the
named
pandemic
Kevin
election.
Pearl sharing the
Different ways
CNN
people
live stream.
voted and the different pace at which
Okay.
states
Oh, that's fine. You got to get the
North
yeah.
Carolina now, the president ahead
Don't
up
need
to
it. Hold on.
88%, 49.6 to
Actually,
49.2.
do I not have this
That means
on?
we still have more to count.
Why does it keep getting interrupted? Do I have the wrong one on? Is that the
Go
problem?
to CNN.com. They have Watch Live on there.
Okay, I'll just go to CNN.com. Okay.
It's on commercial right now.
CNN.com. Okay. Do we have Jerry back there yet? No, he's not. I just sent him the link. Watch CNN live right here. This could work.
Yeah, I think that's how you can watch it.
I do like watching CNN. Like on a night when he's winning, like I gotta watch CNN. Like,
Hey, look, we're twinsies.
I'll let you know
Is
when
it
that comes on.
commercial?
In the meantime, oh, the odds to win have gone down. It went from
Yeah,
minus.
minus 400.
Wow, what
Minus
happened?
450.
Did something good happen with Biden while I was gone?
I don't know. I'm looking. I don't see anything on. Maybe because North Carolina and Florida haven't been called yet.
Yeah, because they won't fucking call. I called.
They do
Florida
that.
now.
It's kind of like options, right? As time goes on, they get worse left. And
Around the Atlanta metro
Yeah.
area. And again, these are small. These are the smaller ones here, but still eighth of the county. So you're looking, Joe Biden's ahead, 72% here. You move closer into Atlanta, 68% here, but then you come over here, just 1%. And again, you go back in time 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton won pretty big.
Jerry's
pretty big
trying to
share.
figure
Joe
it out.
Biden,
Let's see.
Many believe will do even better. A, higher turnout. B, suburban rejection of the president. So we have a long way
Suburban
to go.
rejection.
We have a long way to go.
We have a long way to go. This is a nightmare
Big chunk of
for you
vote out
people. What are you
in the
talking about?
Democratic
Long way
area
to
here.
go.
I just want to check down some other Democratic areas.
Let's
About
see.
halfway there.
How do I
Not quite,
copy
though.
this?
So
Let's
there's more
see.
Democratic votes to be had there. Come over to the coast here, about 70% here. So some more votes, but fewer there. So you wait, and you see that's a pretty healthy lead, but it doesn't mean
Yeah,
big
Trump's-
cities like Atlanta.
Trump's up nearly 4 points.
You can make up some pretty big math.
Trump's
Those
got
votes
what?
come in.
4-point
He's
lead
up
in
nearly
Ohio.
4 points in Ohio.
Yeah.
Specifically, what percentage of the vote?
Pennsylvania, he's up 52 to 46
Wide, then you
with
come
52 to 46,
26.
huh?
less than a third, 28%.
Florida, he's up.
We've been
It's
through
narrowing a little bit,
election night too.
but it's 94% in. He's got too big of a lead. He's
He's
got
up by
400,000.
3.4%.
Frustrating.
That's 380,000 vote lead.
It's over.
But
There's Georgia.
12.
Georgia's at over 50% in Georgia.
Yeah.
But he was up 15% a while ago. North Carolina's coming more and more in. That's looking good.
88% North Carolina.
51 to 44.
He's going to win that barely, though. He's not going to win it. He's going to win it by 2 points, it looks like.
Is what?
Look at Ohio, 5 points.
Yeah.
Donald Trump doing a little better.
Remember we were worried about Ohio like an hour ago?
You were worried about Ohio.
I wasn't. I was only worried about it because I called it. and I read it wrong. But you know what? That was
He went from down 11 points to up 5.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened.
So don't jump to any conclusions here. But this is
Let me
why-
That's what's going to happen in Virginia, right?
Barack Obama
For Biden.
twice.
Has Virginia changed at all? Have they given us any
They haven't
updates?
showed an update on that. They keep going to these same like 5 states.
Why do we lose those voters? And who are those voters? Well, in Macomb County, they work in the auto industry. They
Right.
work in related industries like that. Blue collar workers, people who work with their hands. This has been a problem for the Democrats. Joe Biden said he could get them back. But listen, we got a long way to go there. So you don't want to jump.
Well, Michigan is 54-43 with 30%.
2016. You don't see a ton of blue here.
This is it right here. This is our Pennsylvania tonight.
What, Michigan?
If he wins this, it's over.
Yeah.
If you win Michigan and he keeps
Why?
Ohio,
Like, they really have Ohio in blue right now. Why is Ohio in blue?
I don't think it is.
Look
No,
at
he's
it.
up by 5 points in Ohio. He shouldn't be.
Yeah, am I colorblind?
So the question is, can Joe Biden get those?
That's counties right now. He's got.
Oh, that was when Obama won. That was Obama.
Okay.
Okay.
So again, if you're looking at
But if he holds Florida, I mean, obviously Florida. If he holds North Carolina, Georgia,
we got a long way to go.
Ohio, and then he also picks up Michigan.
He's up by 5% now in Ohio.
We need to caution our viewers out there. It's early. Whether you're rooting for Trump or you're rooting for Biden, it's early.
We need to
Still
caution them.
counting the votes.
Would they say that if Trump was winning?
If this is 2016 or 2018, you might remember in
They
2018.
want. They're trying to cause not. They don't want people to panic, but they should.
They want people to go to bed.
Donald Trump's now winning in Wisconsin by 4 points with a third of the vote in. Jesus Christ.
They don't want anyone to go to bed. That's for sure.
This is fantastic.
For President Trump, we don't know. Everyone needs.
Yeah,
to
Courtney says VA is
Right.
leaning towards Biden. It is going to go to Biden.
This is
Aaron
amazing.
says now it's minus 300 Trump.
Yeah, what the hell happened? How did it go to minus 300?
Telegraphing.
Could be a lot of betting coming in.
Tonight. It could take a while, and it is.
You don't need a. Jerry's like, I've entered 8 passwords and I'm still not in. What the fuck? You don't need a password. You just click on the thing.
Just wait and see what happens. Meaning Michigan, Wisconsin, and not as north, but more further north, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Arizona is still
Should I call him?
question about what's going on there, but this is what happens.
Yeah, if you can't figure, is he on his computer? Tell him to go on his phone.
We had a lot of states that were
Or if he's on his
We
phone.
use StreamYard every day. Like every day we do this.
Yeah,
Dave
but-
Cullen sends him a link.
President Trump and Joe Biden, and we have
He's
to
on,
wait
but tell him to go to the opposite. If he's on a computer, go to the phone.
know where this thing is headed. I do think that based on where we are right now, we're in the choose your own adventure.
He ain't gonna
part.
use his phone.
We're in the part of the choose your own adventure where we really need the patience.
Should I
We really
call him?
need
Like, can
people
I call him
to
in?
just wait until it comes in because it's not.
How do I
gonna
call
be
from my
an
computer though?
easy, early, quick night for people.
Well, you
These
could do
folks
a
are
if you have a Google
in
voice
six
thing,
hours.
I
You
don't.
Very tight. And when the polls
you can
were
call him and
set,
put your phone close to your mic.
I could. That's pretty good. Oh, I see him. Oh, I see him.
Is he
We
coming
got
in?
Jerry here. We got Jerry.
that meant it was a toss-up.
How's it going, Jerry?
We're seeing them.
We have him there?
Maybe, is his mic on?
Is your mic on, Jerry? Does he know he's on? Hold on. Jerry. What the hell is that? He's
He
gonna-
might not have gave his computer access to his.
You got me now?
I'm gonna hear. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
Fucking pain in the ass.
So this is looking good, no?
You're here to cheer me up. I mean, I'm not saying cheer me up. Convince me because I'm cynical. You know that. I'm a skeptic and I'm not ready to celebrate at all. Pennsylvania's not going to, we're not going to know for like a month and a half what's happening in Pennsylvania. Why are you convinced it's over?
Oh, because well, first of all, he killed him in Florida. That set the tone. He's going to win by 4 or 5%.
That's wonderful, but so what? That's one
Because it
state.
sets the tone for the whole country. As Florida goes, the country goes. I'm looking at Pennsylvania right now. I know I understand a lot of stuff in Pennsylvania hasn't come in yet, but the mere fact that it's, he's up by 6% with 30% in, that matters. He's winning in Michigan. He's winning in Wisconsin. He's going to win Arizona. Like the Las Vegas doesn't give money away, and they've been heavily.
You're always focused on the odds. The odds.
I am.
The odds flipped at 9:30, which was and they flipped completely from like 35 to for Trump to 65 for Trump, which is a good sign. Those are good analytical people. You know how that works. But why are you convinced? Like Why are you convinced that Arizona's going to? I mean, Minnesota's not going to. We're going to lose Minnesota. You're convinced we're going to win Arizona?
Probably going to lose Minnesota.
Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio. You're convinced those three are staying red?
Oh, Ohio's over. He's won. Ohio's done. He's up by 5% in Ohio right now, and it keeps growing every time they bring it. They did all the Columbus votes early. So Ohio, forget about Ohio. It's over. Forget about North Carolina. It's over. Forget about Georgia. It's over. Those are the states they kept telling us were in play. Texas is in play. Georgia's in play. No, it's not. They're clearly not in play. Like the states that mattered are Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, just like last time. And it's looking good for Trump in those states.
Do you always dress up for your live streams?
Only on the election night.
See, I laid low. People thought I was going to go to a party and everything. I just sit there nervously waiting, hoping. I go back and forth. I watch CNN so I could see, what the enemy is up to, and I hope to see their gloomy faces. I'm not there yet. I'm not ready for that yet. They're certainly not ready for that yet. But when do you think it's official? When is your feeling? What is your feeling about when this becomes official? They can't wait for Pennsylvania. They have massive corruption going on. They get boxes of mail-in ballots that they're not going to count till Friday.
Define official. Like they're not going to call it.
If Trump wins Michigan, Jerry, it's over.
You know why the line has moved a little bit in favor of Biden is because he's winning in Arizona by a significant amount with 75% of the vote in. So that would be interesting.
Wow, that's amazing. See, that's what I was trying to explain to you the other day. This is our one and only chance. I feel like the demographics are going to shift, and 4 years from now, even if we have a great candidate, Josh Hawley and Candace Owen on the ticket, these states, like Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, the Democrats will succeed in flipping those because of open borders. I mean, if we lose this election, the borders, the wall stops, the borders are open, and you have massive immigration into these states. And you know what happens? Just like Massachusetts ruined New Hampshire, people moved over the border and ruined New Hampshire. You'll have immigrants coming from Central America, South America, and changing Arizona, maybe even Texas, but North Carolina, Georgia, they'll change because they couldn't change the people's minds who lived here. So they changed the demographic. They brought in new people, and they were undocumented Democrats. And as soon as they're documented, we lose. The good guys lose.
Yeah, but at the same, I see what you're saying because those are new people that you're adding to the equation. However, like with states like Pennsylvania were never in the mix before. Like if Pennsylvania goes to Trump again, that's 2 times in a row. Michigan does it again. We start winning these states that were solidly blue. They pick up some, but then we gain some. It all balances out, no?
If we don't win Pennsylvania this time, again, forget it. You have the worst candidate. I know he lived there when he was 5 years old, but Joe Biden is a terrible candidate. His running mate's even worse. They said they were going to end fracking. They said they were going to end oil. I mean, that should be all she wrote. That should have been an easy win for Trump. It's not. Hopefully,
it's looking like it. There he is. He's up 8 points so far. Imagine he wins Pennsylvania by like 7 or 8 points. They'll blame
fracking, but you just blame a really bad candidate. You blame a guy who just was incoherent for much of the campaign. Did you see him today? By the way, today, his final day, he was wandering around like someone that escaped from the nursing home, babbling on about Green Mile and mistaking his granddaughter for his dead son on live TV. It was incredible. The guy was just lost on the final day of campaigning. He went to Scranton. Trump went all over the place. The last 3. Trump went 24 rallies in 5 days, and this guy went to Scranton like 3 times. That was it.
Yeah. He was rambling on today about his lifeguarding days, and I think he called his granddaughter Bo. Did you see that?
He said, this is Bo Biden, who was in the Senate in Delaware. No, but it wasn't Bo Biden. Bo Biden's dead. And B, he was never in the Senate, and neither was she. I mean, it was just the worst. Yeah,
I think it was Bo's kid, right? Like that's what got him confused. But he was never in the Senate. Who was in the Senate?
He was. Bo was Attorney General. Bo was Attorney General. I think Hunter was in charge of DEA. He was in charge of the drugs. You know.
Yes.
But I don't. The girl's like 20 years old or 18 years old. He says, "Here's my son Bo," and he looks at his granddaughter. That's, as I said to you the other day, and I tweeted this today. Joe Biden is unfit to be a teacher, a police officer, an insurance agent, a park ranger, to manage a Dunkin' Donuts, to work at Walmart. He could do none of those things. He is not mentally fit to do any of the above.
Yeah.
Yet he's on the precipice. If things break right for him, there's a path there. He could be president, the hardest job in the world. This guy is incapable of being a meter maid. And
now, suppose this continues. Suppose this continues and Donald Trump wins the presidency tonight. What I was saying, obviously, I'm looking forward to the leftist meltdown is going to be awesome. But I'm more looking forward to watching what people like AOC and the radical wing, because the first thing they're going to do is they're going to blame them for not putting up a radical enough candidate. Like, we should have put up Bernie.
Oh, yeah.
Like, America wants a Green New Deal. And they're going to go further left, and it's going to hurt them even more.
Or they should say we screwed Bernie again, and they did. By the way,
How'd
they
screw
did.
him? He lost. How'd they screw him?
Because Liz Warren stayed in just to defeat him, split the radical ticket, and make it easier for Joe. And she didn't attack Joe. She went hands off of Joe to assure that Joe would slide through the final days of the campaign of the primary. You got to admit.
Even more guilty than Joe was Mayor Pete and Klobuchar, who had fighting chances at one point, dropped out on the same day out of nowhere. And next thing you know, Mayor Pete's like all on TV. Like, he's everywhere. Like, he's working in the Biden.
He's definitely got a cabinet post. He's been promised a cabinet post. But you know what? I look at him and I say he'd be a much better candidate. And I know, and that the black guys in South Carolina didn't like
a problem
him.
with that. Yep.
He was, he was polling at 0% to 1%. But so what? Joe Biden had a rough start too in Iowa, and I think if they had Buttigieg, Klobuchar, even Liz Warren, they'd be much better off. I think people looked at Biden and just said he's not fit for the office, and he picked a terrible running mate who helped him not at all. Didn't help him win a state, didn't help him win a delegate, and certainly didn't make people feel better who were afraid the country was going, socialist.
Yeah.
But on the undercards, Ilhan Omar's back, Ayanna Pressley, they all win their primary races, correct? So they're back screaming, and Nancy Pelosi is still House Speaker.
Yeah, they're still going to win the House. They're still going to win. The Senate's interesting because Tillis is in a neck and neck thing right now in North Carolina. Susan Collins is neck and neck in Maine. They're going to lose the one in Arizona because they put up a horrible candidate in Martha McSally. Just disgusting. Cory Gardner's gone, so they've lost two. But they're also gaining one in Alabama. And if they keep the presidency, a 50-50 split means Republicans control the Senate.
Right. And I think they'll lose. I think they'll win North Carolina and they'll lose Maine. Unfortunately, Susan Collins will lose. New England is just hopeless now. It's just so depressing. I look at these swing states, these battleground states, and I got a couple friends in Florida who are just having a blast. They went to rallies. They're, going to Trump parades and boat parades, and we're just sitting up here saying, re-electing Ayanna Pressley uncontested, and Ed Markey, the biggest dope in the Senate, and he's getting re-elected for 6 more years. That guy's going to be 80, and he's going to be a senator for us in Massachusetts. It's just sad.
Has that state been called? Have they called the Markey race yet?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Shiva. So the Shiva write-in campaign was not as successful.
It did not. I think Markey got 70% or whatever. It sucks to be left out. We're just left out. You watch the entire night of returns and and analysis, and the state of Massachusetts is never mentioned. State of Rhode Island never mentioned. Connecticut never mentioned. We just don't matter. We're like Oklahoma. We don't matter because they know that we're a bunch of sheep up here. We'll vote for this awful, awful candidate, Ayanna Pressley. She'll be there for life.
Oh, she got there. Well, but the thing about her is they're not going anywhere. People like her, and Mike and I were talking about that before. It's like, if AOC runs against Chuck Schumer in 2022, she's going to lose. She's not going to win.
And Ayanna could run against, obviously, she could run for the open seat when Liz Warren goes to the cabinet, if or
not
some.
looking good now.
I mean, I could see Liz Warren moving on. She's bored with the Senate. She thinks she's got bigger things to do. And either that or Ayanna waits for Ed Markey to either get old and retire, or waits for 6 years and he's 80, and then she's going to step into that. She's going to be around forever. We're going to be represented by this radical lunatic who is A, calling for more civil unrest, and B, blaming it on white supremacists. They're already rioting in D.C. They've got in Boston, the downtown is boarded up, and it's only for one guy, for one possibility that Trump wins. If Biden wins, there's not going to be a single broken window. If Trump wins, it's going to be rioting from coast to coast.
Well, that's not necessarily true. According to the mayor of Portland, who's doing a great job over there, really keeping his city out of the news, it's white supremacists who are going to be coming to town.
Right. It's the Boogaloo boys and the poor boys.
The poor boys, yes.
The poor boys are coming. It is too bad that these nut jobs, these left-wing lunatics feel emboldened. Ilhan Omar, Ayanna Pressley, Ed Markey. We're gonna hear more Green New Deal garbage, and you just want them to go away. Just give us a break. Let us rebuild. Let us come back from COVID. We don't need to hear your nonsense about Green New Deals and open borders.
They are really holding on to North Carolina. So North Carolina's got 92% of the vote. Oh, this is Pennsylvania they're looking at here. But North Carolina's got 92% of the vote in, and Trump is up by 0.8% there.
How many votes is that? Is that a lot of votes?
That would, so ultimately in that last 8% of voters, Biden would have to win them by like 6 or 7%, which depends what county.
Donna Shalala lost in a House race in Miami-Dade. Miami and Florida came up big for the good guys.
Yes. Did Laura Loomer win?
You had the QAnon lady win in Georgia.
Marjorie Greene?
Yeah, she won, which I like because, they sit there and say she's made racist comments that she believes in QAnon. I said, you have Ilhan Omar on your team. Ilhan Omar, who said some people did something on 9/11. Ilhan Omar, an outright anti-Semite. And you're gonna talk about extremists?
You also have a presidential candidate who said that you ain't black.
That's true.
And they just forgot about that. Like, that was not a big deal.
That's
he said
true.
that several times.
And spoke, glowingly of the Grand Cyclops of the Ku Klux Klan.
Yes, he's a good guy. Once you got to know him, he had a change of heart. He's not the same guy he was before.
What's your analysis on Virginia? I mean, I don't think
same as last time.
It's not been declared, correct?
No, nothing's been declared. Why haven't they declared Florida? Florida, he's up by 5% with like 94% in. It's almost mathematically impossible to come back that. The state, the remaining counties are in the panhandle. What are they waiting for in Florida? What are you doing? They're just so afraid to make a call because they might get it wrong. But Florida is over. And what was the state you just asked me?
Something about Virginia and why
because this happened last time too. Trump was winning Virginia for a long time. For whatever reason, it's those counties right around Washington, D.C. and down near like Newport News or Virginia Beach that take the longest to come in. I don't understand this. Why is Arizona giving us 75% and New Hampshire?
They just had that, the guy Chris Steyerwald on Fox, the fat guy. He wears a bow tie sometimes.
Oh, that
He's
guy.
Kind of flamboyant. He just said he guarantees Virginia is going to Biden, and they're showing him the numbers, and I said, "You sure?" He says, "We are sure."
Oh, I called it already for Biden too. I've officially called.
Other people called it. They took it back. However, you can do. They retract their call with Biden in Virginia for some reason. It's and they say the phrase is something's going on here, which I love that term. Something's happening here.
No.
It's Jamel Hill just tweeted tonight. You see Jamel Hill's tweet?
I haven't seen the meltdowns. Are liberals melting down on Twitter?
She says if Trump wins re-election, it's on white people, no one else.
Actually, it's actually not. It's actually on black. It's actually on black and Latino people because I guarantee Trump is going to do worse with white people in this election than he did in 2016. But he's going to do significantly better, particularly with Latinos. Latinos love Trump.
Yeah, he's not doing better with black people. Did you see the results in was it Florida or Georgia? I think it was Georgia black vote 94-6. I think he spent a little too much time pandering to the black, trying to get the black vote. Clearly, it wasn't resonating, but it was with Hispanics. He kicked ass with Hispanics in Florida and probably in Georgia and probably other places. That's probably the one demographic that he's really that is really outperformed, or as they say, overperformed for Trump.
They've officially called New Hampshire for Joe Biden. I called that an hour ago. I'd like to point that out. So I was way ahead of the game. But New Hampshire is a funny state. Like you said, the libs have all moved there. It's really no longer in play. I mean, when's the last time New Hampshire was competitive?
It's a shame. We should apologize as Mass residents. I apologize to all our friends in New Hampshire. People escape Massachusetts high taxes, and they go there and they vote for liberals so that they can have taxes there. I mean, it's the same thing that happens. Like Californians move to Texas and they vote for liberals and they turn, Austin, deep blue. Why are you trying to import something you just escaped from?
That's exactly, and Texas is the same way. Why is Texas getting bluer by the day? Obviously, illegal immigration helps, but a lot of people are moving to Texas. It's nice in Texas.
You're not listening to anything I'm saying.
No, you're talking about New Hampshire.
No, I just said people are leaving California for Texas.
Oh, leaving California.
They go to Texas. They move to Austin. They're hardcore liberals, and they don't understand why they escaped to California.
But there's a balance
with them.
When the liberals.
Holy shit, look at those Michigan numbers. How many votes are in?
What's the
Michigan number?
He's up by 10% with 37% in. Pennsylvania, 33% in. He's up by 10. 10. Imagine he wins. I mean, it's early.
Pennsylvania right there. Look at Pennsylvania. He's up 10, exactly 10.
Yeah. Wisconsin up 2. I mean,
Wisconsin, you and I were talking about that poll. I forget who it was.
17.
Who had him up 17? Who had
Quinnipiac?
Who was it? Quinnipiac?
Quinnipiac. They're the most fakest poll that there is, Quinnipiac. Fox News is pretty bad too. And CNN. Their polling sucks. I mean, if these people don't all lose their jobs from this, then why do they have jobs?
It's a good question. That's the best thing. And Tucker's come in for a couple appearances on Fox, and that's his whole thing on how this is so damaging to the media. And I include the pollsters in that, but there were people calling for a blue wave, for a Biden landslide. He's going to win all these states like California and I mean like Florida, and then Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and it's looking bad. Iowa, Biden's up in Iowa
with how much percent in?
I don't know. I thought that was going to be a.
I mean, he was favorite. I think he's going to Iowa by 6 or 7. That's my guess in Iowa. Iowa's not in play.
Well, hopefully that's very early. But Philadelphia, they're done counting the ballots for tonight. They're going to come back and do it tomorrow. They're done. They're not even going to. They're not even going to try to declare. They're going to. I'm telling you, we're going to be left hanging by Pennsylvania for a week.
Well, but you know what? If it might not matter. It might not matter. If he wins Michigan, then it doesn't matter what happens in Pennsylvania. Right?
Yes. And now we, you know what? I live for this. I live for seeing people like Jamel Hill blame white people.
A lot of votes in Georgia, but comfortable lead for the president right now.
Leading comfortably.
Narrow lead for the president, but the president is.
I mean, Georgia. We were told he was losing in Georgia. That was their whole thing. He's losing in Georgia.
Has Georgia been declared?
Joe Biden.
It's getting close. Like Georgia's been up by double digits for quite some time. He's well over 50% of the vote is in. What are these votes? What votes are they missing? Why does it get stuck on these states?
We're not done yet. Joe Biden thought it might
be Lindsey Graham won handily.
Yeah, you know how much money they dumped into that state? What a waste of money.
$100 million on a Senate race and lost. And it was, as Lindsey kept mentioning, it was Rosie O'Donnell and Barbara Streisand and Chelsea Handler and all those assholes. And they won. They wasted their money. They wasted $70 million trying to knock off John Cornyn in Texas.
But that was a race I didn't hear much about. Was Cornyn in Texas? I feel like they gave up on that one. They gave up on Mitch McConnell. They went heavy on Harrison. They went heavy on Susan Collins. They went heavy on the Iowa race to get Joni Ernst out of there.
According to Colorado, they spent $28 million in the last 2 weeks to knock off Cornyn. They lost.
Maine updated 30%, 37% in Maine. Somebody's saying Trump is up. That's
No.
interesting. Imagine he wins Maine. Just outright.
That'd be
win.
awesome. That's my second home. That would be awesome. I'd feel like very proud.
So here's Pennsylvania. I mean, Michigan rather. 37% in. I don't know what. Show us the percents.
In Michigan right now, but here's what we know.
Okay.
About the early vote.
Let's.
Okay?
Oh God.
Of that 37% that's in, 17% of that current vote is early vote. We expect the share of the early vote to go up. We expect at the end of the night 55% of the overall vote in Michigan to be early vote. And we know that Joe Biden is doing much better in the early vote. We also know we have almost no early vote in Wayne County, Detroit, big.
By the way, North Carolina, Trump is now up 1.1% with 98% of the vote in. That is almost mathematically possible now.
Where? North Carolina?
North Carolina, yeah. 2% of the vote is left. And he's up by over 1%. So he would have to win that last 2% by like 70 or something like that. Something crazy.
Another thing to keep an eye on is Andy No. Our guy Andy No is live tweeting from BLM Plaza in Washington. Where else? In D.C.
God.
The riots have begun. A guy just got clubbed in the head with a metal bat.
Oh, good. So we're off
On,
to a good start.
on video. And it's Antifa. You know,
What's
I
the
hate
Poor
to break-
Boys? It was
hate
the
to
Poor
break
Boys?
it to Yana. It's Black Lives Matter and it's Antifa, and they're on the march already. Unfortunately for our friends who own small businesses in the city, own restaurants and stores, they're gonna pay the price that if the president is indeed reelected. And Ayanna Pressley and her crew will just encourage them. They'll say that's good. We need more of that.
I got to see what Jameel Hill is saying. So Jameel Hill, she's saying, you really hit me with the sweetie. Like that took the air out of the fact that you voted for a racist who helped kill 220,000 people. They're melting down, folks. They are melting. They've lost. They've given up. They've reached the point where they're just calling everybody racist. They've given up, folks. Mike Freeman tweets out, polls don't have an algorithm for racism.
Who tweeted that? Mike Freeman?
Mike Freeman. Isn't he Sports Illustrated or USA Today?
Oh, Mike Freeman and Michael Hawley just got their own show on NBC something, NBC Sports or NBC Peacock. I mean, nothing against them, but is anyone going to watch that?
Oh man, this is what I can go to Jameel Hill's Twitter because so on Twitter, she's quote tweeting everybody. Somebody says, "I just don't understand how Lindsey Graham is winning. He was literally on TV crying about money." Jameel Hill says, "Oh, you understand. You just don't like the answer, aka racism."
She chimed. I'm not sure how John James is doing, but she chimed in on him because he was up in Michigan, and that's a huge win.
Yes, I forgot about John James. That's interesting.
God, I hope he wins. He's a great candidate. He's a good Christian military. I hope he wins. And if he wins, what's Jamel going to say about that?
That's what I was just wondering. That's. I mean, will she be happy that there's only 3 black people in the Senate? Well, 2 if you count, Cory Booker and Kamala Harris are 2 of them. But Tim Scott's really the only 100% black guy in the United States Senate. John James would be the second. And they'd both be Republicans.
She'll hate that. They hate that. They hate that. It's like, like seeing Clarence Thomas on the Supreme Court. They hate it.
Yes.
See conservative black guys.
Yeah, look at Michigan. It's not improving. It is not improving. Wisconsin has gotten a little bit closer. But again, Wisconsin only has 10 electoral votes. Michigan and Pennsylvania matter. But notice John King the whole time, they're just stay calm. It's going to be okay. But they're freaking out. Like if Jameel Hill's freaking out, they're all freaking out.
I was watching John King and people saying he's so good on the thing there, but it was early and I can't wait. I'm going to have to watch some. Oh, I'm watching Chris Wallace right now. He's going to cry. I think of that puke every time I see him. He hates Trump. He loves Biden. It's just killing him right now. And later on, he's just going to cry. And I love it. And everybody at CNN is just going to lose it. I mean, this is
another Jameel Hill tweet.
Seminal. This is monumental. This is epic. If it holds true, I'm not with you yet. I'm not ready to call it.
I'm close. I just don't see a path. I mean, what trend have you seen in the voting so far that would make you believe that all of a sudden Pennsylvania and Michigan are going to just flip back to Biden? What trend have you seen that suggests that?
I don't know. I mean, like I said, states like Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia weren't so, in my mind. I don't understand why they're so close. So I don't know where they've counted the urban areas yet.
Yeah. By the way, shout out a couple of donos here. We got John says, I love Turtle Boy. Thank you, John, very much. Anonymous says, who is Jennifer Altman? She's in the comments being a douche. Is this Kate in disguise? No, she's a regular, guys. She's our token liberal. I like Jen. Anonymous says, thank you for streaming and all your efforts. You're very welcome. Once again, folks, if you guys want to support the program, boom, there it is. Completely crowdfunded, no commercials, etc. Thank you. So Wisconsin still about 1.5 points apart. Georgia, what percent is that in Georgia? 59%. So he's up by double digits. That is a big, basically Biden then has to win the remaining 40% of the vote by like 15%. You think that's going to happen in Georgia?
No chance. He's
all Atlanta. That's his only hope.
Clay Travis just tweeted that it's there are 4 states: Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Biden has to win 3 of them. Trump has to win 2 of them. That's what it comes down to. Arizona, Michigan. Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania.
He doesn't have to win 2 of them. If one of them is Pennsylvania or one of them is Michigan, he only has to win 1. But he'd have to, like, Arizona and Wisconsin are smaller, so he'd have to win both of those. Yeah.
I was just doing some matching up to try to see where the president's overperforming, where he's underperforming, looking at different places.
Oh, here we go. Let's see what they're saying.
Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, but just trying to get deep into study.
They are freaking out.
When I get a little chance, just study, go into some states and take a look around and study. So where are we right now? If you look right here, so you got Illinois. You're adding, as I said, it's a reliably Democratic state, has been for a long time. But when you're doing your building blocks, you like the big ones, right? So you like to take those out. New York, Illinois, and Joe Biden's column gets them up to 118. The president's at 105. But just in the idea of just you think about the bigs, right? We're not.
This
is
great.
Called these states. But I just want to say, early on in the night.
Oh, I apologize. North Carolina is at 93%, then not 98. I misread that.
And 2 normally reliably red bigs. We've not called these states. I'm just walking through. The president leads there right now. The president leads there right now. So that you just see what happens when you win the big ones. You see how quickly the math changes. So that's what's important from the perspective. And if the president holds that one as well, that gets you up. And if the president holds North Carolina, you start moving up, right? The bigger states, the double digits, if you will, big double digits here, 30 plus, 20 plus, 15. Okay. You move it, then you're just moving up the math when you do the big ones.
Yep.
So that's what they're looking at in the Trump campaign right now. If we hold Texas, and they think they will, we hold Florida, they think they will. We're not done.
But Florida's done. Give up on Florida.
Well, I don't understand the holdup. Why? What's the? I mean, I'm looking at Kayleigh McEnany's going nuts on Twitter saying time to declare.
That's what they think.
Call it in Florida. We want it, but they don't.
Yeah. How are they not? They. I mean, has Fox News called it yet?
Okay.
I don't know. I'm on with you here. Where am I?
Yeah.
Gets us back to where we began or where we ended 4 years ago. Whoa, how did I do that? That was good.
Yeah, like people are saying in the comments, and I don't get it. Why are they not counting? Why did they stop? Like, what is the holdup? How hard is it to run a freaking election? You just take them and you put them in a goddamn machine.
Again, we're not done. You see Joe Biden.
The line just moved to minus 240 from minus 250. I don't know what is happening, why that is, but
39% of ballots counted in Pennsylvania. Trump has 54%, Biden 42%. But they got all these early ballots they haven't counted, and those are heavily Democrat. Plus, they'll cheat in Pennsylvania for sure.
Yeah. Who do you got on tomorrow? Do you have Shattuck on tomorrow?
Yeah, he's texting me right now.
What's he say?
Fired up. He said,
"You can come on."
He said, "Do you come on tomorrow too?"
I'll come on tomorrow. Talk shit. I mean,
I know you can have them on, but it took me like 8 steps. I had to come up with 3 new passwords to get on here with you.
I got his number. I'll text it to him.
We're still waiting on 2 of those districts there. Let's just say you get 1 of them, right? So then you're looking here at 245. So what do you need, right? Do the math. You need 25. That would get you knocking on the door because that's 20, right? This is the state of these 3 states. The blue wall, that's the one the Trump campaign feels more confident about. That would be enough. Michigan and Wisconsin would get Joe Biden to 271 if he got these 2 congressional districts plus Arizona. Math gets interesting if the president can hold. Bring it out here. Sorry, now I got to fill them all in. That's okay. Let's fill them all in and come back. If the president does that, You think one congressional district could decide an American presidential election?
Shut up.
Happening often, but it is possible.
Oh, stop
This is
it.
where, again, if the possibilities, the menu at the beginning of the night, maybe we get Florida. In a dream world, we get Texas. Maybe Ohio's competitive. You think we can get North Carolina? At the moment, none of that is there. We're not done. It's possible it comes back. At the moment, none of that is there. So now your numbers crunchers are getting into the tougher math, more difficult math, and the different scenarios. And trust me, they're calling into that congressional district. They're calling into that congressional district, and they're calling in a fury into these because now
I'm going to send this link to Tom if he wants to go on.
And to those three states, those so-called blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, there's still plenty of outstanding.
All right, I'm sending the invitation to Shattuck.
Again, we're going to say this repeatedly, and some people at home might not like it. We say it repeatedly.
A lot of the early vote is outstanding too, where Democrats will do well.
It is, which is why as I come back over here, as you're watching the map throughout the night.
All right.
Again, we are 10:55. In any presidential election that's close, we're just getting.
Oh, Pennsylvania's got moved more, I see. So 56%. I just saw that at 56%.
This year's even more different.
Wisconsin's almost halfway in. Trump is winning by 2%. Arizona's been stuck.
The mail-in vote, in-person early vote. And so here you go. We're going to look at it. 40% in. You see that big lead for Donald Trump. If you're a Republican, you have every reason to be happy about that. But you also need to have the context. You have to have the context. Come down here. This is Montgomery County, one of the big suburbs around Philadelphia.
All right, Michigan's still at 10%. 10% lead with 40% in. Nothing seems to be moving there. Again, we don't know what counties those are. North Carolina has not budged in like 20 minutes. I don't know what the hell's going on with them. Come on, give us some updates. Okay, so Pennsylvania is interesting. 40% in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump has a 15% lead exactly.
I just taunted one of my favorite musicians, one of my Jason Isbell, who I love.
Oh, that guy.
He's a liberal and he's a big Doug Jones guy. And I just said, sorry, Jason. And he says, the people at Alabama and the rest of the U.S. are going to have to deal with the consequences of this. Yeah, we will.
I'm sure they're really upset about that in Alabama. So Georgia's at 12% with 61% in. I mean, what point do you call Georgia? That's insane.
I don't know the rules. You should look this up, man. Figure out when they. I mean, I told you.
Borderline ready to call it. I called Ohio when he was down 10%. I called it for Ohio.
Have you got anything wrong?
I've got nothing wrong so far. Nothing. I don't want to start.
And you know what? They can call it and they can pull it back. I mean, it's what they've done for Virginia. They call it, they pull it back. Say, okay, things have changed.
In Wisconsin, the lead is increasing every time I look at it. Wisconsin, it's over 2% now there. And that is the close one. The Arizona one, I don't get. I don't understand how he's down 8 points in Arizona with 75%. Like, let's see what they say about this.
Not a huge win by any means. This is why the Democrats wanted to compete this year. Arizona is trending demographically, and the Democrats think this year, demographics plus the suburban revolt is what gets you there. 1.2 million votes won it 4 years ago. If you come up here now, Joe Biden already has that, and we're still counting votes there. Again, turnout up across America in this election. That looks good. That doesn't mean we're done. We have to count them. Let's just look at Maricopa County, 77%. If this holds up, if the trend lines hold up, this is where 60% plus of your votes are. If you keep a 10-point margin in Maricopa County with high turnout like this, you're going to win the state of Arizona. But we're not done yet as we do it. But as we go through the race to 270, and you're Joe Biden, Donald Trump had 306 last time. You need to take away. It's simple. Just do the subtraction. And where do you get them? Arizona would be a start.
Are any other networks calling us? Let me check some other networks.
If you will. It's a safety.
Tommy Tuberville is officially won. Is that what you were texting your buddy about? It's been called?
I believe Tuberville's been called, yes.
That's the guess. So I just come back out again. I just want to look at this one again because I'm getting a lot of texts and emails.
He's up by 7.5% in Ohio with 90% in. So why are they afraid to call Ohio?
52 to
Do you understand the
46.
math in that?
That's actually a smaller lead than we saw earlier in the
No.
night.
I don't.
So the Trump lead, it has shrunk in Virginia.
Drive over there, be there in 15 minutes. But Fairfax County, Virginia, there's something going on in Fairfax County, Virginia.
Things going on.
The vote. It's been that way.
Well, what does that mean? There's something
This
going
is
on.
a giant basket of Democratic votes.
Oh,
if you follow government,
so it's close.
If you follow Mark Warner's
That's
Senate campaign
interesting.
A couple of years ago, that's the way it's gone. All of a sudden, a big dump of votes come in, but we're going to keep watching that because it's interesting. Just want to check down here in North Carolina. Again.
Oh, more votes in North Carolina.
59 when you round up, 94% in, 69,000 votes. Again,
Call it.
Republicans
I mean,
feel
that's-
good about this, but we'll keep counting and see what happens. In
Like,
North
these
Carolina.
are over.
One more time,
Like,
just
this is-
wanna look at the
I'm about to
New
make a
Orleans
call on
postal vote
Georgia,
down, 94%,
North Carolina, Ohio's. I called that a while ago, but Georgia,
Again,
North
looking at the
Carolina.
map, there's a lot of red,
I don't
including
see how we can lose
places the Biden
these.
campaign was hopeful it could turn blue. You see Iowa's blue right now. We're not sure if that will last. It's competitive though. It's a fun one to watch as we go through the night. Still a lot of math to do, Wolf. A lot of anxiety in both campaigns right now.
Yeah, they're nervous on both sides. Voting is about to end in 4 states out west. That includes the biggest prize of all. We're talking about California. It has 55 of the 78 electoral votes at stake this hour. We have some projections right now. CNN projects that Biden will win. the state of
Oh man! Wow, I didn't see that one coming. Holy cow!
55 electoral votes.
Biden wins California.
beats Trump in
He's gonna win
California.
Oregon,
CNN
too?
also
Oh fuck! He won.
Washington.
12 electoral
What about
votes
Hawaii?
beats Trump in Washington State.
I think they already called Hawaii.
Oregon. Oh my gosh!
7 electoral
Next thing you know,
votes
you're gonna tell me
Biden
Trump
wins in
won
Oregon
Idaho.
right now.
And you know what? They voted for Biden overwhelmingly, and they're still going to get destroyed. Portland, Seattle, they're probably already on fire.
Yeah.
4 electoral votes.
Now, how is Idaho too early to call? Like, you know he's gonna win Idaho. This is what I mean.
See where it stands
Why
right
do they
now.
do this to themselves?
Right now, Biden
Why are you watching CNN?
Because I like to see what the enemy's thinking, Jerry. It's the best.
Trump has 108.
I watch CNN every day. It's the first thing I watch when I wake up in the morning. Yeah, I'm addicted. I just love.
COVID, get your COVID death toll every morning. That's all I see them do is, you know, how many.
I know but it's fascinating to watch how the other half lives.
Is that over now? We're not going to talk about the death, you know, the number of cases spiking, and we're had to
Oh,
do
they
it.
still will. If Trump wins, if
Yeah, but-
Biden had won, I think they would
The
stop.
whole point was to get Biden elected.
Yeah, but then that's going to fail. And if Trump does, they're still going to talk shit about Trump. But they're not going to let him off the hook, are they? They'll try to impeach him again.
Well, that's true. If we hold the Senate, and it looks like we are, I mean, if we hold the Senate, they can't impeach him. They'll try, but they can't impeach him. If they take the Senate tomorrow, they'll start impeachment proceedings. I mean, they'll just slide through on whatever. They'll make it up again. It'll slide through the House in no time, and then they'll vote to convict. If they took the Senate, and obviously they're going to hold the House, he would get impeached in a month.
It's true. So Tillis is winning in North Carolina. I'm seeing.
Tillis is winning, and Cornyn won, and Doug Jones lost. Cory Gardner unfortunately lost.
Yeah, we knew that was going to happen.
And Susan Collins is going to lose. The Rhinos are going to lose.
You're gonna lose?
Yeah.
Is that a fit? Like,
192 to 100.
No, I'm just guessing. I'm up there a lot. Lot of Gideon signs.
okay,
Not-
okay.
lot of
You're up
people-
there a lot,
But it's easy for a Democrat to get to.
but you don't go to North. You
It's
don't
just
go to
easy
Steve
for a
Robinson, man. We had him earlier on. He's pretty convinced that Trump is going to
Washington, Oregon.
take the
It's gonna
second
be on
one.
your side.
Oh, by the way, so
Question,
Doug
what's
Collins
the
has
next
conceded
Let's work
in
since
Georgia.
now at 192. You try to get there. How do you get there?
So
Work
that
out this map
that
out.
race now for the Senate is going to go to January.
Right?
It's going to
Some
be
campaigns trying to prove it, but let's for the sake
Kelly
of argument,
Loeffler
assume it
against
stays
the
Democrat.
Democrat there, and Kelly Loeffler hopefully will win.
That was a Trump state.
But
Joe
Doug
Biden is
Collins
leading
will
right now
remain in the
there.
House.
If it holds that way,
We will not know till January. So if it's 50-50, that's going to be wild. 3 months not knowing. 2 months.
By the way, Susan Collins with 21% of the vote in is winning by 21%.
think that's going to happen for you? And you keep looking at the map here, Virginia.
Is she?
Really
Yeah.
interesting right now.
That'd be nice. That'd be good. I'm rooting for her. She came up
Susan
big
Collins
for
is winning.
Kavanaugh.
It's that kind of a night.
She deserves
So you
it after
assume
what
that
she
one's
did for
gonna come
Kavanaugh.
back.
You know, I don't.
They're just waiting
So
for
now
the
with
vote.
37% in, Susan Collins is winning by 17%. She is winning in a rout. Oh man, this is getting better.
That would be good. I was in an area, I'm in an area where there are lots of Gideon signs. I'm in an area where Chelsea Handler stayed for 3 weeks, and she stayed there. You know what she did every day? She had meetings with connected people trying to help Sarah Gideon and help Biden. But she had meetings in a rental house with the Bushes, Laura Bush and other Bush family members who they had one thing that brought them all together. They all hated Trump. They all wanted to defeat Trump. And that's what she was doing in Maine, helping Sarah Gideon and helping Biden. So,
By the way, Fox News just called Florida.
oh, really?
Fox News just called Florida.
And you did that 3 hours ago?
Yeah, I mean, I did. I mean, it was over. I mean, I don't know what these people are waiting for. Of course, Trump's going to win Florida.
close here, right?
I didn't even think much about Florida going into this. I just assumed he would win Florida.
97% in, and he's up 40. He's up 400,000
In what state?
in Florida. He's up almost 400,000 with 97% in. Why? I don't understand. I don't know why that works.
Now you're in this different mood.
Fox News is, I mean, that's big. Fox News.
All this great opportunity. Maybe some of these will come back. But if
This
they
is
don't-
amazing.
If they don't, you're thinking, okay.
What do they call Texas? That can't be close.
Yeah,
better win that one.
Texas.
And then
I
we're
can think
gonna
of like
fight it up in here. And again,
7 or
we
8
get
states up.
Pennsylvania,
They haven't called Idaho yet.
conversation, but we might be-
They just
That
don't.
doesn't matter. Texas is big. We need those.
Mike's theory was that they know that it's over, but their producers are telling them not to call anything because it keeps people around for longer and increases their ad revenue. You think any truth to that?
Well, if Biden were in the lead, do you think they'd call it? I do.
That's exactly what I told them. That's I'm like, if Biden was in the lead, they would definitely call it.
Sometimes you get votes in spurts.
I'm assuming this untouched territory over here is
That's 8 points.
very
9 points, you
Republican-y.
round up
I'm
right there.
guessing.
That's a pretty healthy lead. Most of it's coming from here in terms of the
That's
vote.
usually how it works. Yes, they wait to call the rural areas.
800,000 votes, 10 point, almost a 10.
That's just
shy of a 10 point
increased.
race in
Oh, that's Maricopa
That's
County, okay.
60% Of the vote in the state. Then you come down to Pima County. That's another 15% of it. Again, that's not even close.
Wisconsin, he's almost
So
up by
every
3% of the
indication
vote now with
based on the votes
50%
that count,
in.
every indication-
He's up,
Jesus
you see this one? Aiden? He's up 8 in Ohio with 90% reporting.
And they haven't called it. Why can't they call it? I called Ohio 3 hours ago when he was down 10.
Here's your anomaly. Fairfax has been at 28%.
Still up double digits in Michigan. Jesus. If he wins these Rust Belt states by like 10%, that is he might win the popular vote.
Yeah, somebody just was speculating that that's in play, the popular
Wow.
vote. Not
That
that I
is-
care. I kind of like when he wins the electoral college, but not the popular vote. It just drives him even crazier.
It does, but I don't even want him to have that. You know what I mean? It would be awesome if Trump was also a popular vote president. Dude. That'd be
AP declared Idaho. So you happy? You got the
Oh,
4
thank
electoral-
God! Finally, they were waiting for the Boise vote.
Again, we're just
You
waiting.
never know what you're gonna get there.
This is the patience.
It'll take some time. All 3 of those are. We got a key race alert right now. I want to go to Nebraska right now. The second.
Let me guess, it went to Trump.
District. They're 57% of the.
Oh, they're gonna
And
hang
they
on
got
to
the
this
split.
one.
That's one electoral vote right there.
Yeah, but it's always gone to Republicans. Always win this one.
Electoral vote potentially in Nebraska.
Trump leading by 440,000 in Pennsylvania.
Jesus,
So
man.
they might have to call that tonight. They might not have enough in the boxes.
And do their votes by congressional district or electoral college votes. So again, especially now, if you're in the Biden campaign and you're thinking, we might not get Florida, we might not get Georgia, we might not get North Carolina. Looks like our dreams of Texas are not going to happen this year. Closer, but close doesn't count.
You see, Candace Owen announced she's joining the Daily Wire, moving to
Is she
Nashville
really?
to work for Ben Shapiro.
Good for her.
That's a great hire.
That is a great hire. They don't have a lot of diversity at the Daily Wire.
So let me just take these away.
They do now.
Yeah,
If you can hold this,
they're probably paying her a lot.
right? You're moving closer.
She's worth it. She's good, man.
Ben Shapiro does quite well for himself, I think.
I think you're right.
Have you listened to his podcast?
Yeah, I mean, not always. I got it on my rotation. I like Matt Walsh better.
I like Matt Walsh a lot better. It's the commercials with Shapiro kill me. I can just fast forward through them, obviously, but it's every 5 seconds with that. He must be making money hand over foot.
Yes, he is. I believe, he's got an empire now, and they moved it to Nashville, so they're not paying any taxes, but
This gets the math.
it's good for them.
Again.
All right, he's up. Every time I look at Wisconsin, he increases his lead there. I mean, this is insane. How are they not falling apart?
We always do.
They're still thinking they have a shot. You notice that update they did? Big update. Nebraska, we got the one there. We might get the one. Like this is how desperate they are for positive news. This is madness.
At the moment, we don't know that though. At the moment, are to be decided.
This is too good.
And that would push. And
I'm
again,
going to check the Boston Globe.
in perspective, I did Joe Biden's.
Their headline will be Ayana. Ayana wins. She was like running against nobody.
Jerry, we have people on Twitter telling they want me to tell you it takes 2/3 of the Senate to impeach Trump, to convict him. So
Trump states out here. And a
Oh,
lot.
okay, well, they'll try. They'll try again.
Being surprised, but if it plays out,
yeah, where is the data on freaking Nevada? That hasn't come in yet. That was supposed to be a.
the West Coast, somewhere in that ballpark. It's not an exact science, but somewhere in that ballpark, looking at Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and maybe Iowa, and then one more congressional district there. That's the way the map looks right now, that we're going to have that tense. And we'll see. Sometime, again, we've had some surprises so far, but we haven't had many flips. We've had some tension. We've had back and forth, and we'll see how it goes. Right now, the only flip on the board is Arizona, maybe that congressional district. We're going to count votes. And
How has Arizona been stuck at this number for so long? There's nothing from Nevada in, nothing.
I'm looking at the Senate results now.
Yep.
Lindsey Graham won by 14 points.
Jesus Christ.
Toss-up.
They told us that was a toss-up. That's unbelievable.
Susan Collins is up 14 points with 42% reporting. No check mark yet. And Tillis is up almost 2 points.
They're going to hold on to both of those
Yes, he's up 97% reporting, and Tillis is up 2 points. That's huge.
Imagine John James wins and they gain a seat.
That would be great. That would
We
be.
got Tuberville. That was a pickup.
Yeah, but that was you knew that was happening.
Tonight. I don't think a lot of people thought Donald Trump would be leading in the popular vote, but we have a long way to go. But it's significant, 51%, 47%. He's 3 million votes ahead. He's 3 million votes ahead. We don't have any votes from California, the nation's most populous state, so that's going to change.
I mean, you know what the madness of this all, Jerry, is that like this is going exactly how the media told us it wouldn't. And the media, like they'll never be censored by social media for lying, but the people that are actually putting out, controversial, like Trafalgar is seen as this like, oh, should we not count Trafalgar anymore? They were the only ones that had it right last time, and they appear to have it right again.
Well, just wait till Trump tries to make a speech. They said they're going to censor any tweet saying that declaring victory. None of the Fox will be the only one covering it. Fox and Newsmax and OAN, they won't cover. CNN, where you're watching right here. If Trump comes out to try to make a speech and say he won, they won't allow it. Even if he wins, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Texas, even if he wins clearly, they're not going to allow it. They're going to come up with some reason, put some warning, and say, we're not going to allow him to declare himself the victor until it's official.
Till it's official. Till we say it's official. They're the ones that get to decide.
You saw that New York Times tweet. They said that they would declare the victory. The media would declare the victor.
And they took it down too, I believe, right?
Took it down, but it went viral and it's everywhere still.
Yeah, screenshots are forever. They're really hanging on to Philadelphia. Oh, we got Philadelphia. Good for you. But you're losing the state. Look at that state. Look at that state.
Andy No's got a bunch of video now of Antifa scum beating up people in D.C.
Oh, they're falling apart, baby. Let's check that Vegas line. How are we looking over there?
I'm stunned at that Susan Collins. Maybe it was anecdotal, but I saw lots of Sarah Gideon signs and lots of support. She had the same thing. Celebrities were raising money and sending her checks. She was getting, half her money was from, Hollywood, just like Lindsey Graham's opponent and Cornyn's opponent. And that's one of the big stories is the money that was wasted. They set it on fire, $100 million for a Senate seat in South Carolina, and he won by 14.
Oh my God.
Lindsey's going to be obnoxious. He's got 6 more years.
Yeah. Wow. This is madness. Madness. Women voted 43% for Trump, according to exit polls. They hate him, though. They hate him.
Yeah, the new talking point. This is from is this MSNBC? CBS, and Al Sharpton saying that they won Florida because they lied to all the Cubans and said that Biden was a socialist and they hate socialists. So they fell for that.
Who's alleging that?
Al Sharpton saying it on MSNBC that they lied. They scared all the Latinos into voting against Biden.
Are they aware that Bernie Sanders says he's a socialist?
Yeah, it's strange that way. That's the one good trend. The Hispanics are just not buying this crap.
Yes. Thank God for the Hispanics, man. The legal ones.
Yes, and the Cubans and the Venezuelans who know real socialists.
Right. They know struggle. And unlike people from Massachusetts, when they move across a border, they don't bring their shitty politics with them. They come here to get better politics.
This is a great thing for a great blow to the Lincoln Project too. I mean, they get to keep their $40 million they raised, but
oh yeah,
those scumbags are just
Oh my gosh.
They're not needed anymore, Aiden. They're not needed.
They're not. I mean, I'm looking at like the Lincoln Project is one of the great grifts of all time. They just made so much money. These are guys that started the Iraq War, that were like the anchors in the Bush administration. Bill Kristol and Rick Wilson, these scumbags, these lying scumbags, who are still mad that Jeb Bush didn't get the nomination like he was supposed to. They just preyed on liberals, and they got liberals to dump money into them because they could make cool commercials that owned Donald Trump. Ooh, he's owned. We owned him in this video, and they're getting cream pied. I'm watching George Conway right now. He just retweets a map of this could happen, of this scenario in which Biden gets 200, maybe even probable. Maybe these are the people that were like for the last month, like, oh, he's done. Bye bye. Oh,
Right.
It's gonna be so satisfying. I have so
They
many.
were there. I mean, you could not turn on CNN or MSNBC without seeing one of them, Steve Schmidt or Rick Wilson or one of those assholes. And they were giddy. They thought it was over. They won, and they were useful idiots. They don't need them anymore. You can go now.
Yep. By the way, Trump beat Biden in Scranton, Pennsylvania. That's what they just said.
No.
Yeah. He's beaten. They said that's the whole county right there. There's it's like Wilkes-Barre's in there, I think, and stuff like that. That's what somebody just tweeted, that he's winning Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Susan Collins is now up 17 points.
Jeez. Who did these polls? Who did like
She's up 50. She's up
4-5?
50,000 votes. She's got 152,000. Gideon has 103. She's up 50,000 votes right now. That's insurmountable in Maine.
That is insurmountable. What percent of the whole vote is in Maine, I wonder?
I don't know. There's a million people, so I don't know. What are there? 600,000 or 500? I don't know, but
Wow.
that sounds insurmountable to me,
Yeah.
and that's great.
Yeah. I'm gonna Maine.
Biden is killing Trump in Minnesota. That was a pipe dream.
But what's come in though?
49% votes in. Biden 58%. Trump 39. He's beaten him by almost 300,000 votes in Minnesota.
That is a pipe dream.
That was a lot of wasted time and energy and effort in Minnesota.
We'll see. It's not over yet. We don't. What if that's all Minneapolis and St. Paul?
It sounds big though, but don't need it, right? Don't need it.
No, it's not. So it looks like Trump's definitely. If Maine is this close, that means he's definitely taken the that one congressional district there. So he'll keep that. He's not going to lose that as the pundits guessed he would. So now we'll talk about Nebraska. Well, we got the one in Nebraska still. We can still get that Nebraska vote.
When you pull this out and you see it red and you see what looks like a 12-point lead for the President of the United States.
What looks like.
In the votes counted so far, the President of the United States has a 12-point lead.
Yeah.
There are more than a
But-
million, even more than that, I would conjecture. Just mail-in ballots, more than a million. Other ballots to be counted of people casting their votes today.
It just went up.
Way to
It just
go in
went up.
Pennsylvania,
It's up by 12.
and a few others.
We'll be patient. We'll watch Pennsylvania
I'll
closely.
give John King hates Trump. He's a big liberal, hard, just like everyone else in CNN, but he hides it well. He pretends.
I've seen some things he says. He doesn't hide it that well.
He hides it better than Cuomo or Lemon or
That's
Anderson.
true. Oh yeah, those guys gave up a long time ago. Wolf Blitzer tries to hide it too, but it's just so obvious. Just the mere fact that the number one talking point they talk about every day is coronavirus shows their bias.
They don't talk about it. They just grieve over it. It's like we're all going to die. It's just they took it to extremes. But if you look at the ratings, no one watches except for you. Nobody's watching.
Yeah, I really.
The morning show on CNN has. I mean, the ratings. They're like they come up with the top 50 cable shows. They're like 50th. Nobody's watching. That guy John Berman and the Allison, whatever her name is, Camerata.
Yeah. Who's that other guy on Camerata in the morning? The guy that talks like this.
John Berman, he's very grim, and he just always looks like he always looks like his dog just died. He's just a dour guy.
Like a nerd. Like
They
just a-
get trounced by Fox and Friends.
Yeah, of course they do. Which I don't even like Fox and Friends. You like Fox and Friends?
Yeah, it is what it is. I like Brian Kilmeade. He's kind of funny, and she's smoking. That's Sean Hannity's girlfriend.
Is it really?
Ainsley Earhart. Yeah, that's Sean.
He's not
Hannity.
married?
I think they're both divorced. He's divorced, and I think she is too. Yeah, she's very religious. She'll like praise on the air. She's very religious, but she's hot, man. I think Sean's doing okay.
Hey, how do you think Biden's feeling about taking like random 4 days off with like a week to go?
I know. I was thinking of if this holds true, and I'm not like you. I'm not celebrating. I'm not like my producer, Dave Cullinan. I didn't have a bottle of vodka at 5:00 tonight. You think?
Did you talk to him?
Do you think he will have any idea of what happened tonight? Any idea of any of this stuff we're talking about tomorrow?
I wasn't following Cullinan. Was he drunk tonight?
Yeah, he tweeted out a picture of him pouring himself a big glass of Pink Whitney. You know, that pink vodka that he drinks. You know, it was Wednesday at 5:00. Who wasn't getting hammered?
Oh,
and
God.
that was the last. I think that was his last tweet, like 6 hours ago. And he doesn't.
I'm gonna mess.
He doesn't care either. It's not like something he cares about. It's just a presidential election. If it's
Yeah.
not wrestling or something to do with Barstool, he doesn't care.
We could get to a point in a few hours when we start to fill in some ones to the left.
Shattuck says, I appreciate the offer, but I'm tethered to the papers right now. You fucking called it.
But he's what?
He's tethered to the papers. I think that means he's working right now.
Yeah, well, good for him. Somebody's got to work and
Grinding.
I'm going to shift maps again. We're going to get to a point.
Was he involved in the Herald's decision? By the way, Pennsylvania is now up 13% with almost half the vote in. 13%.
that is all fracking, man. I know you don't care
It
about
is.
fracking.
No, you're right.
That is fracking, and those are people who know Biden, who see him, who hear him, who knew how just disoriented and incoherent he was. They knew he wasn't fit for the office. That's the problem. And you know what? Couple things. You mentioned, like the people who are going to have big regrets, like the Biden camp not going out of his basement. Oh, by the way, they just called Arizona for Biden. He freaking won Arizona.
They called it? Who called
it? Rout. Fox called it.
Wow.
In a rout. He's up 8 points.
So they'll call Arizona, but they won't
He's
call.
up 200,000 votes with 73% in. He killed Trump in Arizona. That's
how
not
are they
good.
not called Ohio then?
Biden's got 218 delegates.
In Bucks County. That's 2016.
I don't know, man. I'm not ready. Not ready.
I mean, what about these Rust Belt states is trending the right way for him? Every time it refreshes, it gets worse. Like,
Right now, there's a bunch of Pennsylvania Democrats, I mean, hardcore operatives, like the governor and, that old governor, Rendell, those guys are all huddling in a room saying, how do we steal this? They have boxes. They have like 600,000 mail-in votes in boxes, and they can throw some away. They can throw them all away. They can they can do what they want. It's Pennsylvania. They're trying to steal this in Pennsylvania. Let's hope it's not important and not pivotal.
it's going to be impossible. They're down 13. How are you going to steal that?
Carried it 4 years ago.
I mean, like Wisconsin.
So they have to live with the fact that he didn't leave his basement. Took 9 out of 22 days in September where he called lids, didn't leave his house, didn't campaign, didn't go past, didn't go past Scranton until Trump kind of put the pressure on him by holding 5 rallies a day. Then he went to Cleveland one day and Michigan another day, but didn't do a lot of campaigning. And when he did, he was terrible at it. You think Hunter's feeling good right now? I mean, I know he's wasted somewhere. He's doing lines off some 14-year-old girl's, breasts. But Hunter has to be saying that this is his fault. He has to think that he had a hand in this if it plays out the way you think it's going to. I know the media was in the tank. They covered up for him. But the word got out there, that they were that Biden was lying, that his son was making millions in China and Ukraine and Kazakhstan. And Joe knew all about it. I mean, that didn't help.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'll admit when I was wrong. If it played a part in it, I think the fracking comment, and not only that, the oil comment. He made that comment at the end of the debate that all of a sudden he just brought it out of nowhere. Like, we're just not going to go for oil anymore. And even the moderator was like, "Wait."
Right. She give her credit. She, obviously she's a big liberal. She didn't want to do it, but she did it. And Trump said, "Whoa, that's a big statement. A big statement."
And and the thing about it, he didn't have to say it. The debate was over. All he had to say was good night. And then he's like, "You know what? I forgot one more thing." No more oil.
No, and he said we're going to have 0 emissions in 4 years. It was just ridiculous. Here's the latest from the Rust Belt. 3 minutes ago, Trump's up 9 in Michigan. 9.
11. No, he's up 11.
Oh, this is 3 minutes ago. All right. 4 points in Wisconsin.
Yep.
How about that?
Yeah.
Biden was up 17, according to one pollster.
Quinnipiac.
17.
Yeah. Michigan,
Quinnipiac.
He's up 11 in Michigan. Like, if
And
he wins.
that same pollster, Quinnipiac, they had Biden up 17 in Wisconsin, 9 in Michigan.
Yeah.
And 2 weeks later, it looks like Trump's going to win them both.
All these election officials.
Wow.
Florida, they were quick, right? The early counts were quick in Florida.
People are saying John James is winning right now.
Look at a place, you're at 95%.
They declared
voting Democrat.
Ohio, right?
Where can you get more votes?
No, they haven't declared Ohio. Like, they'll declare Arizona, but not Ohio.
Town hall decision desk, where the lovely Katie Pavlich works,
Yes.
has declared Ohio for Donald Trump.
She's a conservative, right?
She's great. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm waiting for like
little young for me. She's like 30 years old, but she's great.
Never too young.
Okay, Hunter. Arizona's been called for Biden, and Ohio has been called, at least according to town hall, for Trump.
But if you're looking at the map right now,
But what's weird is how come CNN hasn't called Arizona? You'd think they'd be giddy to do that if Fox News is doing that,
We're moving the needle in some of these states. See if it's enough to get to the finish line.
Popular vote. So Biden has passed him in the popular vote because California has come in. But again,
4 years again tonight.
We'll be patient.
Wow.
She's got an update on the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. What are you learning?
Give us something good.
Some projections to make, Wolf, and that starts with CNN can project that Republicans pick up a seat there. Tommy Tuberville will go on to be the very
it's so much winning
in the Senate there, beating Doug Jones, a Democrat. And in South Carolina, this is one of the most watched races in the country. Senator Lindsey Graham, CNN can project, is going on to win re-election, defeating an incredibly well-funded Democratic challenger. And in Georgia, this is one of 2 races we're watching tonight. This is the special election. CNN can project that this will go to a runoff. In the state of Georgia, a candidate needs 50% in order to win outright. That has not happened. So Democrat Raphael Warnock and Kelly Loeffler, who is the incumbent appointed Republican, will go on to that runoff in January. Now let's look at some of the tight races we are watching in the battlegrounds for the balance of power. Arizona. The Democratic challenger, Mark Kelly, is ahead by more than 200,000 votes at 55.1%. The incumbent Republican, Martha McSally,
Do Michigan.
44.9%.
Michigan.
75% of the estimated vote is
What a loser she is.
in Arizona.
What the hell happened to Arizona? I'm telling you. She
You're right.
might be a loser, but he was a terrible candidate. He was dressed up as Hitler, for Christ's sake.
Look how close this
Very,
is.
very tight, 599 votes.
But again,
She's at
Trump is losing in
48.6%.
Iowa. I don't think Trump's going to lose Iowa.
Ernst at 48.5%. And in Montana,
25% of the voting.
voters
Stop it.
Very early. Steve Bullock, the former, or the governor, I should
We're not
say,
losing.
is ahead
If they
by
lose both
about
seats in
12,000
Montana,
votes.
because
Let's look at
Democrats
this
have the other
poll
seat in
right
Montana.
now.
That would be a nightmare.
3 Democrats are leading in Republican Senate seats. Democrats are back to needing 4 seats to pick up in order to flip the Senate. And Democrats have 42 seats. Republicans have 42 seats, and 16 seats remain to be called tonight. Well,
So important what's happening in the Senate. All right, thanks very much, Dana. Let's get a key race alert right now. Let's see where things stand. Let's start off the ballot in the state of Pennsylvania.
Here we go, Pennsylvania.
46% of the vote
I mean, look at
is
that.
in. Trump has a
14% lead.
436,000 vote lead over
That
Biden.
might be it right there, man. They can't.
That's almost half. Unless all these votes are in Philadelphia. How's he going to come back? This grows every time I look at it.
51.3% to 47%. In Michigan right now, 44%.
Look at this. If he wins by this much, John James is definitely winning.
We need it, man.
4.5% to 43.6%. Let's go back to Jake. Jake, these 3 states potentially.
Matt,
hold the
by the way, the
key.
line
Who's
to
gonna be
Trump
next
winning just
president?
went down to minus 200 because of the Arizona win.
Blue wall. It was a blue wall until 2016 when Donald Trump smashed it. Now, of course, Joe Biden hoping to rebuild it. So let's go check in with our correspondents who are in those 3 states. Let's start with Miguel Marquez, who is.
I mean, I guess it's
Detroit,
possible.
Michigan,
I guess.
where we're told the turnout is higher than it has ever
But-
been. Miguel, what can you tell us about the votes that are
Are they just gonna dick us
outstanding? We
around
are
now?
Waiting to hear how Michigan voted this election season.
Yeah, we know a couple of things. We know that the
What is with the mask?
Detroit
Like, what are you
is the
doing?
biggest, sort of Democratic stronghold.
I know. No one's around him. Look at
Yeah,
him.
it's like
And
you just sound
55%
muffled.
of
Like,
voters to turn out in this election. That doesn't sound like a very high
Why
turnout.
don't they just, why doesn't his director or producer just say, take the mask off?
I know. It's like you can't hear what he says.
That could be a critical difference. Also, across the entire state, they are expecting a record turnout across the entire state. It is not clear how that will affect the vote count for either candidate. We also know that they are still counting. This is a receiving board where the Detroit Lions play, Ford Field, where they are going to receive votes, day of votes all day long. Those absentee ballots, they are still being counted as well. The city of Detroit getting through a huge tranche of those. We should be seeing some of those votes coming in very soon as well. So votes being counted in Michigan in the hours ahead. We expect to see much more vote come in. And rather than taking 3 days for the vote to be finalized here, or at least an unofficial result,
Trump
they
can
believe that
lose
in the next
Ohio. Trump already won
24 hours
Ohio. I
or
don't know what you
so,
guys are talking
we will
about.
have an unofficial result of who will win Michigan.
All right, Miguel Marquez in Michigan, thank you so much. Let us turn a little bit east to Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, where we find Sarah Murray.
Oh, yeah.
Sarah,
Look at
there
the
are
mask. Again with the
millions of
mask.
votes,
What
that
are they doing?
cast early in Pennsylvania. With the vote right now in Pennsylvania has Donald Trump 1.8 million, Joe Biden 1.
It's past 9:30, Jerry. The virus is out there, so be careful. By the way.
That's right. And, Jake Tapper can't get it, but she can. I don't
Yes.
know.
I mean, Jake, look, there is a lot of outstanding.
Just take it off, you idiot.
And
I
this is not
know,
gonna be a
just-
process that moves particularly fast. That's what election
Yeah, that's
officials.
just for show.
Aren't they tested regularly anyway?
These big
This
counties.
this this isn't good. I don't like this Arizona thing. Nevada's going to fall to Biden
What?
too.
Does
Same
Nevada
place.
come in?
Places that have really
No,
experienced.
but they're it's going to fall in line with Arizona. We lose the Senate seat. I mean,
press conference
Lose-
here, she said,
we were gonna lose that
"We
seat
need to stay
anyway."
patient. You also need to be prepared.
you lose it to a Democrat. Arizona's not supposed to be Democrat.
They've been reporting day
Well,
after
I'd like to remind you,
they've been
Jerry, that
going
back
through,
when the
opening more
Republicans
ballots, removing
controlled both those
putting
Senate
them in
seats,
envelopes, putting them
they
in
were
the
pretty
sewer,
much
and then
Democrats. Like,
uploading
what
bunches
use was
at a
Jeff
time.
Flake or
So
John McCain?
just as you pointed out, this is going to come in fits and starts throughout
Could
the
you
night.
pick
We
more
may
two
know
useless
by tomorrow
senators
morning,
to come from your
for
state
more.
than,
It may
I mean, I guess
take
Mitt
time. The
Romney,
Secretary of State was saying these counties are working as
but
fast as they can.
I've
as
never seen a
they
bigger
can.
feckless
You know,
cunt
like
in
I
my
said, a
life
lot of these
than
places are
Jeff
working
Flake.
overnight. It is just going to
Oh,
take a while.
oh, Wisconsin's increasing. Wisconsin's up to 4.5%. I'm telling you, every time I see Wisconsin, the
Start opening them until 7
And
a.m.
there's Pennsylvania, 14 points.
14, man. Like
This will kill Jake Tapper. This will crush, Cuomo or whoever else is there. John King. These people, they're going to be devastated. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin is up to what? 5?
yeah, it's 4.5.
4.5.
Looks like it's going to be a record turnout. Like
Every time they update it, it grows. Like all I see is better news. So when I see the Vegas line moving down to 190 now, get your money on Trump, folks. Get that money on Trump right now, because it's only going to get better from here. Like, look at this shit, 14.2% in Pennsylvania with half the votes in.
A little bit better than they were 4 years ago for the Democrats. Trump.
And you know, people are saying that Maine experimented with ranked choice voting. How's that working out for them?
I don't know, but how's it doing in Massachusetts? On the, one of the two questions was ranked choice voting in Massachusetts. One of the Celtics owners was spearheading the effort. Like, it's not rigged enough around here. We have to have ranked choice voting, which is another way to
Yeah, I
stack-
voted no on that simply because I assume it's a scam.
It is.
All I need to know is the people that are pushing it.
I just look up and see what the Globe says to do, and I do the opposite. I'm serious. What they tell me to do, I just do the opposite, and you can't go wrong.
All their ballots here to the election supervisor here. So it's going to be a long night in America's Dairyland, Jake.
All right, Bill Weir, thank you so much. We'll check in with you in a little bit, and let's talk about this. I do feel like we've been saying
I mean,
for a long
381.
time
Let's see,
that anything could happen.
minus
This is a very
180.
competitive
Unbelievable.
race, and B, that it's really going to come down to these 3 states: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. And C, that we're not going to probably know who won those states because of all the early vote the night of election night, and all of that is happening, and yet it still feels like people out there didn't hear us when we were telling them that in the previous week.
And well, I think people hear what they want to hear or need to hear at any given moment, understandably, given how tense the country is. I'll add one state to what you just said, which is Arizona, which also could be a tipping state, depending on how it goes, given what we're seeing so far. The thing to keep in mind is, and some of our reporters mentioned this, is that what we're seeing now is not including the early vote. And the early vote is the one that Democrats feel the most confident about because they encourage their voters to go vote early. And so that is the missing piece.
Like, as the main votes come in, like, what the hell is taking so long? What is this bullshit?
It's true. Maine's been, the polls have been closed in Maine for 4 hours.
And I'm talking about
like
Michigan.
What are they doing? I mean, it's because of the ranked choice. Does that make it more complicated? Is it harder to count?
Conclusions right now about what's going on up
I know it makes it more complicated, but I don't know how hard it is.
It's still unknown. But even if we did know Arizona,
It's just not increasing. I wish they would just tell us, like, okay, we're at 45% in Michigan. That's all we're getting tonight, folks. Like, I wish they would just be honest with us.
what is going on. So
It's dicking us around. He's almost up.
Pennsylvania's up 500,000 votes.
How many votes did he get total last time?
earlier in the night when we were getting a lot of mail votes.
Wisconsin, he's up
Stayed up 4 in Wisconsin, 55% in.
80,000 in Wisconsin. Those are big numbers. You can't make those up with a box of mail-in ballots.
We just have to wait and see. We can't even say really what is happening in some of these counties because the percentage of the vote is so low. You can't draw any real conclusion.
And just to underscore what we're all saying is the early votes.
Trump is up 8 points in Ohio with 94% of the vote, and they're not calling it. Why is that?
Right.
8%?
Because
Like, that's almost mathematically impossible to come down to.
And so,
well, the Democrats tried to change it.
Has Fox called Ohio
I
yet?
don't get it. Arizona, Biden's up 8% with 73% of the vote in. They call it. Trump's up 8% in Ohio with 94% of the vote in, and they don't call it.
This feels like
That's a hot take. It's unbelievable.
when Donald Trump pulled this huge upset and surprised everybody.
That-
Or it feels like 2018, where Democrats actually had a really good night. It just took longer than a night.
Jake, I want to go back to something that you said at the beginning of the night, and you keep saying, which is, it feels like 2020 because, meaning it's not unlike any other year, because going into tonight, in most of these battleground states, candidates were within the margin of error.
Right.
That, by definition, means it is a close race in all of these states, and that is what we're seeing play out right now.
And it's a divided country. It's a divided country. It's a close election.
One thing that we can say based on how close the race is in some of the places that Donald Trump was really at risk of losing is that the Republicans really delivered in the sense that they were able to keep those races close and in their direction.
Wisconsin just increased a little, 56%.
We're looking at
They're going 1% at a time.
A lot of states are red because they're trending red, and they need
Arizona
to stay
hasn't
that
moved.
way. And for President Trump, that is a
The
really
line, by the way, is down to minus 165. What the fuck is
if we
happening?
were talking about Joe Biden.
I don't
actually
understand
extending,
what people are
the
confident in
map
at
in a
this point.
serious way early on in the night.
Yeah. Wolf, back to you.
All right, guys, thank you. Let's get a key race alert right now. Let's start off in the 2nd Congressional District in Nebraska. One electoral vote is at
They're they'll go back to this,
is
hanging on to some scraps.
16,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.4% to 44.8%. In Arizona, a lot more of the vote is in, 75% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has an impressive 203,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.5% to 40%.
Everyone's called that already.
Yeah.
In Minnesota, right now, 61% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a 220,000 vote lead over Trump there as well, 54.3% to 43.6%. There's more states. Let's continue the key race alert right now. In Ohio right now, 88% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has an impressive 434.
So call it.
Lead over Biden in Ohio, 53.2% to 45.3%. In North Carolina, right now, 95%.
So call it. Like, that's over. He won North Carolina.
Vote Trump lead over Biden. 50% for Trump to 48.7% for Biden. In Iowa right now, 70% of the vote is in.
Call it. He won Iowa.
I understand why CNN's not doing it, but why isn't Fox doing it? Why isn't anyone else doing it?
8%. Let's go back to John King at the magic wall. So close in some of these states.
What's up with Virginia? Like Virginia, people are saying is still close.
Late into the night for some of them, we're told. And again, some grace to the local election officials because they have to deal with this wild and different 2020 mail-in voting, in-person early voting, election day voting. However, in some of these states, as you go through them, number one, again, Pennsylvania, we're still waiting. 50% estimate. We're going to be waiting on that one for a while. Michigan, pull it out. Trump lead right now, but again, it's just not contextual in the sense that
What does
you
that
come
mean?
down here, Wayne,
Not contextual.
right
What?
now, Detroit and the suburbs around
The
it.
fact that he's only winning Detroit with 55%, I would say, is
4
problematic.
years ago. So just a reminder to our viewers.
Like
that these
he should be
states are
killing him in
slowly
Detroit.
because
That's
of the
Detroit's Wayne
complexities of the
County.
2020 election, and it's going to take time. It may well take into the morning.
Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you,
If that's
John?
the case, we'll keep counting and we'll stay up all night and watch
I
it play
bet you
out.
will.
Wisconsin,
We'll keep
the same
we'll keep
thing.
sending you
So
the
again,
commercial.
if you live through 2016 and you're a Republican, you're looking at this map and you're saying that looks great. It does look great. It's just not complete, and it's nowhere near complete.
Oh, sure.
Nowhere near complete. We need to keep counting.
Keep
votes.
watching.
So then the other anomaly on the map, if you will, there are two
Yes,
things that look
Virginia.
different compared to 2016. One of them is the Commonwealth of Virginia, and I'm going to zoom in again.
64% in, and Trump
Right
is still
here.
winning.
This has been this way for some time.
And this is a
It's been this
heavily-
way for some time. Stuck in
That is
28%,
Washington, D.C.
the
right there.
largest county in the state. You would think, I know it's a difficult year, you would think the largest county in the Commonwealth of Virginia would do a better job than that, 28% at this point of the night.
Hold on one moment, John.
Sure.
Kamala Brown's got some reporting on what's going on in Virginia.
Yeah, exactly. We're finding out in Fairfax, Virginia, it is slow going, finding out the results there. In fact, we're finding out that they will have their roughly 400,000 absentee ballots results in the next couple of hours, likely before 1 a.m. But so far, only around 28% is reported there in Fairfax County in Virginia, and a very small portion of that is Democratic. So we have that going on there. And then you look over in Georgia, it is slow going, John.
Yeah, what happened to
Go over
Georgia?
Georgia and some of these counties there. You have Gwinnett County only 29% in. DeKalb, we have only 24% in. And then Fulton has also been slow going. They were delayed because of a pipe that burst earlier. And so
Oh, a pipe
they
burst.
still have 48,000
Somehow that matters.
absentee
Yeah,
ballots
they had a pipe burst and
Oh, okay.
flooded.
Didn't see that one coming.
ballots, but it is slow going there in Georgia. And then we also know, of course,
Like-
John, in Pennsylvania, more than 1 million outstanding absentee ballots for officials to go through in the Democratic
Absentee or
areas there
mail-in?
of Pennsylvania. I'm talking about Philadelphia. I'm talking about the suburbs of Philadelphia and Allegheny. And that's not counting these 9 counties, the smaller counties that are waiting until tomorrow to start counting those absentee ballots. So as this picture comes together of what's happening, we really are in suspense there in Pennsylvania.
That's a lot. It's, again, you just look at the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, big state, 20 electoral votes, 2 million to 1.5 million. And you
Well,
think
it doesn't
that's
look like a landslide in
go back
Biden's
in
favor,
time.
at least. I think
Depends
those are
on
over.
How many votes still need to be counted? 2.9.
This is fucking
We
crazy.
expect higher turnout this time. Japan mentioned the 9 counties. At least 6 of those, I think, maybe all 9, but at least 6 or 7 won by Trump. They've just decided.
Yeah,
to
all
sit
this
there and vote
absentee
today.
shit they're
They're not
hanging
gonna
on
vote
to
until
is
tomorrow.
just
So you look at that there. I want to
so
pop back to
suspicious.
What Pam said in Georgia, because again, if you're in the Biden campaign right now, you're looking at this map and you're thinking all of the opportunities we thought we had might be slipping away, meaning states that we could flip,
Yeah.
like Florida, like North Carolina, like Georgia.
Yeah.
There are 2 Senate races in Georgia as well. So I just want to go to the point Pam was making and just see what are we looking at, right? So let's come back out first.
Oh, this is interesting. Let's
Look at
compare those
statewide,
counties in Georgia.
211,141 vote lead. So you come into the highest population center and you say, okay, well, they're missing a lot of ballots. They're not missing, but they haven't counted a lot of ballots here. So you look at Fulton County, 297,000 there. Let's just see where we are, 196. So Joe Biden is 100,000 votes behind where Hillary Clinton was there. It's supposed to be a more high turnout election. So maybe there's more votes there. That's about 100,000.
Maybe.
Pam mentioned Gwinnett County, come over here. You see 100.
So Pennsylvania is now at half the votes are in now, and Trump is up by over 14%. 14.
14% in Pennsylvania. Well, I
Half the
mean,
voters.
they have all those mail-in votes, all these boxes of mail-in votes, which are heavily Democrat, but they're also, going to cheat. So I don't trust that. I would love to make that irrelevant. I don't know how big his lead has to be for them to not even bother counting mail-in votes, but it's got to be It's got to be close.
Didn't they said in Philadelphia they stopped counting. I assume that's the biggest stronghold they have. Look at this Pennsylvania. Insane.
There's no reason at all.
He's up by 500,000 votes. That's crazy.
As those votes are counted,
Wisconsin, he's up by more than 4% now with 60% in. If he wins one of these states, and he's winning all of them right now, it's over.
Are you sure?
Yes.
He won Arizona 4 years ago. Explain that to
Oh, I
me.
apologize because the Arizona thing would throw that off. So yes, I'm wrong about that.
They're just nowhere near the same numbers, right?
So I guess
How is that possible? How do all those people in Arizona vote for him 4 years ago and not again this year? I mean, why? What changed? What was the big
that's it.
game changer?
Immigration, I guess, right?
Ceremony and the
What,
Kids
they
in
don't like? They don't want him to stop illegal immigration?
I think a lot of them are in, and a lot of them can vote. Maybe. I mean, I don't know.
We have the slow count. We just got the
That's too bad. That's not a good trend.
Michigan and Wisconsin.
It's not, but all the other border, especially with Texas, though, because New Mexico is pretty liberal, and California is too.
The important thing is stay with the sources you trust. Be patient. We're going to count them. We have eyes on them.
Yes, we should trust you, CNN.
Do it right. We have a key race alert. Some of the contests we haven't paid that much attention to, but
They-
take a look at this in Maine right now.
Here we go.
37% of the estimated vote is in. Joe Biden has an 18,000 vote lead over Donald Trump.
That's closer than it should be.
51.3% to 45.
Show the congressional districts now.
The second congressional district in Maine with one electoral.
Boom, boom.
53% of
Keep
the
it.
vote is in.
Keep it red.
Is slightly 841 votes.
33% in.
5%.
And that's only going to get redder.
Of the second congressional district.
So Mark Levin tweets, I'm going to call it now. Trump has won Texas, Ohio, North Carolina, Iowa, Georgia, and Twitter tags it with a warning.
What?
Says official sources have not called the race when this was tweeted with a big exclamation point.
What makes CNN any more official than Mark Levin?
I don't know.
What? Well, CNN hasn't called it yet. Oh, here we got Maine. Our Maine.
You see the red up in the northern part of the state. Donald Trump carried this congressional district 4 years ago. Maine and Nebraska do it by congressional district. It is very rare that it comes down to,
It's, by the way, the line is down to minus 145 for Trump. What the fuck is happening? What is happening? I don't understand this. What do they know that we don't know?
But Democrats have been surprised in some other places.
I don't know. You're the expert. You
The
tell
lead
me.
increased because the lead has increased in Wisconsin. Again, every time you see Wisconsin, it increases. Wisconsin has almost the same amount of electoral votes as Arizona. So if you keep Wisconsin and lose Arizona, nothing matters. However, that one fucking vote in Nebraska.
Another key race alert in the important one right now. The Commonwealth of Virginia. Look at this. 73% of the vote.
There you go.
Biden is now ahead by some.
What the hell happened there?
219,000 votes. 52.3% to 46% for Trump. All of a sudden, Biden takes the lead in Virginia. 13 electoral votes at stake.
So kiss that one goodbye.
That's significant, John. We were looking closely at those suburban.
Is that why the CNN? Is that where the line moves because of Virginia? The line will move once they officially call Ohio, North Carolina, Georgia, Texas, all of which are going to go to Trump. All of them.
Now it's up to 86. If you need something fixed at home, you just need Pam Brown to talk about it on television, and then apparently it just happens right away. Pam talks about it, and in come the vote. So that's good. It's a good thing. I'll give you Pam's phone number later in the program. But as you go through this, look, on a night like this, when people are nervous, when we do have the counting, it is important for people. So we give them credit for counting the votes when they did, and when you pull that back out, then all of a sudden, a state that you were watching all night long, you're wondering why is that red? We talked about this all night long, and we're going to talk about it apparently through the night and into tomorrow when it comes to Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. We need to be patient. It's a very different year.
50% in Michigan. He's up 11.
More quickly, they're good people, and they're counting the votes. We want them as quickly as
With
possible.
what
So now you
percent?
see this. That puts
50% in.
Wow.
So you come back out and you look at this map.
And
where
there's
we are
Pennsylvania
right now,
again.
right? So now we're at 11.
They're declaring, I believe Fox is declaring Ohio.
They're finally. Oh, ballsy take.
They're not. Why? Because we're waiting for so much. Number one, you see those? They're red right now, but it's just not contested.
Yes, he's won Ohio.
In Pennsylvania,
Ooh.
Michigan, and Wisconsin, but we're missing a ton of votes. We're missing a ton of votes. And so you look at this part of the country, has anything changed? Right? Let me take this out. Has anything
And Tom Tillis is declaring victory in North Carolina,
Is
meaning
he really?
that would mean the
in terms of who's leading?
Republicans hold the Senate if he wins.
different.
I don't see how they don't.
Arizona, and that's not called yet either.
Because
but
Susan
she's trending,
Collins.
Joe Biden's way. So that was a key target for the Democrats.
Newsmax is projecting Trump wins Texas.
The Democrats came into the night thinking and hoping.
Yep, he has declared
We're not
victory
done
12
yet.
minutes
There may
ago.
well yet be. Georgia, as we just noted, have a lot of
Wow,
votes to
that
count.
is
Georgia
fucking
is still
amazing.
close enough for
That
those
Cal
votes to make a
Cunningham got his
difference.
ass
But the Democrats
beat.
who spent this week saying it's going to be a blowout.
Hope she was worth it.
We haven't
Yeah.
seen this with these states. But if you were going to have a blowout,
Fox calls Ohio for Trump.
in a blowout year, you're leading. You tend to lead. So it doesn't mean one or two of these won't flip back. You don't see any evidence right now of a huge wave, and that's going to matter not just for the presidency. As we get later in the night in the Senate, as we start doing the House tally, as tomorrow we think about governor's races and state legislatures, the fact that there's a lot of
Got a
red.
huge lead in Michigan, 51% in.
Don't know yet. That's going
It just goes so
11.
slowly. Like they should be able to tell us like what percent of that remaining 50% of votes is absentee, what percent is mail-in. Let us know so we have an idea of how much fucking longer we got to watch this shit.
Everybody is saying that it was too early to call Arizona, that there's 1 million votes left from the suburbs yet uncounted. Excellent. Joni Ernst defeats the Democrat in Iowa.
Really, that is official.
Yep.
Just a very smart Republican vote counter. We'll see if she's right. But it sure looks that way. You come back here again. So you see this right now. I think it's halfway through. 519,000 votes. That's big, right? Even in a big state like Pennsylvania. However, let's go west to east this time. 98,000 votes. We've been stuck there for a long time. 17% of the estimated vote. Allegheny County, that's Pittsburgh. That's the suburbs around it. Remember that 98,000. This is a higher turnout year. We're seeing that everywhere in the country. 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton got 367,000 votes in Allegheny County. We're just nowhere near done. We have a lot of votes to count there. Let's just come. I just want to check in some of the counties for the president. That's a county we expect to go for Joe Biden. Westmoreland County is a place where we expect the president to win. This was a challenge. Joe Biden campaigned here. When he came out of the Democratic convention, he took the train ride. Joe Biden came here on purpose. He wanted to see if he could narrow the gap. This is 64-33 last time. Let's come back here now. Not so far anyway. Not so far. This would be, if the president can hold this, that's a big deal. Joe Biden went into these communities thinking, I can narrow the gap some, but again, we're in the early chapter of this, and we don't know what we have left to come out. Let's come back over here again in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This is what matters most.
Yeah, I called Ohio hours ago, guys. Hours
In
ago.
Philadelphia, Joe Biden at 248,000, so just shy of 250,000 votes. You think that's a big lead? You see 75%, but to emphasize the point, we have a long way to go. Hillary Clinton got 584,000 votes in this county 4 years ago. We got a ton way to go. Wolf, back to you.
We'll be patient. We got another projection right now. Take a look at this. CNN projects that Joe Biden is the winner in Virginia.
But this is what I mean. They'll call Virginia, but they won't call Ohio. Come on.
13 electoral votes go to Biden.
Like Florida, they haven't called Florida yet, have they?
Yes, I believe they did. Well, Fox did. I don't know about CNN.
Votes right now. Trump has 100.
They're such freaking frauds.
The presidency. Let's take a look at some of the key race alerts right now. Arizona right now. Look at this. 76%.
It's the same it was 2 hours ago. The same friggin' numbers.
Arizona by more than 207,000 votes. 53.6% to 45% for Trump. So let's go back to John King right now. Arizona, 200,000 vote lead right now. With that number.
According to my girl Ann, Ann Coulter says Trump has to win Pennsylvania and either Michigan or Wisconsin.
Well, she's a fucking idiot then. That's not true at all.
It's a flip, right? It would be a flip.
Well,
It's a traditionally red state, so
because
you
of the
gotta
Arizona
always be a little
thing.
more cautious before you call it. And so
If
we
he
wanna
wins
wait and see.
Wisconsin,
You're up to 76%. You're up to a 207,000 vote lead.
yeah. Well, if he loses that Nebraska district, yes. And I suppose he would. But I have full confidence he's going to win Pennsylvania and Michigan at this point. Full
Let's
confidence.
just go back and take a look. Hillary Clinton, 700,000 votes, 702. Democrat this time.
Texas just got called for
798,
Trump
so
finally.
96,000
Ooh,
votes,
ballsy.
so we're not quite complete yet here. Again, what does this tell you? Number one, it tells you the Biden campaign did a good job. But number two, it just tells you more about the suburban revolt. And again, we're seeing other places that are closer than they
The
were 4 years ago.
suburban
This would be a very
revolt.
important
Shut
thing
the
for
fuck
Democrats
up.
if it continues to
John,
trend
this is what I
this way.
mean.
And again, 54 if you round up to 45, so a 9-point race there. You go back 4 years ago, it was close, but it was a 4.5-point race in favor of the Republicans. The demographic shifts in Arizona, suburban revolt against President Trump, and this could be very, very.
Yeah, I have
important on a
people
night
people
of
like
opportunities
all
for
nervous. What are
Democrats.
people
And
nervous
these
about? Like,
now
what has made you
seem to be
nervous?
very
The fact that they got one victory in Arizona. Congratulations, you won Arizona with the 11 electoral votes. Ooh, oh yeah.
It just feels odd. It's Arizona, and it's it feels like one of those places that should be red, and it feels like Trump. If you voted for Trump 4 years ago, why aren't you voting for him again? What happened? What made people in Arizona give up on him? You're right. It's a changing demographic. They're not the same people. They're immigrants, or they're people that came from California, but they're not the same people. And if it were this, it makes no sense to say. I mean, nobody voted for Trump 4 years ago says, let's get rid of the bum and let's try Joe Biden. That's not how that works.
Mm-hmm.
No Trump fan from 2016 wants Biden to be president.
I'm going to make the second congressional district a toss-up for now. The president is leading. The Democrats think they're going to get that, but again, they thought they were going to get some other places too. We'll watch. I'll take it off as a toss-up. If you're at 229 and you're the Democrats, how do you get there if you're Joe Biden, right? Well, you can't count on Texas right now. Are you still leading in Iowa? No, you're not.
Texas has been called by everybody. Why are they so afraid to do it?
That gets you up to 233. And so then again,
Susan Collins is winning by double digits still.
Here.
Wow.
And even those two.
Boston Globe just reported it.
Looking at that. Do you do that there? Or the other Clinton state, Nevada, we haven't done on the West Coast yet. You get that there. So that's 285. Can you afford to lose that? You can't afford to lose that. So we're going to walk through the math as we go through.
All right, Trump needs Iowa, Wisconsin, and either Pennsylvania or Michigan.
He's going to win Iowa. If Yoni Ernst won Iowa, then Trump's going to win.
Election night in America
And
continues.
what's Wisconsin right now?
Wisconsin, was up by like 5% last I saw.
We'll look back.
So
remember the moment that things for one street.
Oh, shut up. Yeah. So he won by. I'm trying to do the math here. Let me pull up my interactive map. I'm going to pull up my interactive map. CNN interactive map. And we'll do this together. Okay, let me switch the screen here. Share screen. Okay. Did that come up? Okay, so let's do this together. So we know now. So Arizona is blue. Let's put that just for shits and giggles. Colorado is blue. Texas red. Florida red. Georgia red. North Carolina red. Ohio red. Minnesota blue. New Hampshire blue. Maine will stay. Let's see though. It's got to be blue with the stripe. Let's do the second one. There you go. Okay. So that's what it would look like right now. And we've given that second congressional. Let's give them the one in Nebraska just for shits and giggles to see what happens here.
All right.
Okay. All right. So I did Maine the opposite. Maine is supposed to be blue. And then the second congressional district is supposed to be red. Okay. So there we got that. So we're right there. Now, suppose Trump takes Iowa, which he should, and Nevada goes to them, okay, like it normally does. And once again, it comes down to these 3 seats. So if he wins Wisconsin in this case, then yes, he would need one of those two to win, right? If he wins Pennsylvania, it would not be enough. He would actually have to win 2. So yes, he does. It's best out of 3 with these states. And when you're winning all 3, the odds are in your favor. However, one thing he also has going for him is like Nevada hasn't been called yet. That, you know what I mean? That hasn't been called. I haven't heard a call in Minnesota. Have you?
No, but it's a big lead for Biden.
It is. And the whole state of Maine has not been called yet. So that could.
A big lead for Biden.
In Minnesota?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, it's minus 135. Holy shit, this is closer than I thought. So, but I still have full confidence because he's winning all 3 of those states. So, what trends have you seen that would make you think?
Pennsylvania is going to cheat. Their attorney general is the one that already like predicted Trump would lose. That guy, he's crooked.
Oh, we got the courts, Jerry. This
We
could go.
got the big court, but we don't have all the courts.
I can eventually. The big court will take it. Imagine that Amy Coney Barrett gives us.
That'd be so great. Well, there's
Oh
all
my
kinds of people tweeting about the potential for a tie, 269.
I mean, it could. I guess.
They're burning flags in BLM Plaza in DC and throwing bricks, and it's getting wild.
And I think we determined already at 269 means Trump wins, right?
It goes. There's some weird scenario where it goes to the House. I mean, it goes to the states, but they each only get one vote, and we control 26 states, and they control 22, I think.
Not matter.
I don't think it gets to the Supreme Court unless there's some kind of challenge.
Mm-hmm. Okay, hold on. Let's see if I can bring this up here. I'm going to switch.
And according to the Pennsylvania, that 55% in, Trump is up 15. That's unbelievable. Biden's home state, alleged home state.
If he keeps this up, none of those write-in votes or whatever, none of them matter.
Right. That's what if he's a big enough lead, and right now his lead is 500,000. I'm not sure how many mail-in ballots they have, or they have uncounted, but he's got a 500,000 vote lead. If that holds with 55% in, that seems insurmountable.
It's too early to call, by the way.
Hawaii is too early to call. I'm just saying I expect that's where we end up, right? It would be a huge surprise. It would be a huge surprise otherwise. And if we have to go back, we go back. But so you do the hypotheticals now in the Biden campaign, and you're banking on that. You're banking on Nevada, and you like your lead in Arizona, and you think you're going to get that. So then you're looking around. And again, Minnesota is a state. We're not there yet, but you think you're going to keep that. I don't think I've ever been past 11 o'clock on a presidential election night and having not called the state of Rhode Island. That's Connecticut.
Rhode Island hasn't been called?
Don't quite get.
Rhode Island had a big
saying
state house, the Speaker of the House lost, some Democrat.
Really?
Big upset in the House, but not that it matters.
Oh, the House of Representatives, like
No, the local House, the state House.
Hope has gone away. Your hope is fading. You're not sure about Georgia. There's a lot of votes out in Metro Atlanta. So let's play this one out.
NPR Politics says he already won. They called him 3 hours ago.
Here, right,
for what?
For Rhode Island.
You think you're going to get most of Maine, but I'm going to take away this.
The AP called it 3 hours ago.
Toss-up. Maine, one of those states that does it. Let's take this away. Let's be cautious and see what happens. And again, I'm looking at the Biden math, right? Because the president starts at 270.
Joe Biden wins Rhode
Island. Starts at 306. Joe Biden has to subtract and take it away. And so you're looking at the map now.
Everybody's going. All the Trumpkins are going nuts on Twitter because of Arizona. They said it never should have been called. They're blaming that.
Why did they call it so? Like, what was the rush?
They're blaming that Chris Steyerwalt guy with the bow tie, the fat guy. Saying he must be fired. They should sue Fox. There's a million uncounted ballots.
Yeah, how do you make that call? I mean, that it seemed like a lot.
We'll end up with Alaska, Idaho. Montana's interesting right now, but again, the expectation is it's going to go there. We got some congressional districts here we're waiting on. And so then where do you get, right? You've got 1, 2, and 3 in the congressional district. So we're going to wait those out. Just remember that you sort of have three off to the side.
Why aren't they giving them Connecticut?
You go through these big 3 states right here. At 243 and 246, essentially, if you get this, you're knocking at the door, right?
Yeah, why aren't the mail-ins counted? Like, you mailed them in.
This one off the board. We think it's going to be slow.
How hard?
Because you could just mail them today, and you could. They have till Friday, I believe, in Pennsylvania to count them. It's bizarre. They have till like next week in some states. A couple of states have like a week to count them.
What is the point of this? Like, why? Like, you've had
whatever. They just invent ways to make it easier for Democrats to cheat. That's all. It's judges who declare, who make it. I mean, could it be any easier to vote? The idea that this voter suppression is so ridiculous.
No, of course, it's all a huge lie. Oh no, he waited in a line. Oh no.
CNN projects that President Trump will.
They
declared Ohio 3 hours after you did, Turtle Boy.
It's like, Jesus Christ.
Big win for Donald Trump.
It's not a big win.
Take a look at the Electoral College map where it stands right now. With that, Biden still has 205. Trump has 132. 270 needed to win the presidency. Biden still had 205, 132. We're watching this very closely. Let's get a key race alert to see where things stand right now. All eyes on Arizona right now. 76% of the estimated vote is now in, and Biden still has an impressive 207,000 vote lead over Trump. 53.6% to 45% for Trump.
Everybody's saying on Twitter that this is ridiculously early to call Arizona.
76%, John, of Arizona.
Well, Newsmax is calling Georgia finally, even though they got a broken pipe. Saying
Finally, Georgia's been called.
Trump by Newsmax. I mean, take it for it.
Both campaigns sort of in their building blocks.
That's 16 electoral votes.
Was hoping, right? Hoping for an opportunity here, an opportunity here, an opportunity here. We just took one away. They thought they had a chance. Remember, Joe Biden went to Cleveland Monday morning. Closer, a lot closer than it was last time. But a Trump win there, we project. And so you're looking at this map. So this one, they're leading in. That's a Clinton state they expect to get. So again, in the Biden campaign, you came into the night dreaming of getting this. Doesn't look that way. We still have some votes to count in Texas. But so if you take off the board, let's not count on that anymore. Take that off. We're still waiting. Take that up again. We're back here where we knew we would be, And the question is, what else can change the map, right? So which, do you need the big one? Can you do it with the 26, 16, and 10? 16 Michigan, 10 Wisconsin. This is, you're sitting there now with your sheets, or that's all done digitally now. But some people like old school.
Our sheets.
The campaigns, they're sitting there with their paper, and they're going through this because you.
Well, I mean, Wisconsin now he's up by 4.7% with 63% in.
If you turn this up and come here,
that means he's got to win by the remaining by 7 or 8%. Biden does.
Do you get them all, or do you just get? Do you have to? Does the congressional district go back and forth? So that's where the interesting map is.
I got to go grab something to drink and eat. And do you want me to come back? Do you want me to come back, or you want to talk?
Your call, Jerry. Whatever. I know you got to wake up early in the morning.
I know. I was planning on watching the finals in bed, but
I can hold the fort down for you. Don't worry.
And then you get into the.
I'll wait to see what they say about Michigan and Wisconsin.
To find out how much more are we.
It's like it goes by 1%. They're like 1%.
I like these little stories. Sarah McBride said to become the first openly transgender state senator
out of Delaware, right?
Delaware.
There's the map.
Yeah.
When we go into the
it's great, bold, brave, and beautiful.
Back and forth. And guess what?
Yeah.
If you go
There's Michigan. What's Michigan? What percent are they at there?
I guess she's a Democrat.
Lawyers.
I mean, 10
fights. Some of them perfectly normal. Some of them.
Pennsylvania, 54% is in now. Donald Trump remains up almost 15% there.
Finish counting the election tonight. It's not the way it works. It's just not the way it works. It never works that way. It was not going to work this way from the beginning this year because of the complexities of the pandemic voting. But it is one thing to watch. The president signaled he was going to do it. We're now at 12:06 a.m. on Wednesday. He has not done it. That's good. That's good. We should let the process play out. But as we get through this later, let's just see.
Has Donald Trump tweeted anything tonight?
Battleground states, so-called blue wall. So much of the outstanding vote are the early votes, which were skewing Democrat.
Right, they were. And again, I didn't have Rhode Island still has not been called on that map too, which would be a couple of votes for Biden. Let's bring it over.
No, he is not.
Just to look again and again, this at this point, to people at home who've been watching all night long, this is getting a bit redundant. But as people tune in later in the night,
there's no Vegas betting line on this anymore.
If you look at this map and you think it's after midnight, 56-42 in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. At first glance,
I'll be right back too. I got to use the boys' room. Hold on.
Pennsylvania, no matter who wins Pennsylvania,
I can't believe how big the audience is still. Holy shit.
14-point race in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That's just not going to happen. So what does that tell you? That this is an incomplete picture. Every vote in here is a real vote, but it's an incomplete picture. And so you look at places where the president is doing well, 72% of the vote is in here in Lancaster County. Very important to the president. You move up here to Lebanon County. It's a smaller county, but this is where the president, this is where the Trump magic is running it up in these smaller counties, building 20,000 votes here, 10,000 votes there, but 95% of it is in. So if you're looking at this map right now and you're thinking, if you're a Democrat, okay, a lot of these Trump counties, a high percentage of the vote seems to be in, but come over here to this part of the state. Bucks County, 53%, so we're making some progress there. Biden holding the lead. Philadelphia, the city of Philadelphia, up to 40%. We were in the 20s last time we checked, so we're getting some more votes. But again, look at 248,931. So just shy 249,000 for Joe Biden. He's leading Philadelphia County. Go back 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton gets 584,000 votes. So we just have to, that's simple math, right? Turnout is higher this year. Hillary Clinton got 584,000 votes in Philadelphia County. Joe Biden right now is at 248,000. The president's numbers are much lower too. We just haven't counted many of the votes in Philadelphia County. And that includes when you move beyond out to Montgomery County. Again, might be 50% here. I'll look at the numbers there. 168,000 for Joe Biden now. Hillary Clinton won this county with 256. So there's just a lot of math to be done. Right? You move down here, Chester County, Hillary Clinton had 141,000. You come up here now, we're at 73,000. That's about half, a little less than half, a little more than half, I'm sorry. So if you just bring it out, this is where we just need to be patient. And again, the key thing, if you're a Democrat and you're sweating this a little bit, number one, most of your votes here have not yet been counted.
Back.
This is your other big basket here. We're still at 70%.
What I missed? Trump win yet?
County, Pittsburgh, and the suburbs around it. Joe Biden leading healthily, 98,000 votes. That's a healthy lead. You go back in time.
Oh, come on.
Hillary Clinton got 367,000 votes in Allegheny County. Joe Biden hopes to do better than her.
I'm not taking off the
4
tie,
years
Laura.
ago. We'll see if that turns
Too
out to
formal.
be true, but we just simply know 260, just shy of 260.
65% is now in
370.
Wisconsin.
Here
Every
now.
time Wisconsin
Just
gets a
haven't
little bit
counted a lot of
closer,
votes.
but
There's
Wisconsin's
just a
only
ton of
10
votes
electoral
yet
votes.
to be
Not enough.
counted, which means we're not done. So you pull it out. and you
Wisconsin
weigh
alone won't do it.
Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So it's
You really
just
got to win
deceptive.
2 of these
It's all real.
motherfuckers, huh?
These are all votes, but that's just deceptive.
One's
because it's not
fucking
a
Arizona.
contextual lead because we're missing so many votes. And it's the very same story when you move over to Michigan. The challenge now is for the election officials in these states to be transparent, to do the best they can,
Okay,
count as quickly as they can. And be
Pennsylvania's still
transparent about what is missing.
54%.
But you just want to come down here and
So
look
now
again.
this is a
This hasn't budged.
4.6%
This
lead in
simply hasn't budged. Wayne
Wisconsin
County is Detroit, and the
for Trump
suburbs
with
around it. This is the
65%
building
of the
block
vote
for
in.
Democrats in the state
Like,
of
what is
Michigan.
Arizona
Nearly
doing?
20%,
How?
18%
What?
or more, depending on turnout.
You know what I mean?
Of the statewide
Where?
vote.
What have we done
You
in the
see Joe
last
Biden,
hour? What has happened?
147,000. You go back in time. This was a place where Hillary
Okay, so
Clinton
Michigan's up
underperformed.
1 more
Democrats'
percent,
turnout was higher,
and Donald
but
Trump right
still,
there now is
she
a
got
11.0,
519,000 plus
no,
votes 4 years ago.
10.4% lead.
The leader right there, right now, Joe Biden, 147,000
Pennsylvania.
votes. So it just tells you. that's just one count.
14.5%
It
lead.
just tells you we have a boatload.
I mean,
votes
they're,
to
they're
count.
saying all
You
those
come out
votes
here,
remaining
move
are
out
in
to Kent,
Philadelphia.
move out
I'll
to the
believe it when I
western part
see
of
it.
the state. You're up to 60 here, right? 60% of the estimated vote. But 119,000, Donald Trump leading.
This is getting
in Kent
ridiculous.
County, this is Grand Rapids and the suburbs around it. Democrats had hoped to.
What about
make
Nevada?
votes
Any
here.
votes
Let's
from
see if it
Nevada coming
stays
in yet?
red, but 119 at 54%. You come back 4 years ago, 148. So even in a place where they say they're up to 60, we just know it's under the 2016 vote total. We know that turnout is up just about everywhere in this election. So it tells you it's real. It's a Trump lead, but it's an incomplete picture. Let's come to 2020 as we do that. It's a
People are saying
Trump
there's
lead.
no
It's
results
a
from
healthy
Nevada.
lead, it looks like, but it's just incomplete. And it's significantly incomplete. And Wolf, it's the very same thing over in Wisconsin. You look at this as a Republican.
Because if Nevada can somehow go Republican, which is a long shot,
108,000 votes, but you come down here to Milwaukee, 128,000 votes right there. You go back in
then
time.
all of a
Hillary
sudden
Clinton had
Trump only has to win
208,000
one of
votes.
those 3
Turnout was
states,
down
not
in Milwaukee
2.
4 years ago. I heard Bill Ware say earlier, Democrats are worried about it this time, but it's not going to be this much down. You're not going to have 288,000. Look at the president. He was at 126,000 here, and you come back.
I almost voted for Turtle
you
Boy
come
for
up
the
to
categories that
2020
only
here,
had a Democrat.
He's at 80,000 and 128.
I left in
It's
blanket
just not a
since I didn't know if I would
complete picture.
avoid
There
my.
are a
No,
lot of
it doesn't. I voted for Turtle Boy
so
twice.
you
I
wanna
I posted my
it's past
ballot
midnight.
on
You wanna know?
Facebook
We
earlier.
just have a long way to go. We have to count.
Brought my
votes.
kid in there. She couldn't wait to fill it out.
Projection right now.
Okay, let me guess. A Democrat win.
CNN projects. that
Oh,
the president
Idaho!
wins
Holy
in
fucking
Idaho.
shit! Oh my God! Bombshell! Holy fuck!
Let's take a look at the
Wait till Jerry finds out. Oh my God! You missed it.
Trump now has 136 electoral college
What the
votes.
fuck?
Biden has 205, 270. That's the magic number you need to.
Are there
win.
any Turtle Riders in
Let's
Nevada? I'm
get a
going to
few
text my
weeks
friend
ago
Mindy
right now to see where
Robinson
things stand.
in Nevada
and
and see what she's up
Iowa.
to.
In Minnesota,
I'll invite her on.
now 65% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has an impressive 217,000 vote lead over Trump.
That's impressive. Why don't you call the friggin'
to
Pennsylvania impressive?
44.1%. In Iowa right now, 84% of the estimated vote.
Oh,
is
look at
in.
Trump
has a
smoking 'em.
95,000 vote lead
Call
over
Iowa. Iowa's done.
52%
Dunsky.
to 45.9% in Iowa. 2 more states. We're waiting for those states, John. So the counting continues.
The counting continues, and again, we mentioned Iowa. It was blue very early on. This is one of those states that Biden can. This is a much.
I
longer
wrote
shot.
you
This
only
is
in
more of a
Democratic
Republican
running.
state.
I expect
Some
a call that
Democrats
you
out there
won.
thought
That's
there's
true.
a Senate race out there as well, so Democrats thought make a run at it. But you look.
You
at
voted
that right
Turtle
now,
Boy
again,
against Mahoney.
84%. We have
Attaboy.
a way to go in the count, but you just come in a poll
Anybody
count.
know if some of my local races,
Up
like
to 95%,
Tatiana
57%,
Semirog, did she
41%.
win?
Just checking the vote totals to see turnout.
Let's see.
146,000 leading there, 119. So you see, even there, Joe Biden's numbers higher, turnout is up everywhere, but it doesn't appear to be enough as you walk it through. We'll just come through here and come out and look. You come over to the eastern part of the state, Cedar Rapids, Lynn County. Democrats need a big turnout here. 70,000 votes, 92%. Just want to go back in time again to compare it. Hillary Clinton gets 58,000 votes. So Joe Biden is, in the places where the Democrats need to do well, Joe Biden is getting more votes, more because of higher turnout than Hillary Clinton. But just look. There's an interesting thing to look at this here, the so-called pivot counties. Just watch this map. This is Trump 2016, right? Trump 2016, Trump 2020, Trump 2020, still a lot of red. Go back in time. Watch all the blue. This is Obama 2012. Obama
Watch this. Turn red.
Iowa
Turn
has
red.
more of the so-called pivot counties than any state in the country. There are 31 counties.
So
in
I
this
see
state.
that Arizona still
2020
hasn't moved at
for Barack
all.
Obama and
That's
Joe
great.
Biden. 31 counties. 31 of the 99 Iowa counties.
Come
Look at
on.
that. Changed in 2016, and it looks like if you
Michigan
do it
has
here,
1 more
quite
percent,
down with the 2020
and it's the
counties,
same
does
lead
look
for
like Joe
Trump.
Biden maybe
1
took a
more
few of them
percent.
back, but nowhere near. The bulk of them are right up.
I feel like I'm watching one of those
nowhere
bars
near.
on the
Oh, again,
computer.
we're
It's
not
like
done with the count here, but we're up to 84%.
Pennsylvania's up to
there,
55%,
98,000 vote lead.
and it's a
In Iowa,
14.6%
pull it
lead.
back out. There's
That's
a lot of red, but remember this
same
red.
as before, pretty much.
Certainly is. We got a key race.
And then
alert right
Wisconsin. Oh, what's the big state?
now. In Arizona, look at this. 76% of the estimated vote in Arizona is.
I saw Nevada
Biden
there.
has
I didn't see what
an
the lead
impressive
was.
207,000 vote lead over Trump.
Nothing changed.
0.6% to 45%, 11 electoral votes in Arizona. In Nevada right now.
What the fuck?
Still very, very early. Only a few votes have been counted. Trump has a lead.
The fuck is wrong with them there?
78.7% to 18%.
The whole state is automated.
The vote in Nevada is in 6 electoral votes in Nevada. We'll watch.
What the hell are they doing in Nevada?
Arizona is a key battleground state.
I can't believe CNN of all places hasn't called Arizona, but Fox did. How does that make any sense?
State, to a Biden state, and you pull it out again. 207,000 votes when you're up to 76%. Not impossible to overcome, but it gets hard at this point, especially when most of your votes are here. More than 60% of the vote will come out of Maricopa County, and it's a 10-point lead, just shy of a 10-point lead for Joe Biden. 805,000 votes in Maricopa County. Again, higher turnout this time.
Man, we got
Number
quite the
one,
crowd
Democrats
today.
favor the
Jesus
Democrats
Christ.
Every day, Arizona gets more diverse.
Trump is back up
But
to
also the
180,
suburban
people said.
revolt, when you add all
Yes.
those
Oh,
up,
I see 150 on mine. Minus
2016, Hillary
150.
Clinton gets 702,000 votes in Maricopa County, and the
Let
president
me refresh the
wins it
donos
4
in
years later.
case I missed
100,000
anyone.
more votes, 103,000 more votes.
Okay, got a couple
Joe Biden
activities
there,
here.
Maricopa
I'd like
County.
to
So
read
you
off.
pull out the
Anonymous
rest of the
says, thanks
state,
for all you
you
do.
move
You're
up
very
here,
welcome,
you look
Anonymous.
at Flagstaff, look at
Caroline
66%
says, thanks
there,
for letting
up
us,
to
for taking
73%.
us
You go
through
back in time,
election night. I'm with
56%
you.
for 10 points
Trump
better.
We're just
has
getting
this.
word, by the way, that,
Absolutely.
Joe Biden is
Don't
about
lose
to make a
faith.
statement shortly from Wilmington, Delaware.
And
We'll, of course, have live
I saw
coverage
Trump
of
at minus
Delaware.
one,
Right,
minus
so that's the
800
challenge
Todd
for
at
these
one point.
candidates
Minus
tonight. We're
800.
waiting to see if the candidates
Again, if you guys
speak.
want to donate,
Nobody
there you go.
can declare victory tonight because we don't know.
Fox just called Iowa. That's good.
So the
Okay.
question is, what tone do you set? Again, there was some reporting during the week that perhaps the president would come out if he saw this and say, it's past midnight, election day's over, I'm ahead. He hasn't done that. And that's good. That's good because that's not the way it works.
Oh, shut
So I
up.
assume Joe
That's not
Biden
the
would
way
say,
we allow it
"Counting
to
votes,
happen.
Let's continue. Let's respect the process, and we go forward here. And you come up, you just say, you think, you just got to count the votes because this is all incomplete right here. And again, you walk through it, 66%, but a lot of Democratic votes missing, 50%, a lot of Democratic votes missing. You just walk through it as you go through here, 57%, almost nothing, or at least up to 40% now in Philadelphia, but a ton to count, 53% here, 55% here. So more votes starting to come in slowly in that area here in Pennsylvania. But if you're Joe Biden, number one, you're nervous. You're nervous. The map is not what you thought it was going to be.
No. Why do you think that?
You also know that we're nowhere close to being done right here. And if those turn around, then you're back in a better place.
Yeah, those are 3 critically important states right now. They're watching closely. It'll be interesting.
Yeah, I
to
don't
see
know where
what
Jerry
Biden actually has to say at a sensitive moment like this.
Right, absolutely. The challenge is to urge people to be patient and to trust the process. The challenge also is to ease some Democratic jitters because a lot of Democrats.
If he wins Michigan and Wisconsin, he wins with 272. Is that right? Let me see. I'll go back to my election map. If he wins Michigan
they look at the national polls, and again,
and Wisconsin,
we'll see where this ends up. Joe Biden
he actually
pulled ahead
gets
in the popular vote.
274
We'll see where it
if
ends
that
up, but they
happens.
looked at the national polls, they looked
274
at some of those other
because you're
polls, and they
forgetting
thought, okay,
the
this will not happen to us again.
the one in Maine. He
Flip side
gets.
is, there are a lot of Democrats who said, "Oh, is this going to happen to us?"
I don't know
again?
the other one you're
So
forgetting, but
what's Joe Biden
he gets
have to do?
274.
He has to say, "Let's wait and let's count," which is the right thing to say, whether you're Joe Biden or
But it
the
would be good
president.
enough.
However,
Correct.
if you're looking at this map now, again, if you come back, this is where we are.
We'll leave
right
those
now.
yellow.
And Nevada, a Clinton
And I'm going to
state.
leave Arizona
We'll see what
yellow too
happens.
because I don't
Still
believe
counting.
that's.
Arizona, a Trump state. Looks like Biden has a lead there. We haven't finished yet. But if you come back to this map, and again, if you just think about all the places the Democrats thought We're not done with these counts. But
Sleepy
Democrats
Joe
thought
needs
that would
25.5% more of the
that would
count
just be
in
game over. That would
Pennsylvania.
be
Yeah.
game changer. Game ended. All right?
Trust CNN. Yeah,
That
there's
one
an
was projected.
oxymoron.
That's not going to happen. We haven't finished with that one yet.
So Pennsylvania, there you go.
This
It's
one
up to
yet. But
58%.
states where Democrats thought if you get
Again,
this one or that one, block Trump's
14.3%
path.
lead. It
Get
hasn't
this one,
changed. Like
you
3,
absolutely
4,
block Trump's path.
3%.
It happened.
Votes are coming
We're
in.
not
It's
done
not
hearing
changing.
them.
Wisconsin's
It's a weird
2/3
night.
in
Central
Wisconsin
votes
now.
still to be
2/3
counted.
in.
Again, Trump's lead
He's
is
up
starting
by
to grow.
5%.
Election- the whole
So
Republican
if you do the
strategy,
math
virtual
now,
election day,
for
so far,
Biden to
we're
take
seeing it. Again,
Wisconsin
we have
at
to get
this
to the finish
point,
line in these states counting
he
the
needs
votes.
to
So
win
if
that
you're Joe
remaining
Biden and you're
third of the
looking at,
vote
number one, you
by
can say,
10%. Because again, he's up by 5. If you do the math,
it's not enough to get you there.
2/3 of the
It's
vote
not
are
enough to
in.
get you there. So
Math
the
majors.
rest of them
He needs to
will
win
come
the
here.
remaining vote
Congressional
by
districts here,
10%.
perhaps.
That seems
Congressional districts
unlikely.
here, perhaps.
That seems unlikely.
But this is the meat and potatoes of presidential politics.
Pennsylvania
in the
remains the
last
same as
several
last time we
years.
saw
It's
it.
going to be tonight, and it seems increasingly it's already
GI
Wednesday
Turtle
morning,
wants to call in.
12:29.
Should we allow him?
This
Should we
could
let
go
him
on
call in,
forever.
guys?
We have another key
Has he
race
been
alert.
drinking? That's the question. Or is that a stupid question?
In Georgia right now, 80% of the estimated vote is
It's
in.
over. Stop
And
talking about
Donald
fucking
Trump
Georgia.
nearly
Is Stacey
300,000
Abrams still looking for her fucking
over Biden,
ballots?
53% to 45.8%.
You can't come back from that. It's a 7.2% lead with 20% left. You do the math.
Vote lead. Let's
Jesus.
take a closer look at Georgia right now. It looks good for Trump right now.
Yeah.
It
It's
does
always
look
looked good for Trump
if you're
because
looking
it's
at the
fucking
map
Georgia.
right now, but you also have to remember the most important thing when you get to a point like this is what's missing, right? So you see 53, 46, you see 297,000 votes, and that sure seems like a lot, especially when you see a number that says you think
Okay,
about
so
80%
GI, well,
of
they
the
voted
estimated
yes
vote
for the
is in.
GI. I'll send
However,
you a link.
Then you come here to
Hold on.
metropolitan Atlanta, and you see right here, this
Where'd he
is the
go?
largest county in the state, Fulton County. It'll be somewhere ballpark 10% of the statewide vote. Joe Biden's at 238, right? 238. Where were we 4 years ago? Hillary Clinton was at 297. So there's some votes there, and we think turnout was higher. We expect turnout to be even
First of all, I
higher.
got to get
So
it.
then you
there,
want to move
GI.
over
You
here.
gotta find the
DeKalb
freaking stream.
County. Hillary
I
Clinton
sent it
had
to myself.
160,000 votes 4 years ago. Where are we right now? Joe Biden's at 163 with 70%. So more of these votes are starting to come in. They're starting to come in as you move over here. Let me come one more over to Gwinnett County, up to 78% right here.
All right, I'm sending you the stream there, GI.
186,000. Come back and look at it here. 20,000 more
Join
than
us.
Hillary Clinton in the end. So as the votes in the votes here are starting to come in, we're still not full at
They
all.
called Montana,
That's
but did
2016. You come back and
Steve?
look
Did
at
they
here,
hold on to that
it's
Senate seat?
53%. So if you're looking at
Danes
it, you think,
hold on
okay,
to that Senate
looks
seat. That's what I was
insurmountable,
worried
But
about.
it's starting to come back. The votes around Atlanta coming back. It's going to make it closer.
Pamela Brown's got some information on Georgia. What are you learning, Pamela?
Yeah, and Fulton County, home to Atlanta, they have stopped counting there for the night. They're going to pick back up at 8 in the morning Eastern time. And they
These
still have
motherfuckers.
28,000
Oh,
mail-in
stop.
ballots to go to count.
Yeah, it's not like we're waiting. Not like this is
Georgia
important or anything, right?
Had 2 weeks of process.
Michigan's up to
They won't start
52%.
counting
It
these
is a
mail-in ballots
9.8%
until
lead.
The polls close, so we know we're going to be waiting for a bit on the edge of our seats as we find
Pennsylvania,
out what's going on in Fulton.
it's down to
And then we look at other
14.1%
states
lead.
like
Oh no!
31% reported
Jesus
in the
Christ!
gap there
Give me
in,
Wisconsin.
Nothing's changed.
I make it
Wisconsin
different
has slightly
count.
changed.
So you mentioned, so if it's Fulton County's going
Jerry,
to
as I was saying the math,
The question is,
with Wisconsin, they are up by 2/3 of the vote are in now. 2/3 of the vote, and he's up by 5%, which means of the remaining 33%, Biden has to win by 10%, which to me seems almost impossible.
That is impossible.
So
That would be so great if we render Pennsylvania meaningless. If they were irrelevant, that would be a great thing because they'll sit there with their boxes and plotting and planning how to steal this. And if they don't matter, it'd be a wonderful thing.
Yeah. Now, Fulton County, Atlanta, has decided they're just going to call it a night. They're not counting anymore, Jerry. It's not like this is like, important or anything. It's the presidential election.
Fulton County in Georgia?
Yep.
I thought Georgia's already been declared for Trump.
It's been declared by Turtle Boy, but nobody else.
I saw his lead. It's big. That's not a question. That's
He's
not
up
a.
by 7.2% with 80% of the vote in, which means it's over.
And we know there's still a lot of votes to be counted here. Is it enough? You don't know until you count them. But that's why you don't
I just watched while I was, getting my drink and my dinner. Tucker went on a great rant against pollsters. He says he's going to name names. Once he calms down, he's going to name names. Hopefully, it'll be some of his own guys on Fox, but I assume it'll be Nate Silver and Frank Luntz and the whole useless bunch of them.
Frank Luntz isn't as bad, but definitely Nate Silver, because Nate Silver thinks he's like the hot shit of pollsters.
But Fox is taking a lot of grief because they declared Arizona well before anyone else. And most other that I've seen, most other networks haven't even declared Arizona. And according to insiders, the Trump camp is very upset at Fox for doing this, and they blame Paul Ryan or whatever, Rupert Murdoch's kid or whatever, whoever, Chris Wallace. There's some double agents at Fox, and hopefully that's who Tucker's talking about. That'd be a great thing if he went and attack and targeted some of the guys at his own network. But he also, and he went on this whole rant about how this is a new Republican Party, and that's a great thing. It's economic. It's got nothing to do with race. Republican Party is now, if Trump holds on, if he wins, if they hold the Senate, it's a working class party. It's an economic thing. That's why Latinos and Hispanics are on board. That's why all the elites, Silicon Valley, Wall Street, Hollywood, all were with Biden, and why Trump prevailed anyway. That's why Trump, according to you, won Scranton. I didn't see that, but you said he won Scranton.
I saw it on Twitter. I can't confirm that, but I would not be surprised if he won Scranton.
And he wins Pennsylvania, and it's because of fracking and oil and blue collar people. That is a great development. I mean, I feel like the demographics, immigration has changed demographics.
The fact that the Republican Party is no longer the party of war.
That's another good point by you. Another complaint I have with Trump is why he didn't.
By the way, Trump went up way bigger in Pennsylvania. 2% more just came in. He just went up. He's up by 15.3% now, with 60% of the vote in Pennsylvania. How the fuck do you overcome that?
You don't. And if they were being honest, they would declare it. And if it were the other way around, they would declare it. If Biden were winning by the same margin, we'd all be in bed right now, or I'd be in bed because it'd be over.
Good point.
But who they're rooting for, especially these clowns you're watching, John King and the rest of the CNN crew. This is heartbreaking for them. They were hoping, to dance on Trump's grave for the next week. And maybe they will. Maybe a miracle happen. Joe Biden says he will make remarks to the American people tonight.
He says that?
Biden's camp says he will speak to the American people tonight. It's already tomorrow, but he will speak tonight to the American people, which will be interesting because he can't certainly declare victory. He's not going to concede defeat. He's got, his people are pulling out all the stops, I assume, to steal this, to cheat, to steal whatever they can do. But it is an interesting dynamic when you think about it, that everybody, I should say all the powers that be, all the Hollywood, Silicon Valley, Wall Street, all were aligned against Trump, the Republican. All the wealthy donors were aligned against Trump. The forces were lined up, and they didn't care who Biden was. It didn't matter because he was just a figurehead for their their agenda. And if this holds up, Trump wins anyway. This is not as shocking as 4 years ago, but it's still shocking.
The shocking part about this one is the amount that he's winning by in Pennsylvania, Michigan, especially those two states. He's up by, so now Georgia has 69%, and it's slightly more than before, and the lead remains the same. It's 5%. So the longer that remains at 5%, the more votes come in, the more likely, obviously, he is to hold on to that, and that's not going to go away. But again, that is the least important of the three states because it has half the electoral votes of Pennsylvania. But he's got to win two no matter what, it looks like. Fucking Nevada. Did you see those votes in Nevada that came in? It was like 2,030. That's all they have. They've counted like 2,000 ballots in Nevada.
And Biden's winning?
According to my friend Mindy Robinson, who ran for Congress in Nevada's 3rd congressional district, she says that they don't release them in Nevada until the last person finishes voting. And it was like midnight before I knew about my own primary last time. And so basically she says
here's Darren Ravel tweeting, and he's like you. He looks at the odds, and he's a liberal, of course. And he says odds favor Biden in 4 key undecided states. How could that possibly be true?
What states is he talking about? And what states? There's only 3 undecided at this point, if you count Arizona. Well, in Nevada, but
Let's see. It is the four key. He's got a whole breakdown here. Wisconsin, Nevada, Michigan, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
It says, I mean, he posted this at midnight. It says Biden's favored in Wisconsin, Nevada, and Michigan, and he's an underdog in Pennsylvania. How the hell is he favored in Wisconsin and Michigan?
So yeah, this is what he tweets out. He says, breaking hours after Trump's probability hit 80%, it's closing in on a 50-50 race, according to live betting odds. Yeah, I don't believe that at all. According to Bovada, it's minus 170 for Trump at this point, minus 170.
Well, I'm staying up because I can't go to bed without knowing how this is going to go, because I know Darren Ravel's a big, liberal, typical media guy. And this doesn't sound legit that he's an underdog. Trump's an underdog in Michigan? How's that possible? What's his lead right now?
What data has led him to that conclusion? Here he is, 53% of the voters, and he's up by 9.8%. What?
He just posted this at midnight.
And now, okay, so Pennsylvania, 61% of the vote is in. Donald Trump is winning by 15.1%. So that is closed from 15.7 a couple minutes ago. Okay, Wisconsin's at 70% of the vote in. He's up by 4.7% in Wisconsin. It's basically what it was before. It's not really changing much. Fucking Arizona. It's the same number for the last 3 hours.
And everyone is ripping on Arizona, Fox News for calling that.
What were they thinking?
I don't know. There's a lot of theories. There are a lot of theories on Twitter, online. You want to find them. There are all the people saying Paul Ryan's pulling the strings, or
yep.
You got this little liberal cabal.
Blarney Cated, I'd like to thank this. She says, for the only news source who we can count on to speak the truth, Aiden puts in the effort. Right back at you, Blarney Cated. Mark Taylor says, giving up 2 months worth of ramen. That's right. How's your ramen bass going there, Mark? Excellent. So yeah, Mark's down in North Carolina. For some reason, they still haven't called your state, Mark. What's up with that? There you go. If you guys feel like donating, there you go there.
Man, if this holds up, Tucker's going to go off tomorrow night at 8:00. I look forward to it. He was like really seething. You'll see it. He's probably he's popping in and out. He's made a couple of appearances, and both times he was seething, ripping the media, of course, which is what he does, and pollsters, and how he said they should be hanging drywall. They have no business in working in this field. They are so bad at it. And it is amazing. I mean, I know you track this stuff, and I assume there'll be a few people on Fox and the New York Post. The rest will be, as usual, in the tank. But all those pollsters who said, Wisconsin by 17 for Biden, or Biden nationally by, 12, 13, those people have to be called out by name. They have to be, destroyed. Their reputations, at least, have to be destroyed, because they were making it up. It was not legit. Everyone knew. Everyone knew there were the quiet, the shy Trump voters. You had to take that in consideration. Trump voters weren't telling you the truth, and you have to take that into consideration. Okay, yeah. There's your numbers. 54% in. Trump is up. How many thousands is that? That's 300,000 votes.
Yep, he's up by 9.8%.
And he won Iowa, correct?
Yes. They haven't. I believe I think Fox called it. I don't know if CNN
Fox
did.
has called it. He won Iowa.
Okay. This fat bastard. Looks like he's about to pop out of his suit.
We saw that huge swing in Virginia.
High risk. He's high risk.
He's very high risk. Where's his mask?
Right, and so you're taking Fairfax County in Virginia. Is not quite the size.
So Michigan, let's see.
In Detroit here, if you come back in, there's just a lot of votes.
So Hillary, okay, only 31% of the Detroit vote is in. So that's troubling, just give it to us. Obviously we're going to lose that. How much,
Fox News has retracted its call of Arizona for Biden.
That's interesting.
Arizona comes off the board.
Wow. Turtle Boy has never had to do that.
Actually, now this is a person Oh, now someone else saying they didn't do that. No, I don't know.
Until we got up to the
No, they haven't done that. This is just someone,
590.
I don't know who this is, who said they did that. They did not do that.
It's just impossible.
They did not retract it.
They did not. But Chris Steyerwald is a whipping boy on Twitter right now. Everyone is blaming him and saying he's the reason they called it so prematurely.
I'm on Real Clear. I'm going to read to you some final exit polls from these respected polling companies in various states. Ready? All right. Florida. Quinnipiac had Biden by 5. That was their 5. CNBC had Biden by 3. And Reuters had Biden by 4. That was their final poll in that state. North Carolina. Reuters and CNBC both had Biden by 2. He's going to lose that one. Let's see what else we got here.
You got Florida, Georgia. What do you got? Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio.
I mean, we haven't. Michigan and Wisconsin aren't done yet, so we can't really compare that yet. But like, for instance, CNBC's final poll in Wisconsin was Biden by 8. He's not going to win by. He'd be lucky if he wins at all. PPP's final poll in Iowa is Biden by 1. Quinnipiac's final poll in Ohio is Biden by 4. Biden by 4. Like the general election, Quinnipiac, Biden by 11. Does anyone think Biden's going to win this general election by 11? And Jerry, there was not a single poll, not one single poll that had Tom Tillis winning in North Carolina. Not one.
Oh, really?
Not one.
And have we heard the result of John James yet?
No, I mean, you would think that they would bring this up.
Trump is up 11 points in Michigan with 54% of the vote in. That's a done deal.
I mean, well, he's up by 15% in Pennsylvania with even more, with 61% in.
Those are
fucking assholes. These just give us the fucking results.
There's a good rant you'll like this from Chinkagazoo, whatever that guy's name is from the
The Young Turks.
The Young Turk asshole going off on all the.
Who's he going off on?
Let us hit the Republicans in the face instead of playing patty cakes with them. How many elections
I'm gonna go read his Twitter.
Razor's Edge with a monster idiot fascist like Donald
He doesn't.
One last thing, I swear
Oh, like an actual audio?
One last thing on this, guys. Forget him being a racist. Forget him being a fascist. The guy's IQ is lower than 70. He's an idiot. He's a total moron.
You got to check it out. What's his name? Ugur?
Cenk. They call him Cenk.
Cenk. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's going off. That's a good sign. That's a good sign.
Who's he going off on, though?
On liberal New York Times and, the liberal establishment that
for getting it wrong?
That won't take the gloves off and go after Trump. Really hit him hard.
Are you fucking kidding me? They're calling Minnesota, but they haven't called. Have they called Florida yet, or North Carolina, or Georgia?
Florida. I don't know about North Carolina.
These states they haven't called. They haven't called Iowa, but you'll call Minnesota. They are so desperate. They're hanging on to scrap. They haven't called Texas yet. They haven't called Texas. Another race. Let's see what they got here. No, nothing new. Thank you for your key race alert, CNN. God, these people are so bad at their jobs. Oh, look at those. 1% of the votes in.
That's 1% of Nevada?
Yeah.
So let's take a look at where things stand right now in the Electoral College. It's impressive for Biden 215 to 136, but there's still several.
They just called it impressive? He just called it impressive? He's getting his ass beat.
I can show you 4 years ago. You can get close.
Minus 165 is the official line right now.
That's good. It's up. I mean, right? It's getting better.
It's been staying. It hasn't moved because there hasn't been much action. I mean, every time we see an update, it's like 1% more has come in Michigan, 1% more has come in Wisconsin, whatever.
Right now, it looks like that stays red. It looks like that stays red. We have that one red. That's possible to stay red. So we see.
All right, I'm going to bring in this guy, G.I. Turtle. He's going to come on real quick. He's got something to say. G.I., you ready? I'm going to bring you on.
I'm here.
All right, man. What's up? What you got, buddy?
They're not done yet.
I'm covering my face because I'm terrified of the corona.
Of course. So what do you think? What's your take?
I'm thinking right now, because I'm going back and forth between all the different TV stations, right? You got Fox and One America saying this. You got MSNBC and CNN saying that. And I'm kind of finding a middle ground. And what I'm seeing is Trump taking Pennsylvania, Texas, Michigan, not Minnesota, but
We've lost Minnesota. It's over.
Yeah, Minnesota's over.
Yeah.
There's too many Somalis there.
Apparently.
But the big ones that are going to actually matter in the next 25 to 30 minutes, if you look at Fox, they've already called those. And Fox
Which one? Which one is Fox called?
Fox is called Texas. They called Florida early. They called Wisconsin.
Right. So what's your take? What's your take? That he's going to win Texas?
Oh, he's definitely going to take Texas. It's going to be a small amount, but he's going to take it.
Well, no shit. And so what do you got? Tell me something interesting.
That Rhode Island has like a 1.5% disparity between Trump and Biden, which is amazing.
That's it? Really? They only got 1.5%?
1.5% between Trump and Biden. Massachusetts, I bet Mrs. GI about a percentage amount between Trump and Biden, and she damn near won.
You couldn't go 5 seconds without mentioning her, huh?
I know, she's always around. I can't get rid of her. But she was spot on. She said Trump 32% in mass. He's got 31.9 right now.
There you go.
I mean, 31.9. I mean,
we'll see. So we're gonna go back though. I gotta let you go. Thanks for calling in. Peace, buddy.
All right, I'll give you the quick rundown. While your masked man was talking, I looked it up. These are the states that have not been declared. I'll give you the rundown. Georgia, Trump is up 7.5 with 83% reporting. That should be enough.
Yep.
Michigan, check this out. Michigan, Trump is up 10 with 58% reporting. Should be enough. North Carolina, Trump is up 1.5 with 94% reporting. Nevada doesn't matter. That's 2%. Pennsylvania, 64% reporting. Trump is up 14%. And Wisconsin, 81% reporting. Trump is up 4.5.
So that hasn't moved. So that's big. That's 10% more than it was last time in Wisconsin. And it's the same difference. So now it's like, now for that remaining 19% of the vote, I would assume Biden has to win by 15 to 20%, maybe about 20% to overcome that. Like that is borderline insurmountable. I'm about ready to call Wisconsin for Trump. I don't see any path to victory there. Like at Pennsylvania, there you go. He's up 15.3%.
And you know what? There's going to be these little subplots, these side stories.
Where are you seeing this 81% in Wisconsin? I see 71% in Wisconsin.
I'm looking at the Fox News, looking at Paul Ryan's Wisconsin, 81% reporting according to Fox News, 51.44 for Trump, 47.
Oh, look at this shit. We got to turn this shit on. These freaking cowards with their masks.
I mean, Biden is speaking. Oh, this is going to be comical.
Okay, we got to see this.
Good evening. Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer.
Who knew?
It's already tomorrow morning, dummy.
We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election.
That's not supposed to be allowed.
Because of the unprecedented
That's true.
vote and the mail-in vote.
She get flagged.
It's going to take a while.
Oh, God.
We're going to have to be patient.
This was their plan.
Until the hard work of tallying votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted.
You got that right, Michael Austin. You called that one.
But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it from Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia. Although
No, you're not.
that's not what we expected. We're feeling really
Georgia
good about
comes up.
Wisconsin and Michigan.
Oh, you're feeling good. What would make you feel good about that? By the way.
It's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay. Look at him. Like, this is so pathetic with the honking of the horns. Yeah, we're scared of a virus. Look at us.
By the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Hey, John, the Gov, yeah.
Does she have to whisper that in his...
Man, you've done a great job.
She
I'm
forgot to
grateful
say the governor's
to
name.
the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic
Look at this
process.
guy.
And I'm grateful to all
Holy
my
shit, he's
supporters
old.
here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
When's the last time he was up this
Heard
late?
you say it before. Every
Never.
time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd
Oh,
yell,
Christ, his grandpa.
keep the faith.
Up in Scranton.
And my
That's the last time he was in
grandma,
Scranton.
you'll know, Joe.
Well, she just makes it up. It-
Keep the faith, guys.
Yeah.
We're gonna
His
win.
Aunt B. His Aunt B was there
Thank you,
too.
Thank you. Your patience is great.
Why is she wearing a mask? What are you
He's
doing?
not.
I can't stand her.
All right, former Vice President Joe and former Second Lady Jill Biden thanking supporters for their patience, talking about
What does
how
that
they
mean?
think
Does that
it's
mean he's
gonna
calling
take
a lid?
while, but they still feel
Yeah.
confident.
So what was the point of that?
about, what's going to happen?
And now Trump's going to have to make a speech, right?
Pennsylvania. Patience.
His speech will probably be a lot better.
For patience.
Check out this referendum question that passed. I don't know if you've seen this.
In what state?
Oregon, of no surprise, Oregon, which is, you know, really not America. It's kind of its own little place. They became the first U.S. state to decriminalize possession of all drugs: cocaine, heroin, meth, all drugs. You can do any drug you want legally in Arizona. You
Any-
can snort
Wow.
cocaine. You can shoot up heroin in front of the police station.
Wow.
Does anyone think that's a positive development? I mean, anybody.
No. So
The
Michigan.
question was, the question was the effort to get it passed was funded by George Soros and Mark Zuckerberg.
Mark Zuckerberg?
Yes.
Why would you want heroin decriminalized?
Good question. I mean, does anyone think whatever? That's Oregon. It's coming this way. Eventually, you know, if Ayanna Pressley and, you know, Marty Walsh and Ed Markey get their way, we'll be doing that in Massachusetts within a year.
Hmm.
But I do think both.
So I'm looking over some of these state-by-state results on Fox News now. Let's see.
Oh, here we go. Trump just tweeted.
What did he tweet?
We are up big, but they are trying to steal capital. Steal
That's
the
good.
election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls close.
That's getting censored.
Still are waiting for those states.
It's up there. Probably.
There'll be a little caveat with that soon.
Trump is doing exactly the same thing. We're waiting on
Trump says, I will be making a statement tonight, a big win. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, here we go.
Update on where he think where the president's team thinks they are, Jim?
Yeah, Jay, and we should just point out the president just tweeted a few moments ago that he will be making a statement tonight. He is describing his performance in the 2020 election as a big win. He also says we are up big, but they're trying to steal the election. We'll never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the
Purdue has won, by the way, it looks like.
Oh, good.
He's up by like 9. I would assume that's over.
The other thing we should point
So
out,
John James is up 11 right now. He's up
You're
like
kidding.
He's up
Oh,
like
that is
40
awesome. Someone has to wake up Dino in Florida, my old partner. He was the
Yeah.
biggest John James fan. That is huge. That means we hold the Senate not even close. We got 52-53 then, right?
Awesome. I mean, Jesus. Lindsay won by 15%. Holy shit.
That they feel like they're going to win this election. So we should be hearing from
The woman in Wyoming got 74%.
essentially saying the same thing, that they believe they have won this election. But I will tell you, there is
I'm looking
great
at all these.
distress
Let's see.
inside the Trump campaign right now.
What?
I talked to a couple of advisors
There's
just a
great.
short time
Fuck
ago.
this
They are
guy.
very upset that one of the other networks has called Arizona for Joe Biden.
Fox
they have
did.
been trying to convince the other networks to not call Arizona for Joe Biden. They're worried that if Arizona goes to Joe Biden, that their path to victory then narrows. As one advisor said to me, if we lose Arizona, we have to win Wisconsin. That's because at this point, they don't believe they'll win Michigan. And so
They don't believe
they'll win Michigan. This guy is, first of all, he says he talked to people in the Trump campaign. Do you think anyone in the Trump
would ever talk
campaign
to him.
would ever return his phone call, would ever
No.
talk to this load, this
I don't.
fat turd? He's just making it up. I just gave you the numbers.
All right, Jim. Thanks so much.
I just gave you the numbers. He said
Wisconsin
they-
I've yet to see this
Chef's kiss.
81% out of Wisconsin. It says 72%. And Trump is up by 4.3 there, which is a little bit less than it was last time.
They have to win Michigan. They're up 10 points in Michigan, 10 with 58% in. That's like over. All right. And this guy says, oh, they're
Not if those remaining votes are in Detroit.
Jim noted, a different network called
That's a
Arizona.
huge win.
Have not, and most networks have not. The governor of Arizona came out, a Republican, Governor Ducey, and said, count all the votes. That's the argument that the Trump campaign is making when it comes to Arizona. It should be the argument.
I want to
they're
see if
making
Sean
for
Parnell
every
won
state.
in Pennsylvania. That was one that was like, he was a speaker of the convention. They love that guy. He's a veteran.
Vice President Biden was projected.
He's going after,
I have no idea how this is going to
that's a
end.
pretty purple district.
Certainly, either candidate could win. But the perspective of the Biden team is, remember how Virginia stayed open for so long, even though it's a reliably blue state, generally speaking, these days. And it looks
Sean
like Trump
Parnell
was
is
ahead.
leading.
And in
Slight
fact, people
lead.
were sending me screenshots of it.
Because Dan Crenshaw won.
Victory, even though Trump was
Is his district a close one? I don't know much about
No,
it.
it's Texas. But he's great.
But he's not in like
Virginia is
Houston,
how we
Texas.
see
So
what's going to happen in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and those three states, in the sense that
Trump's going to start tweeting. He's going on a tweet storm.
major
Yeah, he
population
is.
centers, Richmond and Fairfax County in Northern Virginia, they started sending in their votes, and then it wasn't close. And then it became clear that Joe Biden was going to win the Commonwealth of Virginia. That's what the Biden people think is going to happen in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. I don't know
And
that they're
I
right.
will just add, Georgia. We don't know what's going to happen in Georgia.
Oh, stop it.
Probably until tomorrow, or I guess it is tomorrow, until later today, because we don't know the votes in the major population centers, namely Atlanta. But one thing I really want to drill down on is the president's tweet saying,
Oh, God.
they are trying to steal the election.
oh god, they're gonna cry about this.
That is so patently false and frankly
He's
scary.
still up.
And the
It's
reason
scary.
is because people
Look how he spelled
love
polls.
president.
The polls, like the Polish people are closed.
Very good.
The polls.
I've been on the road and I've
Is that how you spell polls? Isn't it P-O-L-L-S?
Yes, it is. Why they spell it wrong?
Trump spelled it P-O-L-E-S. Like
Right.
the Polish people are
Like
closed.
Polish people, right?
And he capitalized it too.
And that includes votes.
He's going to be making he's going to be making a statement. That's going to be wild.
Because
Yep. He's getting them all. Now things are getting interesting. He got so mad when Biden came out and talked. That just set him off.
Biden said he's confident about Wisconsin and Michigan. He's losing in both, losing big in Michigan.
Now, Jerry, what do you think? Trump is about to speak, we're being told. Will he declare victory?
In fact, earlier tonight, just a few hours
Yes.
ago, the
You
fundraising
think-
email to their supporters.
Let me hear you guys in the comments. Let me see you guys vote. 1, if you think yes, he'll declare victory when he speaks. 2, if you say no, he won't declare victory.
Has been decided, which it is not. This is a ploy to muck up the works and make it seem as if things are more definitive than they actually are. We won't know who wins until all the votes are counted. That's the end of the story, no matter what President Trump says. Now, he can come out and say, we feel really good, just like
1,
Joe Biden
people say
said,
yes, let's
we
see.
feel really good about the direction this is going in. They can feel however they want. We have to wait for the votes to
Let's
be
see.
counted.
1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Let's see. 2,
I expect that President Trump
2,
will
2,
come
2.
out
1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1.
the
One,
sort
one,
of
one, 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 one,
elusive
two,
they,
two, one.
whoever
Okay.
they is
So
trying
close.
to do something that nobody's trying to do. We just don't have
kind of 50-50 looks like, maybe a little bit more for
false
one.
and it's premature and it is dangerous.
As John Nolte points out from Breitbart, he says, "Thank God we have Trump. If this were Mitt Romney or John McCain right now, they'd be conceding."
I know, seriously. They'd never be in this position to win in the first place.
If they were, they'd be conceding and hoping that, New York Times gives them credit for, dignity and being magnanimous. Oh, I'm looking at more videos of Antifa thugs in D.C. smashing stuff. They don't even know who won yet. They're already on the warpath.
Why do they keep showing Arizona? Nothing has changed. Nothing.
53.1% to 45.6%.
Because they want
Imagine
to
Trump with Arizona.
85,000 in Arizona. In Nevada,
By the way, that
40% of the vote is
shrunk.
Trump has a lead of 32,000 or so, 73.4% to 23.9%. 6 electoral votes in Nevada. In Georgia, 82% of the estimated vote is in. Trump still maintains an
7.1% lead.
vote lead over Biden in Georgia. 52.9% to 45.8%, 16 electoral votes in Georgia. Let's go back to John King, who's watching all of this oh so closely. So right now, the race to 270, 215 for Biden, 171 for Trump.
Right, and so we're waiting. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. You heard Joe Biden say we need to wait. Georgia as well. We're going to wait. I just got a text from somebody in Michigan who says they share Joe Biden's confidence. We'll see. We'll see, right? The Democrats are going to say we're doing fine. We'll hear what the president says momentarily. Here's where we are. Here's where we know.
So Donald Trump, the betting line is minus 145.
If you will, refight the
They
last.
share Biden's confidence in Michigan. They're trailing by what, 10?
Hey, so by the way, the Bovada betting line is Joe Biden is favored to win Michigan and Wisconsin.
Everything else that has happened so far is filling in.
If he does that, yep,
2016.
barely. He's minus 145 in Michigan, minus 130 in Wisconsin. That's interesting. I don't know why.
That's probably right. Like you said, Detroit is not counted, or Milwaukee.
But what's in Wisconsin? Like
243, 249. The Biden campaign is pretty confident they're going to get Maine's 2nd congressional district. There's still one on the table here.
they're not going to get Maine's congressional district. Trump already is winning that one.
So it is possible that if Joe Biden can get this and get this, that Joe Biden can get to 270 with Wisconsin and Michigan and not even win Pennsylvania. Now, the Biden campaign thinks it has every chance to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. But that is why that is so important. Without that, Joe Biden needs to run the board in the blue wall states. If he has that, he can get there with 2 out of 3.
Well,
And again,
of course, this
they
is
had a
fucking
healthy
close.
lead in Michigan
Unbelievable.
coming in. We need to count these votes. We need to count these votes. But the Biden campaign thinks had a healthy lead, had a relatively healthy lead. If you come over here and look at where the count is and where the votes are missing in both Wisconsin, both Wisconsin, votes are missing here in Democratic areas. Over here in Michigan, votes are missing in Democratic areas. So the Biden campaign
There you
thinks
go.
pick up that in
What?
Wisconsin. That would be the flip.
It says the votes are missing in Democratic places.
Shocking. I mean, unbelievable. They're not. This is everything Trump predicted, huh?
They could do it with just Wisconsin and Michigan. We'll see.
We shall see. President Trump says he will speak tonight. We're standing by for that.
64% of the vote in Pennsylvania now. Trump is up by 14.6%.
One day, we'll look back and remember the moment that things.
Unbelievable. So, whew, they're going to steal Pennsylvania and Michigan. Let's see. Bush versus Gore, part 2. What a disaster. Thanks a lot, Kavanaugh and Roberts. What did they do wrong? Did they vote along to allow this nonsense to continue?
I don't know. Roberts did a while ago, but
I mean,
well, that's too bad. Kim Klacik, that wonderful candidate in Baltimore. Joe Biden was right. Black voters, they stick together. They vote. They're monolithic. They vote. She got trounced 73 to 27.
well, yeah, you knew
Like
that was
Kwesi Mufami, she raised $7 million. She put up a good fight. She made the greatest commercials I've ever seen, and she got
didn't make the
trounced.
greatest commercials I've ever seen. I'll give her that.
She got trounced. It's hopeless in those inner city black Maxine Waters, Elon Omar. They're not going to lose.
Like
They're
people
never
like
gonna lose.
people like Mazie Hirono get 70% of the vote. Like that's all. AOC she won easily tonight. You know.
Yep. And so did Diana, and so did Elon Omar, and so did Maxine Waters, and doesn't matter. But
yep.
All right, I'm going to go to bed and watch this in bed, and the rest in bed. And hopefully before tomorrow, we can find out who wins. But John Beschloss, that pompous ass historian, said Trump. He said Biden has a very good chance of winning this. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure how, but I guess they know something because it looks good to me. But they think Trump's going to.
Oh, by the way, the odds have changed in Michigan. Donald Trump is now the favorite in Michigan, according to Las Vegas. So something happened there that just switched. So we'll see what happens. Talk about fucking close, but he's still a favorite. So Michael Beschloss can suck on that, I guess. But
hopefully tomorrow they can all suck on it. But all right, we will see. All right.
All right.
We will talk to you, Turtle Boy. See you, bud.
Bye. All right, folks. Down to just me. See what happens here. I'll stick around for a little while longer. We'll see what happens. We got to see what happens, right? How can we not? We've spent all this time together. Let me refresh the donos. Let me see if I don't want to miss anyone here. Okay, I didn't, so we're good. All right. It's been a fun night, guys. I do love doing this. I voted for the pube face killer. That's interesting. Where'd CNN go? Let's put on Fox News. You guys want to put on Fox News? Let's watch Fox News instead. Watch live.
Really is a battle.
We're switching to Fox.
Now, you go back to 2016 to see the way it came out. Razor thin margin here. Back in 2012, same story between Obama and Romney. In 2020, well, I mean, the president has a lead right now.
I'm gonna make this bigger.
21,000 vote difference between the two men there. And I just pop around here quickly. Montgomery County, Biden with a slight edge there. Down here in Chester County, wow, that's neck and neck here. But this will be the big one, guys. Philadelphia as we move out throughout the night.
Great, Bill. Thank you very much. It is almost 1 a.m. on the East Coast, and we are still at it. And I think we'll still be at it for some time.
Yeah, obviously Fox is better, but Alaska just called it for Trump, guys. So the Eskimos came through. I knew they would.
And here's what we know at this hour in the race to 270.
Fucking hungry too.
Alaska is too early to call, but President Trump is in the lead there. President Trump has won the 29 electoral votes in the state of Florida tonight. That was the big state that he took at the beginning of the night. Former Vice President.
Have they called North Carolina yet?
A state that President Trump won 4 years ago. That is the one flip of the night so far. Minnesota has also gone to the vice president this evening, despite the hopes of the Trump team.
Just like I called it, Trump's tweet was just censored. I called it, folks, didn't I? I knew they'd censor that one.
To President Trump.
Oh, Texas is in play. No, Texas is in play. Nah, business as usual. Oh, Iowa's in play. All right, now 8 points. Not even close. Ohio, no, same as last time. Same as last. So he won Ohio by 9 points last time, right? He wins Iowa last time by about 8 points. He's winning them by the same exact amount. So what would possibly make people think he's going to win? He's going to lose Michigan. I don't get that.
Ready to pounce on to be the winners. John Roberts is standing by with the Trump campaign reaction. The president says, John, that he's going to speak tonight, and obviously we've seen
his odds in Michigan have just gotten better. So Trump now is all right. So this is interesting, guys.
Tonight, a big win, to which Joe Biden responded, "It's not my place or President Trump's place to declare a winner. It is the voters."
Turn this volume up.
The president also tweeting something that already
has
Twitter
been censored.
Has slapped a disclaimer on.
Let's punch through that disclaimer. The president saying we are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. Twitter saying some or all of the content shared in this tweet is disputed and might be misleading about an election or other civic process.
Shut the fuck up.
So they're monitoring the president pretty closely, even at 1 o'clock in the morning, though it's a little earlier on the West Coast, we should point out. No idea when President Trump is going to come down to speak to the crowd that is gathered here in the East Room of the White House. It could be any minute now.
Guys, he's going to win. Don't worry. Trust me. You guys got to trust me on this
Georgia
one. Donald Trump is going to
If we
win.
do manage to call
He's
Georgia,
not going to lose.
There's no timing on it. Again, though Arnold Michigan came down and stood 100% behind the call for Arizona, the Trump campaign still disputing it, insisting that the votes are out there to potentially put President Trump over the top. And if they're not there, they just believe that it was too early to say that the votes aren't there. But then when you get to the other states, obviously they're feeling very good about the wins that they had in the state of Ohio. They love the fact that they won Iowa again. Some of that might have had to do with the sort of relationship effect of Biden's comments about the oil industry and fracking, because don't forget, for just about every gallon of gas that is produced in this country, there is 10% of that goes into it made out of corn from Iowa, Nebraska, and other places like that in the form of ethanol. So what happens to Pennsylvania in terms of fracking, or what happens in Texas in terms of fracking, or Eastern Ohio also affects Iowa, because they put out a product that is included in just about every gallon of gasoline. The Trump campaign obviously very happy with the results in Florida as well. The polls showed that that was going to be a very tight race. In the end, it wasn't. President Trump won it decisively.
Yeah, of course not.
If Arizona holds, that means that the president
So,
has to
real
win.
quick, guys. I'm looking at the Vegas odds now because people want to know about Vegas. This is what really matters. Every remaining state, right? Donald Trump is favored in. He is now a minus 160 favorite to win the presidential election. He's minus 500 in Georgia. That's over. He's minus 125 in Michigan. He's minus 280 in Pennsylvania. And he is minus 120 in Wisconsin. So the Michigan and Wisconsin are not big leads, but the Pennsylvania one is pretty substantial. Minus 280 is hard to come back from. So if he wins Pennsylvania, all he has to do is win one more state. Wisconsin, Michigan. What the hell happened to the stream? Fupa computer again? Hold on. They lose the stream? Are we live still? Are we live? Can you guys hear me? Hold on. I'll be right back. Hold on. Hold on. Don't go anywhere. Are we live? You guys can actually hear me? What the fuck's happening? What is that face I made? Hold on. I got to try, like, my fucking screen froze again. Hold on. I was really starting to get into this too. Let me jump right back on. Are we back? Okay, hold on. Let's get Fox back on here. Play.
This evening.
Okay.
even though that
Susan
race looks
Collins.
like it has been, like she's pulled away by a fairly decent margin there. So it's just another one of the Senate races that we're keeping a close eye on. But I think just given the environment right now, there's going to be a lot of push for people to say, well, we obviously won't know the answer to this until tomorrow.
Right, count every vote. Let's go to North Carolina, that Senate race. Both Collins and Tom Tillis are feeling good.
It's
And
over. Tom
Republicans
Tillis wins.
are feeling good. The National Republican Senatorial Committee is saying this one is cooked, but it hasn't been called yet by us. I don't think it's been called by others.
I can't believe we have like
former
3
Vice
editorial
President
writers
said,
at 1
another
fucking 10 in the
network.
morning. Holy shit.
So, Dana, this is a good
What a night
sign
it's been,
for
folks.
Republicans when it comes to the balance of power. I mean, we're looking at something that potentially looks like
Joe Rogan says
49
Biden's
with
going to win.
two
No,
runoffs
I don't
in
believe that for a
Georgia.
second.
Let's check the Georgia board real quick as we're talking here. This is 2 races. One's a special and one's the
Tracy
Purdue
Lavorne
race,
has unfortunately
as we're
lost, but
chatting. Go ahead.
Yeah, so,
what can you do?
4 weeks ago, we talked to people that work in Republican politics on the
Catherine
Senate
Clark
side,
has
and
won.
they were feeling pretty gloomy. But I do think a couple of things happened. One, the president traveling to all of these states, he does help some of those candidates, and some of them help him too.
I mean,
look at
look
John
at this
James
little
up in
fucking-
Michigan.
So Purdue is over the 50% right
So
now. If he
that-
stayed above 50%, that would not be a runoff, and that would be a win.
It would be a win, and it would mean you didn't have to spend as much money, right? Because
So
these
John
races
Paul
have become
Moran has
very, very
lost
expensive.
to Seth
and
Moulton.
up in Maine, we've talked a lot
Again,
about
Helen Brady
how
has
in
lost to Bill
2016 There
Keating.
was no Senate race that was
I mean,
won
these
that
are not
didn't
even
go the
close.
way that
61%.
that state voted for president. So no ticket.
John
splitters,
James is still
meaning
up
You voted for
10%.
Biden, and then you voted for Collins. That could be happening though in Maine, and that might be one of the reasons that you see some of those numbers looking pretty good for Susan Collins.
The other Georgia race, Doug Collins has stepped out of that race, so it looks like they're not going to get to 50%. So Kelly Loeffler,
Rashida Tlaib wins a
and the
re-election
Democrat
pretty
there,
easily, obviously.
Raphael Warnock. Yes, thank you very much. It's good to have a panel. And obviously, they're not going to get to 50%, so that'll be a runoff in the first week of January. You were going to say, Chris?
Well, I mean, that's interesting because conceivably, and I agree with you, it looks more and more like the Republicans are going to hold on to the Senate. The Democrats aren't going to be able to pick up a net of
they've already
3
done it.
plus.
So
the
Donald
White
Trump
House or a
remains
net
a
of 4
160
without,
favorite, minus
uh,
160
Biden
favorite to
winning.
win the whole thing.
It's interesting to see that it appears that the Republicans are going to hold on to that. And but if it came down to that one race, we'd have to sit and wait for control of the Senate until January to see in the special election whether Loeffler or Warnock won.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the president, we do expect he's going to come out. He said he was going to make a statement, Brett. What do you expect? I think we know
This should be
the broad
good.
outlines of what he's going to say. He's made it pretty clear. I mean, he always gives us a preview in his tweets. But, I guess so much has been said about his tone, right? And the way he handles things and approaches things.
Well, it's always all about him, of course. So you will see the results so far as a vindication of himself and his race. And of course, you got to say the guy really did work. I mean, he got out and
Absolutely.
campaigned.
Left it all in the
No
front.
more guests. Yeah, I guess it's just me. Unless
his
anybody else wants
opponent
to join
was,
in and
for
call
whatever
in.
reasons,
But here's the
decided to
thing, you
keep
guys,
much
if you
lower
call in, you
profile,
gotta
which
have
is,
hot takes.
I guess
You can't just call in and shoot the shit and be like, well, I think Trump's going to win Texas. No, it's got to be a hot take. So if anybody wants to call in,
I have a different
I will put
about
the
that. I think
invite
that the campaign
in the
wanted
comments. No porn bombs.
campaign wanted Trump to be the issue, and Trump didn't at all mind being the issue.
Turtle Boy, hit me with some
So they were
optimism
both
right now.
actually,
You were breaking it down before you
doing
got.
the same
Yeah,
thing,
so here's some
working on the
optimism
same
for you.
strategy.
Trump is favored in every single remaining state. That's your fucking optimism right there. Trump is the Las Vegas betting favorite to win the whole thing at minus 160. He is the favorite in Michigan and Wisconsin slightly. He is the favorite in Pennsylvania substantially. Pennsylvania has more electoral votes than any of them. And we're not even talking about Nevada. A Pennsylvania-Nevada combination would do it. And Arizona is not official yet. I mean, there's so many scenarios here in which Trump wins, and there are so few scenarios in which Biden wins. That's why you should be confident. For Biden to win, he would need Michigan and Wisconsin and hold on to Nevada and hope that Arizona thing wasn't bullshit. That's it. Because I don't even know why they even called Georgia's fucking done. Forget about Georgia. Forget about North Carolina. They're done. Done.
The polls have been off, by several percentage points in all of these battleground states. And the Biden team it appears took the cues from the positive polls that they had, that it was working. The strategy was working for him to stay at home and not to campaign.
I mean, my own suspicion, Martha, about this is that I'm not sure they had a choice. I mean, Joe Biden.
I hear what you're saying.
He's elderly, and
He's
and he had some dark moments on the campaign when he didn't quite remember what state he was in, and then he suddenly would lose track of his thought in the middle of a sentence.
I'll do this till 1:30. How about that? And then we're gonna call it in. I gotta go to bed eventually. You know.
Say, gee, that guy's too old.
Yeah, but the polls weren't telling them that the strategy wasn't working.
People bet on everything, Lionel, man. People bet on everything.
Look at the polls and think this wasn't working. You're right, exactly.
But speaking of the polls, Kimberly Strassel tweets, for the record, the final mainstream Ohio polls, Quinnipiac had Biden up 4.
Yep.
Emerson, Biden up 1. Quinnipiac, again late, Biden up 5.
I mean, it's so off.
94% in Ohio. Trump is up 8.
Right.
8.
8.
That's a 12-point swing.
Yeah.
Is having a bad night.
Quinnipiac sucks. It's fake news.
All the polls except Trafalgar.
Des Moines was
And
right.
Des Moines Register was right. But I mean, he's up 5, 6, 7, 8. And more than 8 points. That's a 12.
You know what's interesting about the Des Moines Register poll, because we've all learned through the long years of covering the Iowa caucuses that they do a great job out there on that poll. That's a very well regarded poll and with good reason. And when it came out and said that Trump suddenly was up 7 after having been up slightly or even down in a number of those polls.
That Lambast. Democrats.
Got a couple more donos here. Want to read off here? Ernie Wilmington says, "Woohoo! We got this. Keep up the good work." Laura says, "Great coverage tonight. Turtle did good." Well, thank you guys very much. I really appreciate that. Thank you very kindly. Trafalgar is the best polling, and there's the dono if you guys want to donate to that. Trafalgar is the best polling. Oh, Van Jones is going off. I got to see a Van Jones. We got to switch to CNN. I love Van Jones rants. It's so funny. He's going to lose his mind.
We're seeing in their internal poll. So sometimes your internal poll might be a little bit better. I don't know. You don't get to see those, and they always tell us that their polls are better. But maybe in this case they were.
But the thing about the Biden campaign is they had a lot of money. And when you have a lot of money, you can put a lot of money into polling. So we don't know about their internal polls. But what you do see in this moment is that if Minnesota goes for Biden, and we've said that,
I don't see Van Jones on.
Wisconsin right next to it.
Mm-hmm.
And you have, as we've been discussing, that pocket of votes still to be counted, not only the mail-in votes, but the
Trump has an 87% chance of winning, providing that there are issues. I don't know where you're getting that from, but
so in all these cases, it would look like there's an opportunity there.
nobody has ever won Ohio and Florida and lost the election, correct? No. The 1960, Richard Nixon won both Ohio and Florida and lost the election. Oh, Rhode Island's finally been called for Joe Biden. There you go.
It's in the history books. I think now we're into the.
So yeah, it has happened once before, at least to my knowledge. Might have happened before that. But Ohio and Florida
people contesting votes.
both voted for Richard Nixon, and he lost to John F. Kennedy in 1960.
There's potential that it could be in more than one state as well, which is kind of a terrifying
State of the end. When is the end, you know?
I can also tell you that this is the worst nightmare of those 9 justices on the Supreme Court. That I talked to a few of the justices after 2000, and they were very unhappy that they were put in that position. Now, none of them regretted the vote they had taken, given that. The Republicans all thought that they should stop the recount. The Democrats all
I mean, there's not much is changing. You know, I feel like we might have reached the point where it's like, what else are they counting besides? I mean, what are they doing? So it has the odds. I'm just keeping you guys up to date on the odds here. The odds are up to minus 165 for Trump, so that has improved. Arizona is back. You can bet on Arizona again. Unfortunately, it's minus 1,500 for the Democrat. So that's not a good thing you can bet on. Michigan has improved to minus 145 for Trump. Wisconsin remains at minus 125 for Donald Trump.
My point is, it may be forced on them, and they may have to make that decision, but they don't want to do that. I promise you, none of those 9 justices wants to sit there and basically decide who the next president is, and with the litigation.
You're right. If Pennsylvania was so confident, I like that take. They keep counting, you know?
Twitter has now taken a stab at explaining himself about the warning that it put on President Trump's tweet about the election.
Which is very 2020.
Yes, isn't it, though? This comes from accompanied by a statement of their civic integrity policy. Quote, we placed a warning on a tweet from Donald Trump for making potentially misleading claim about the election. This action is in line with our civic integrity policy. This has really reached a kind of a stage of absurdity, because anybody who's covered political campaigns over a long period of time knows that they are full of statements on both sides that are arguably true.
Exactly. Thank you,
false.
Brahim.
And they're filled with exaggerations and dire threats and pointing with pride and doing with great alarm. And it's all grossly overstated. It always has been. And that's the rough and tumble of politics. And when you've got this social media outlet, which is deciding it's going to be careful about potentially misleading claims. I mean,
And it's a claim that's about to be made to the entire country, and it's
live
in
on
the
television.
public domain anyway. So
I mean, it certainly defeats the claim that they are an open platform and not
Thank you,
not a
Britt.
publication which they are editing.
Thank you.
We have a call to make here. The Fox News Decision Desk now can call that former Vice President Joe Biden will win the Nebraska 2nd district. That
Ooh.
again is one of 2 states.
Hey, that does matter,
Pulls out the 1 district, so 1 electoral
because
vote.
Trump did not win that electoral vote in
The rest of the votes in Nebraska,
2016 rather.
1 electoral vote will go to Joe Biden. Maine, that district has not been called yet. But
CNN says it's down to Arizona,
President
Georgia,
Trump is up
Michigan, Wisconsin,
Maine.
and
That's 1
Pennsylvania.
electoral
Yeah,
vote,
no
but guess
shit.
what? It all adds up.
one can make a difference.
All right, we're going to take a quick break here. And when we come back, we're going to check around the horn about all the states that are still yet to be called as the race to 270 and the race
You
for
flip
one
over to
House
CNN.
continues at 1:18 a.m.
I'll switch over to CNN real quick.
Let not your heart.
Are you ready? Excellent work, everyone.
Trump has 209. You need 270 to be president of the United States. 219 to 209. John, Texas, a big win for President Trump.
He won Texas hours ago. I mean, they haven't given him North Carolina yet. This is
Go
insane.
through it later. No, I know about Rhode Island. I'm meaning the Trump for Trump. I'm missing some votes for Trump there.
Sweet
Come up
Jesus.
there.
Where the
There we
fuck
go.
is Nevada?
Get that.
What are
There
they
we go.
doing in Nevada?
219 to 209.
Alaska's been called for
so
Trump.
The question then is, how do you get there from here? So let's do it another way. We're building this way, right? Another way to look at it is to go back to 2016 and start here. And so Texas, that was one of the opportunities. Democrats thought they had the chance to make this a statement election. They thought the Democrats thought they had a chance to take this away and to take this away. The 2 biggest prizes right here, right? California's the biggest of them all. These are the 2 big Republican prizes in electoral politics. Democrats thought they had a chance. They are now staying with Trump. Democrats thought they had a chance. Another giant electoral
Couple things
prize
here, guys,
staying
that have changed
red
in Vegas
for
betting
Trump.
lines.
And so you're looking at the map. We're not sure yet about North Carolina, but again, Democrats thought they could.
Oh, we're
flip it.
sure about
Right
North
now,
Carolina.
the president has a lead.
We're
We're
sure,
at the
John.
finish line there,
Chill
but
the
it's
fuck
trending
out.
That way, we'll watch.
Turtle
how the
Boy,
final
sure.
vote. So then you're looking at it this way. Right now, we have no flips at the moment. We do have Joe Biden leading here, and we think that's a possibility. That gets the president down to 295. Gets Joe Biden up to 243.
So real quick,
the president's leading there right now, so we'll leave Maine
fucking
2
Arizona
with the
fucked this
president.
all up.
We'll see if it
But
ends up that way.
Trump is now minus 170 to win. Arizona for Biden has gone from minus 1,500 to minus 1,000. So it's still almost impossible, but it has decreased.
So here's where we
Georgia has gone from minus 600 to minus 700. I called Georgia a long time ago. Georgia's over. Michigan has gone from minus 145 to minus 160 for Trump. And Wisconsin has gone from minus 125 to minus 130. So a little bit increases each time.
Democrats
We'll
thought this
see.
might be a statement election. That's not going to happen. Doesn't mean Joe Biden can't win the
No,
presidency,
it's not going to
but
happen.
a sweeping
Got that
Democratic
right.
win, not going to happen. We'll watch to see how
So
this
Georgia's at
happens.
85% now, and the lead is what is that? 5.9%.
What he had hoped for. You can come over here and look. Joe Biden
Michigan,
right now in the
60% of the votes in. That is
1.3 million.
a
Still a lot of counting out on the West Coast. A lot of counting to
8.6%
come.
lead.
But this is not where Democrats thought we would be
Pennsylvania's
at this
got
point of the night.
2/3 of the vote in Pennsylvania, and he's losing by 14.6%. That means in the remaining third of the votes, he has to win by 28%, almost 30%.
But Democrats wanted to make that
Wisconsin,
statement tonight. So now you have
75% of the vote in.
And again,
Trump is up by 4.2%.
leading. We haven't called it. If Biden holds that, the same thing. And if
Arizona just got closer. It's down to 6%. Remember that was 8.5 not too long ago? Interesting.
Plus that would be a whole
Very
president.
interesting.
Again, Wolf, here we go. just as we did last time. We're going to come down to these here. And again, the math gets interesting. Joe Biden's at 244. Well, so how do you want to get there, right? Let's clear that out. 244.
Local news in North Carolina, Mark Taylor. Mark Taylor's a North Carolina turtle rider.
Michigan and Wisconsin.
Tar Heel turtle rider. He says that
And you're up to 290.
100% of the votes are in, and Trump won by 70,000.
If the president holds Pennsylvania.
What do I
you're
mean
at
by minus
270,
135? So
that means,
it means you bet $135 and you win 100. So if it's minus, you're the favorite. If it's plus, you're the underdog. That's generally how it goes. So you want to be minus.
Than it was in Wisconsin.
Trump right now is minus in all of the remaining states, all of them,
Because here we are again,
except for Arizona. So he's minus 180 to win the whole thing. That has now changed. He's gone from minus 170 to minus 180. Michigan, he has increased from minus 160 to minus 170. Wisconsin, he remains at minus 130. Pennsylvania, he remains at minus 290.
Who knew?
We just have to be patient and wait for the authorities there to count the votes.
Where's Trump? Give me a speech from Trump.
It's not that complicated. It gets frustrating, especially now that this is so tight. You have partisans on both sides who are going to be very, very tight about this. You have the president tweeting. People are trying to steal the election. People are trying to count votes. There's no evidence anyone's trying to steal an election.
Go shut the fuck up.
The Trump campaign, the Republican Party has people here, has people here, has people there. So did Biden and the Democratic Party. If
They are
see
so
anything,
disappointed
trust
this
me,
isn't
they
over.
will raise their hands. That's why it happens. This is the process. It's a frustrating year. It's a frustrating in a different year. And you come over here and you look at it. It's frustrating because what have we lived through the last 8 months? The coronavirus. What does that mean? Safety at the polling places today. More in-person early voting. More mail-in voting, which means just complexities. As Senator Santorum was saying earlier, Pennsylvania almost had no early voting.
I'm gonna
last
keep
time.
this
They
up.
just
Let's
really
see.
didn't do it. Pennsylvania was one of the states that was very slow to move to early voting and the like. And so you look at that and you think, okay, 66% in, the president.
So Michigan, he has moved. Donald Trump has moved to Michigan. He is now a minus 200 favorite to win in Michigan. That was minus 160 a few minutes ago. Pennsylvania, he has gone from minus 290 to minus 340. Wisconsin, he has gone from minus 130 to minus 145. So his lead continues to grow. The likelihood that Donald Trump is going to be reelected president continues to grow.
The turnout is up just about everywhere. 367,617 it took to win this county 4 years ago. Joe Biden at 202. So, somewhere there's still a couple 100,000 votes to be counted, we assume, in Allegheny County. Then you come to the east, which is where most of the votes are in the state of Pennsylvania. Let me, before I get to Montgomery, come into Philadelphia County. Again, 46%, Joe Biden with a healthy lead in Philadelphia County, Philadelphia City, and the suburbs around it. 74%, 276,000 votes. 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton had 584,000 votes. So we're missing votes. I don't mean missing as in no.
And Nevada's still out there. Let's not forget Nevada.
Nobody's counted them yet. And so we have to wait for this to play out. The same in Montgomery County here again. Hillary Clinton had 256,000 votes 4 years ago. Joe Biden has 196,000. So maybe they're a little closer there at 64%. We can go through them all. This is Bucks County right now. The president of the United States leading in Bucks County right now.
He loves
If that
Bucks
stays
County.
red, that would be significant. If we get
Loves
to the
to
final
talk
vote
about
count,
Bucks County.
This is the more conservative of the collar counties around Philadelphia. 56.8% for the president.
Trump doesn't need Pennsylvania
Back 4 years
if
ago,
Michigan,
Hillary
Wisconsin,
Clinton
Georgia, and
carried
North
yes,
Carolina. That is correct. He does not need Pennsylvania. However, of the three remaining states at this point, Pennsylvania is looking most likely.
We're nowhere near that. We're less than half that in both cases. So in Pennsylvania,
Look at this.
Michigan, and Wisconsin, there are simply more votes to be counted.
60%. I mean, that's substantial.
The president leads in all three.
How about this popular vote? And this is with California.
But you have to still count the votes.
Trump was supposed to lose by like 8 to 10 points in the freaking popular vote.
Should be significant. As we
Lose
get
by
to the vote
1%.
count, And it's frustrating for everybody because everybody wants to know. But here,
Check the donos. Good
76%,
call.
113,000.
What are the Vegas odds on Trump to win? Right now,
288,000 votes.
minus 180. Minus 180. That's pretty
Again, It's a
significant.
much bigger lead here, but it's also a bigger state. 20 electoral votes to be counted. If you're the
Okay,
president,
I just got a
that's good.
$6
You also
contribution.
know
Let's see.
A lot of votes should be counted. Nobody should be
Dawson
saying
Boston
cheating.
says
Nobody
Cube
should be
Face
saying
Killer
cheating.
Part 2.
We
He's
should
out of
say,
jail.
count them.
Okay.
Indeed.
I don't really know what I'd say to that, you know?
Two projections right
Oh,
now. Let's
wait,
take a look. In Nebraska, the second congressional district.
Again,
one electoral
boom.
vote
You feel like
given projects
donating
Joe
right
Biden
there it is.
Will win that second congressional congressional district in Nebraska. The last time that happened was in 2008 for a Democrat. One electoral vote that Biden will win in that second congressional district in Nebraska. The other 4 out of 5 electoral votes in Nebraska, Donald Trump, the president, will win. He will win 4 electoral votes.
So Pennsylvania has gone down. Remember he was minus 340 a couple minutes ago. He's down to minus 275. Still a heavy favorite. Wonder what happened there.
Electoral votes, 270, of course, the magic number needed to win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now and see where things stand in these states. In Arizona right now, 79% of the
That's what it was before.
Biden still maintains his lead, a lead of almost 162,000 votes, 52.5% to 46.1%.
Did my dono go through? Let me see.
In Arizona. In Nevada right now, still very early.
Castle
Only
Production.
7% of the estimated vote has been counted. Trump maintains
Kate
the lead,
Poole
35,000.
says, tomorrow's coffee is on me. Still 300 Turtle Riders watching. Let's go until 2. Hey, fuck it. You know, fuck it. Only happens once every 4 years, guys. Do it. Come on, Trump. This is just too important. It's too important to beat these guys, you know?
At the moment, it's the only flip on the map, right? If you're looking at
Did I get 1,000 likes on that post today, this morning? That post came from the heart.
Anticipation, Joe Biden has to get to the finish line. He's leading there right now. That would be 11. That's a 1. That would be, so then you're moving the math there. And if you assume Joe Biden holds this, it gets him closer to the finish line. But again, let's do this from the
I'm so hungry, guys. I have no idea. Woo! It's like another meal, you know?
We're going to open this up. And we're going to take one away, right? That's what just happened. The President of the United States just lost that one. So you take that away. And so that's the only takeaway so far. It gets the president down, right? And so then you come over here and you say, all right, can you take this away? Right? If that goes away, then you get the president down to 294. Right now, the president is leading in Maine and Nebraska. Do it by congressional district. The president's leading here right now. Democrats think they can get that, but let's leave it with the president right now. He's leading the vote right there. So where does this leave you if nothing else changes, right? We're still waiting for some of these states, but we now have Florida. We now have Texas back in the Republican fold. We have Ohio back in the Republican fold. So if you look at this map right now, where does it leave you? Well, the president is leading in the vote count here, but we're not done.
942 likes I got on that post today. Oh, punish Antifa. That's what this was, guys. This is a punishment.
This is a card game right now, 2 out of 3. Whoever wins 2 out of 3 is the next president of the United States. And you can pick the order, really, if you come through it. Someone does this and this. Joe Biden can do that.
Yeah, who's winning those states? Now tell us. 76% of Wisconsin is. Trump remains winning 4.1% there.
These 3 right now. So they're all
Arizona, same as last time, 6.4% lead for Biden. Can't believe that.
But essentially, unless we're stunned,
Georgia, with 87% of the vote in, Trump is winning by 5.3%.
I believe in Nevada.
I don't see that switching. Michigan, 60% of the vote is in. Trump is winning by 8.5%.
Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, shocker, and 2 out of 3.
I'll give you the
gets you
shocker.
there. And we'll see how it goes. And again,
Pennsylvania, give me
right?
Pennsylvania, something
What
good.
if Joe Biden wins the 2 smaller ones in terms of the electoral votes? That's enough. That
I was
gets him to
stuck
about
on Michigan.
70, if nothing else changes on the map, right? If the president, if it's with Donald Trump, the president of the United States, he can do it for here.
Where the fuck's Michigan up
and
there?
here as well. So it takes 2 out of 3. Obviously, Pennsylvania has 20. It's bigger, but in an odd way, you still, whatever you do, if you get Pennsylvania, you still need one of those. You get both of these, you don't need Pennsylvania. That's the math we're in, and that's math that's going to carry us into the morning, most likely, as they continue to
We've been
count these
saying for
votes.
weeks that blue wall is going to be critical. It turns out to be absolutely critical. We got a key race alert right now.
Ooh, key race alert. What you got?
All right, let's take a look at the second congressional district of Maine.
Donald Trump won. Nice. Steve Robinson was right.
The estimated vote is now in. Trump maintains his lead over Biden by 18,000 plus votes, 52.1% to 44.4%. John, that second congressional district, 1 more electoral votes, but Trump's still maintaining his lead. Less than half of the vote is in.
Right, less than half of the vote is in. Democrats thought they were going to get this. Democrats thought they were going to carry the state of Maine. I just want to look and see what we know in the vote total.
Has he carried the state of Maine yet, though? Has the whole state gone to
Again,
Trump?
Maine takes a long time to fill in because of the way they do the townships. 51 to 45, 58% of the vote in. Democrats thought they were, let's see, we're not done yet. Democrats thought they would have a bigger lead in Maine, and they thought it would be enough to get them that congressional district. That's certainly what they thought. But again, I'm just going to say this again. The president went to Maine. A lot of people said, why is he doing that? Right? The president went to Maine in the last 10 days of the campaign. A lot of people said, why are you doing that for one electoral vote? Well, we're going to find out, probably not tonight as we go through the hours ahead, whether that mattered. But in the places the president went and campaigned, definitely, he's closer or ahead, especially in these other states that we've put his way. So there's no question the Trump rallies drove up turnout. Is it enough? We don't know yet.
We'll soon find out. We have another key race alert right now. In the key battleground state of Michigan right now, 61% of the estimated vote is in. President Trump continues to maintain his lead of over 287,000.
What's changed? 8.4% lead there?
3.3% to 44%.
God damn these states.
16 electoral votes in Michigan. All right, so let's take a look at Michigan right now, John. As we look at Michigan, 60, we still have 61% of the estimated vote is in. That means 39% of the estimated vote is still outstanding.
Right.
I mean, how crazy is that? Maine is more in play than New Hampshire. How'd that happen?
Change there. You look at it, you go back to 2016, this was a 10,704 votes. 10,704 votes decided Michigan 4 years ago. So you look at this lead by the president, you say, well, why haven't they called this state? Well, you haven't called the state because of what's missing. It's not what's in, it's what's missing. And so by missing, I mean counting. And again, you look at Wayne County, it's Detroit, it's the suburbs around Detroit, absolutely essential for the Democrats. We went through this 4 years ago. This was a major disappointment for the Clinton campaign.
They're saying 99% of votes in Georgia are in now, and Trump is winning by 5%. It's time to call Georgia.
There's Joe Biden at 206,000, right? Remember, 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton got 519,000 votes. It wasn't enough for her then, but that just tells you they haven't counted the votes. And we know, again, in-person early voting, mail-in voting, election day voting, election officials in all of these states are overwhelmed. They've decided how to sequence their count. The count is going slowly, and so we're waiting. We got a lot of us clearly have a lot of votes still to be counted when you see those numbers so much lower than 4 years ago.
Philadelphia city commissioners say there will be no additional update on mail ballots tonight.
Got some new information about Michigan. What are you learning?
Yeah, that's right there in Wayne County.
They are trying to steal this.
2,000 mail-in ballots still have not been counted yet. So we are expecting those ballots to be counted.
I mean, this is so fucking shady that we're just counting mail-in ballots. We're going to trust fucking assholes in Philadelphia with our fucking country. What a fucking joke.
And then you have Macomb County. This was a county that Trump flipped. We were told that 250.
Trump remains the favorite in Michigan.
Standing to be counted. The number we're seeing in Macomb right
Georgia,
now,
he's down to minus 450 favorite.
Day of election day.
The fuck?
That you're seeing right there on the screen. And so with Macomb, 250,000 are left to be counted there in Michigan. Then you have King County as well. We're told a big chunk of what's remaining in King County is mail-in ballot. So this is certainly keeping us in suspense.
Kent County is over here as well in the western part of the state. Well, Grand Rapids,
Wisconsin and Georgia will be called soon for Trump, Lena Ann
This is an
says.
area where Joe Biden thought they could make a run. It's more conservative in the western part of the state. But again, the Grand Rapids and the suburbs area 2020, you go back to 2016, it was close. It was close. And so one of the reasons the Democrats thought they've watched this across the
Trump
country,
called it in
suburban
Pennsylvania. What does that
voters,
mean?
they thought they could do better
Trump
here.
won
And see,
Pennsylvania. It's fucking
three-point
ended.
race 4 years ago. Again, President winning Kent County with 148,000. You come over here, he's at 130,000. So this one's not off as much, if you will, but we do think turnout is higher. So we wait for these votes here. The point Pam made about coming back over here, and when I pull this back up in the east, we'll see the numbers stretch out again. You got 92,000 votes, the early votes to be counted. If that's it in Wayne County, that's trouble for the Democrats in the sense that if you look at the vote count there, the question is that just the early votes or are there more votes? Wayne County is late a lot. If turnout's that much below 2016, that would raise serious questions. What happened there? So I think there's more to be heard about Wayne County, and there's often more questions for Wayne County. But let's come up here to Macomb County now. 250,000 votes in Macomb County. That's a big deal. The question is, this is a county, one of the places that Joe Biden said, I'm a better nominee than Hillary Clinton against Donald Trump. In Macomb County, you pull it up here, let's bring it out so we can see it. Again, 47% of the vote in. If there's 250,000 votes still to be counted, well, that's a lot.
Oh, Donald Trump's chances, guys, have increased.
Now,
He's minus 200 now to win the whole thing. That's the highest I've seen. It's the best I've seen so far. Minus 200. Although, why the fuck is Georgia going
A
down?
lot of votes to count. 152,000 won this 4 years ago.
I don't get
it took
that, but I'll take it.
224,000 to win this county. So if you've got 250,000 votes still to be counted here, again, that's interesting. The Democrats hope to swing this back to blue. The president has a pretty healthy lead right now, but if you have to count 250,000 votes,
Massachusetts, we got cream pied.
You got 220 something.
Trump got under 1 million
when you
votes
add it
here.
all up. So what does that tell you? Again,
Didn't Shiva say he was
we need to
missing
count
1 million
the
votes
We need
too?
to get to the finish line And when we have a
Fucking
better
Shiva.
sense
Is
of the
he
total
complaining
universe,
yet?
so
I
we
haven't
have
seen
some here,
Shiva yet.
Some here and some here. We need to find out what's the total universe. Once you know the total universe, then you can figure out Joe Biden needs.
I mean,
what
Ed Markey
percentage
won
to
with
leftover
2/3 of the vote tonight. That's how like people are like. I mean, I like Kevin O'Connor. He's a nice guy, but he's running for Senate in Massachusetts as a Republican. Not going to happen.
In Montana, 3 electoral votes in Montana. Trump wins in Montana. Let's take a look at the map right now. 270 needed to win.
I'm going to switch
Right
back to
now,
Fox, guys.
220 we projected. Trump has 213.
We're going back to Fox.
270
Fuck
once
CNN.
again. The key
I mean, you're
now
calling
is getting
Montana like that.
alert where things
They still haven't
stand.
called North Carolina. Like they don't deserve this.
Pennsylvania, 66% of the estimated vote.
I mean, look at this. So that's 2/3.
Trump maintains a pretty significant lead, very impressive lead, almost 700,000 vote lead over Biden right now in Pennsylvania. 696,000, 56.
Going back to Fox.
percent for Trump, 42% for Biden.
Where's that
20
volume button?
electoral votes. Pennsylvania, John, it's looking at least right now. Before we go to you, Pamela Brown, you're getting some more information about.
We're finding out just how many outstanding mail-in ballots are left
Hold
to
on.
be counted there in Pennsylvania. To give you an idea, just in the southeast part of Pennsylvania, there are 600 at least 646,302 mail-in ballots. And that is not including all of
646,000.
left to count there. In
Like,
southeast
what the
Pennsylvania
fuck kind
and
of
Philadelphia.
kangaroo country is this? Where we're like fucking election night, 1:30 in the morning. Oh, just, little over 500,000 ballots. Somewhere in fucking Philadelphia. Somewhere. We'll figure it out in the morning or a week from now. Or whenever some judge decides. We'll figure it out. It's not like, the leader of the free world hinges on this. It's fucking Philadelphia. This is why we need the Electoral College. Because if it wasn't, if we didn't have the Electoral College, like our country's fate would be in the hands of Philadelphia and places like that. What is this? Why is there a commercial? What happened to the show? I left them for this. When is Trump talking? Republicans have gained a house in this, gained a seat in the House. That's interesting.
Has infected millions around the world, but the virus that has infected every
Who's this
human
guy?
being on the face of the earth is called sin. And
Oh,
the
for
only
fuck's sake.
vaccine
Oh,
against
good
sin
God. Oh, this guy.
is the blood of Jesus Christ.
Well, oh my God, the blood of Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. Listen, like watching, like that's the thing about watching Tucker is you feel so old watching it because every commercial is like, my back hurts. It's like some shit's going on there. It's just like the poor Tucker's got like 4 advertisers because they go after him so hard, but that's why he's the man.
Pays a 10% monthly
Why is the man?
plus targeted returns to 20%.
When is this fucking commercial going to
Our
end?
fund is pro-growth with $1 billion in new construction development backing. The Fed has plummeted interest rates, so hedge against inflation and receive our free report.
So Nevada, Joe Biden is now winning with 74%. He's winning by 5%. Okay. 5%. Don't make me switch back to CNN here.
Welcome back. Looking live at our board, and there you see Pennsylvania, which will not be called tonight. We've already come to that conclusion.
For today.
For today, I'm sorry. Today.
That's a little bit closer than I saw. That's
Later tonight. Let's bring in our legal panel tonight. Jonathan Turley, George Washington University law professor and constitutional attorney, and Andy McCarthy, former federal prosecutor. Both are Fox News contributors. Jonathan, do you have any calls to make, first of all? No. Okay.
Can you please tell us who won in Wisconsin?
I predict this will be an utter irredeemable mess.
What a fucking
few
joke.
days ago, I said that I was asked what my worst case scenario would be.
Thank you for sure. You're more than welcome.
We would finish
I'm happy to do this. I love doing this stuff, you know?
breaking on both sides under 270 and left only with Pennsylvania. And the reason is because the Pennsylvania laws and their
Since you made the point, Rhode Island has 4 electoral votes and Montana has 3. You get bigger. That's a great point. It's simply because of the new. I mean, telling you right now, I said this before. Imagine it came down to that. Rhode Island has 4 electoral votes. Montana has 3 because they do it by the 2010 census. Okay, so there will be another census this year, and it'll be redistricted. And Rhode Island is going to lose an electoral vote, and Montana is going to gain one because Montana has a bigger population than Rhode Island. But it goes by the 2010 census. So that's how we're going to get screwed out of that one. That's how we're going to get screwed.
The Constitution leaves it to the states, the state legislatures, to establish the rules.
Oh, God,
for voting.
boring.
And part of the
We left CNN for this.
been growing with this election.
Let's go back to Vegas. Oh, man, Georgia has just gotten closer. Georgia, it is now 2.5% lead with 91% of the vote in. That's interesting. What has happened to the line? Let's see. Trump is still a minus 350 favorite to win Georgia, though. Minus 350. He is now a minus 210 favorite to win the whole shebang. That is the biggest I've seen in quite some time. But Georgia getting closer, huh? That's interesting. Wisconsin, Donald Trump is up by 3.8% with 78% of the vote in.
Was unclear. You would give the benefit of the doubt to the voters.
That's why it's going up to, because every, more and more votes are coming in these states.
And this is not like, 2016.
Oh, I apologize. He's winning Georgia by 2.5%. Did I say 1.5 before? 2.5%.
I mean, it has that feeling, and it's not a good feeling.
What's not a
Tell
good?
us about it.
Andy McCarthy, when you look at how this is stacking up tonight.
Man, Illinois only won 55 to 43 for. That's interesting. Illinois should be like a major fucking Trump cream pie, but it wasn't.
Well, I agree with Jonathan that it's a mess, but what's really
Iowa, Trump wins easily. Great.
It's an avoidable mess. I started writing out.
North Carolina's done. Tell me they haven't called North Carolina.
Imploring that the Supreme
So
Court
93% in Georgia's in now. Trump is up by 2.6%. It's time to call Georgia. It is time to call Georgia.
to dictate or to,
Look at Florida,
to set
cream pie.
what the rules of the voting tabulation in Pennsylvania would be. Whereas if they waited until after the election, it would look like the court was deciding the election.
So they've given Maine officially to Joe Biden, it looks like.
Doesn't want that. The country shouldn't want that. So I think if they had taken this
Interesting.
case beforehand, as they should have, we wouldn't be in this position now. And I think Chief Justice Roberts.
So the odds have increased in Wisconsin. It has gone up to minus 150. That's the highest I've seen for Trump so far. Pennsylvania is back to minus 340. So that, and Georgia is minus 240. So he has a better chance right now of winning Pennsylvania than he does Georgia. Georgia even being in the mix, I don't fucking like.
There's been two decisions. It came to the court first on the basis of a stay. They were asking for the state Supreme Court's rewrite.
I can't believe 271 people are still with me right now.
And at that point, Chief Justice Roberts voted with the three liberal justices on the court to create a 4-4 deadlock, which meant the court wouldn't do anything and the Pennsylvania ruling would stay. Last week, the Republican state committee asked the court for an expedited ruling on the merits of the case. That is, whether the state Supreme Court was allowed to change the rules the way they did and the way Jonathan just explained. And at that point, the court said, it's too late at this point, 5 days before the election, for us to make a ruling on the merits.
What strain will you use to calm down? I don't know. I got somebody gave me a gift the other day. I finally got a vape. Should I get my vape pen? Should I start vaping now? I kind of want to vape a little bit. I'm a big fan of the vaping.
For the 3 days after the election, as the state court has said, but
How is it legal for Pennsylvania to allow? Because they're fucking corrupt. That state is run by Philadelphia.
And that's where we're headed, I think.
Yeah. They're looking live, by the way, at Philadelphia, where they are still counting. We're told by the Secretary of State there that they're on 8-hour shifts. And you can see them in the back kind of doing the balance. They had a bigger staff earlier.
Like, what is this? Not a sweatshop? This is a fucking sweatshop of votes. This is how our election is decided.
Justice now,
What are they doing?
Barrett is in this position in this court that is now 9, filling the spot of deceased Ruth Bader Ginsburg. And Democrats during that hearing were saying you have to recuse yourself.
Michigan has moved up to minus 220 for Trump. Wisconsin is down to minus 135. That's interesting. Wisconsin is the one that he needs to win the least of it. But he has to win 2 anyways. It doesn't really matter.
Incredibly insulting. There's no reason under the usual interpretation of the standard for recusal for Justice Barrett to withdraw from this case. She doesn't have a personal interest in this case. She doesn't have a financial interest in this case.
Come on.
She didn't work on underlying
Oh, I'm getting tired.
or cases related to any appeal. None of those conditions exist. I know of no case in history where a justice would recuse herself simply because she was nominated shortly before an election.
I mean, Nate Silver is still on here talking about, if you go by what ABC News is called, Biden's win probability would go from 69 to 85% based on Nebraska 2 district being called. What are you talking about? That's the exact opposite of what Vegas says. I cannot believe this asshole is still showing his fucking face. These pollsters.
There are both state and federal rights of voting. This just because a state court rules on voting doesn't mean the Supreme Court has no role at all. But it is important to note that when state courts rule on state law, the federal courts, and particularly the United States Supreme Court, tend to defer on issues of this kind. So there's a difference, So Wisconsin had a case go before the Supreme Court. It was decided by a federal court, and Roberts joined the conservatives in rejecting that extension and said that federal judge was using a form of federal intervention into state law. But when a state ruling came up,
Trump is up 700,000 votes in Pennsylvania. Is that right? Look at Nevada getting closer. Nevada's getting closer. That was 5% a couple minutes ago. 67% of votes in. Biden is up by 3%. Interesting. But how come that's not, you can't bet on that? That's interesting.
That's the difference from other, from past presidential elections. We usually get to litigation at some point by the end of the day.
So Donald Trump now is minus 220 to win the entire thing. That is the best odds I've seen from him. The best odds.
Swing states. Now, many of those cases are placeholders. You bring
Oh, I got a couple donos I got to read out here. Thank you guys, man, for keeping this going tonight. Madawaska Rob says best election coverage in the damn business. Fuck yeah. Sauce says great campaign coverage. Let's hope for a great result. You guys have not, I'm telling you, I'm not worried about, not once have I thought Donald Trump is going to lose this election. Not fucking once throughout this entire broadcast. I'm just waiting for them to get this shit over with. He's going to win eventually. But everything with Democrats is difficult. Like the Kavanaugh thing, we knew in our heart of hearts Kavanaugh was going to get in. But they had to draw it out. Everything with these people has to be a fucking like throw it, you know what I mean? It's never easy. Never easy.
You have to count every vote. We're already hearing that from the former vice.
Is there a situation where the votes in Pennsylvania won't even matter? Yeah, there is a situation, and that situation is he wins Wisconsin and Michigan. That's the situation which that doesn't matter.
No, stop the vote.
That's right. And when you hear that line, some of us who were
that is the situation.
Covering 2000 crawl into fetal positions because
so Pennsylvania, Donald Trump, yeah, he's up 700,000 votes with 68% of the votes in. Wisconsin, he's up 3.8% of the vote with 78% of the vote in.
It's going to make it difficult for them to essentially
Arizona, 80% of the vote is in. In Arizona, he is down 5.9%. Arizona fucked this night up. Georgia, same, 91% in. He's down. He's up 2.5% in Georgia. Michigan, 63% in. 8.6% deficit.
In a fairly novel and new way.
Holy shit.
Mail-in voting is new.
Ugh.
Mail-in voting to this
Jesus
degree
Christ.
is new in places like Nevada and other states.
Yeah.
And then you get into the inevitable.
Disappointed in Minnesota. That was a real big disappointment tonight.
Whether or not they're valid, whether the signature matches, like the instance in Pennsylvania and in other states as well. I mean, Andy, there's going to be a lot of subjectivity in the question of whether or not all these ballots are valid in many cases.
Yeah, and I think to the point that Jonathan just made, a lot of times things get sort of sketched out in front of an appellate court. And it sounds like it'll work just fine. But, you know, the fact that you represent to the Supreme Court, as Pennsylvania has, that they will segregate the votes that come in after November 3rd.
Okay, so now we have the state lines are back up. Georgia is minus 240 for Trump. Wish that was over. Michigan is minus 220 for Trump. That is the highest I've seen Michigan so far. Pennsylvania is minus 370 for Trump. Minus 370. That is the highest we've seen with Michigan. Wisconsin is minus 170 for Trump. That is the best I've seen for all of those states. To win the whole thing, he is minus 220. So every minute, the odds increase that Trump is going to win.
East Coast time, and there aren't any riots or looting.
Not yet.
We're boarded up here in Manhattan and Georgetown and Washington and other places around the country. But as this protracted effort goes on, Andy, the potential for stuff happening goes up.
Yeah, of course it does. And I think, you know, obviously the reason that all the preparations were done was because there was an expectation that it would be, if President Trump were elected, that would be the main thing that would precipitate a lot of violence, just because it's thematically consistent with what we've seen the last 5 months or so. And, you know, that hasn't happened yet because I guess we're all still on tenterhooks. Let's hope it doesn't happen. Because we haven't shown that we're famously good to this point.
So Georgia has done better for Trump now. It's down to minus 280.
You know,
that has changed.
For peace for one night.
Yes. Jonathan Turley, Andy McCarthy, thank you very much. And something tells me we'll be talking a lot about this in coming days.
We're all going to become experts
I know.
on all of
Jesus
these
Christ.
decisions in the days to come. Let's go to Bill Hammer.
Oy.
David's still up there.
Still am. Yeah, I think Carl's with us too.
Go back to CNN. Yeah, CNN's better.
Socially distanced, right? From a couple
Like, how sad is that?
Carl, would you come in this conversation here? Let's talk about
Going back to
Michigan,
CNN.
okay? I've been looking at Detroit and Wayne County. These numbers really haven't moved for a couple of hours. A lot of votes will not be counted tonight. And so because of that, we're going to have to be patient. We're waiting for votes here. We're waiting for a decent chunk of votes here in Montgomery County. You move down here in Delaware County. We're waiting for a decent chunk, about 40% of the vote here. Let me just check down here. I want to cross the line again. I like to do that. Go over the state line. Let me just.
Mass voted yes on one and no on two. That's exactly how I voted. I didn't know what no was. I'm like, I don't want to learn about it. I don't fucking know what wacky shit you liberals are trying to pull, but you're trying to pull something on me. I know how you guys do it. You're up to something. You wouldn't be going for this if it didn't benefit you somehow. So default answer should be no. With one, I didn't know much about it. All I know is all my friends who were mechanics or work in car shops, they all said vote yes. So I'm voting yes. I didn't research it. I don't give a shit. I don't really care. They're stupid questions, and I'm not going to waste much of my time doing that. I trust people, you know.
Fairly soon, we're watching some of the nail biters going on in Arizona, Georgia, some of the other states. We'll be right back.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I've got to go to the bathroom again. Be right back, guys. Hold on. Hold the fort. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN Underscored. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscored.com. Imagine right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
A great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
And this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act. For mother of humanity.
I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
All right, we're back. Boy, I miss anything? Can't believe there's 250 people there. That's insane. All right, let's go back to Fox.
Aloha, fellas. You want to hear something really, really funny? Our doorbell is actually a camera that.
You let them know that our doorbell is actually a camera recording this all on video.
Oh, and backyard.
I see Wisconsin's new. Let's see what we got in Wisconsin. 88% in Wisconsin. That is huge. That's a big number.
What the New York Times is saying is 41% of the estimated vote is in. And right now they've got about 220 some odd thousand votes in. But then take a look at the Republican suburbs next door. 76% are in Waukesha.
Donald Trump's lead has increased in Vegas. Minus 240 to win the whole thing. Minus 240. Michigan, minus 220. Pennsylvania, minus 320. Wisconsin has increased to minus 180 because just like that, it was at like 80% before. Now it's at 88%.
Are there more votes in the city of Milwaukee to offset what's left out there in Ozaki and thereby reduce Trump's margin?
Okay, fair point. But this is where it was 4 years ago. It was 22,000.
Yeah,
I mean, right. Take it back to Michigan. It's 4 years ago. It was
all right.
2,600.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
We're trying to figure out what's left.
Eric Swalwell won, huh?
What is it? What's the
Five boy
color? It's what we've got 10 guys sitting there and 10 guys and gals sitting there in Nerdville.
Nevada's closer. Nevada's within 2.5. Why can't I bet on Nevada?
We're just talking about what they're doing.
Still away.
I mean, look at New Hampshire. Biden wins by 10 points there. New Hampshire's fucking done. Remember when New Hampshire was a swing state?
This is why this thing is
give up on New Hampshire.
Twists and turns. We mentioned Georgia. You've got all that the mostly black inner city suburbs of Atlanta that are still out, more heavily out than the rest.
I mean, Biden did make gains in Georgia. I mean, it's clear.
Percentage of its vote left out than rural Wisconsin. The city of Detroit, the Wayne County, and some of the suburban counties have a lot more vote out than the Upper Peninsula or rural northern Michigan.
We're just looking at the count here, right? I mean, they said they had a bit of a problem counting. It looks like they're counting pretty much right now.
Yeah.
Arizona did fuck us, Nick. We could all go to bed if Arizona just did their fucking job.
We can't. Thanks, sir. Back downstairs.
Bill and Carl, thank you. Let's head over to John Roberts at the White House. We're hearing there is a 5-minute warning for President Trump to speak to reporters and the nation. John, yeah.
I'm not used to vapes. You can't even taste it. Oh, Jesus Christ. I just got into this. Boy. You don't even feel it. You can't even. I don't even know when to stop sucking, you know? Because you can't taste anything.
Big statement tonight,
Boy.
an hour ago, a big win, the president calls it. And then in a tweet that was flagged by Twitter for potentially containing erroneous or misleading information, he said, "We are."
Trump's talking in 5 minutes. Okay, I'll listen to Trump, and then I got to hit the hay. This is fucking getting ridiculous. Oi.
We saw Joe Biden come out not long ago.
My kids are going to be up in a couple hours. Oi.
Tweeted that it's not up to the president, it's not up to Joe Biden to declare who wins the election. It's up to the voters to do that. I expect that the president will probably thank the people who are there in the East Room. He'll say that they're doing well. If you look at some of the projections, Georgia, according to one projection I looked at, is now projected to be in the Biden column, which means that if the president were to lose
Georgia's not project. Who said that?
North Carolina,
91. Who the fuck said that?
Wisconsin, in order to get above 270 votes. Otherwise, the election goes to Joe Biden, who would come in
What?
about 270, 271. So the president's got to hope that those early numbers in Georgia
last, and that nothing crazy.
Where is he
happens in
seeing this? That's not what Vegas had.
Nothing crazy happens in.
He's a minus 250 favorite to win in Georgia. What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Is ahead by about the same margin, which is just about 2 points or so. So there's not a lot of room for more votes to come in for Joe Biden. We are going to all, it looks like, get whatever sleep we can in the next few hours, not knowing who the winner of this election is. And as you were pointing out with Jonathan Turley and Andy McCarthy, this thing could go on for days, Brett and Martha, before we know actually who won. And as this
So Georgia's down to minus 220, minus 220 now. Oh, fucking Georgia, you're killing me. Michigan minus 2, but it's still a significant lead, minus 220, you know? Minus 230 for Michigan, minus 320 for Pennsylvania, minus 180 for Wisconsin.
This happened to us in 2000, and I remember standing there in an outdoor amphitheater in the rain.
John Roberts definitely hates Trump.
Waiting for Al Gore to come and concede. We were told that he was going to concede the election to George Bush, and we were left standing in the rain because Al Gore never showed up to concede. And it wasn't until 37 long, torturous days later that
I remember that.
learned that there would be a winner of that election. We can only hope it doesn't take another 37 days, but we'll see.
I was there in Nashville too, and then got on a plane to Tallahassee.
Yeah.
John, what's the over/under that Fox News comes out in this event?
What do you mean? Oh, what the president says, talks about Arizona?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think the likelihood is probably pretty high, but I've been
Rightfully so.
You
You
never
fucked
know
that
where
one
the
up, dude.
president is going to go, but if he's got a grievance, it's a pretty good chance you're going to hear it.
And obviously, on in Michigan, and the decision desk stand by that call and when they made it.
And you can see when you look.
I have
at
a
the
feeling when I wake up,
calculus
Georgia,
now,
Michigan, and
why
Pennsylvania
they
will be
were
called
so
for Biden.
instantly concerned about Arizona because they probably had some concerns about Georgia at that same time.
I don't know.
And they need to
I do feel like there's that's the only thing that I'm worried about slightly is like the fixes in factor, but like I don't know. Republicans are we fight now. That's the thing about Republicans now. It's not the party of the old. They're not gonna fucking take like Mitt Romney would take that lion down. Like John McCain would too. Donald Trump's not going to. That's why we got him in there, you know? I don't know. I just don't see it. I don't see a pat like he's got a number of things Biden does that he has to do.
People who were there, I was invited in to be part of what's called an expanded
Well,
pool,
this
but
is
I've gotta be
turning out to be.
long
I thought this was fucking over, man. When it was like minus 800, I'm like, oh, he's gonna make it. We're gonna do it again. It's gonna be fucking awesome, you know.
stayed out to stay with you. But
Explain why they're there, because there was a battle about whether it was going to be at the Trump Hotel.
All right. Initially, it was thought that the plan was to have a group of people, this group of people at the Trump International Hotel. But Mayor Muriel Bowser of Washington, D.C. has been putting a lot of pressure on the Trump Hotel to not hold an event that more than 50 people are gathered at, because Washington, D.C. is still in phase 2 coronavirus.
Oh, for
reopening,
fuck's sake.
Which means that crowds have to be limited to 50.
He's the president of the United States. You can do whatever the fuck you want to do. Why is he listening to anybody?
Things. It's federal property. It's not administered by, at least it doesn't fall into the jurisdiction of Washington, D.C. So the president was able to have more people.
Trump.
They thought about having it somewhere else, but the president has done a number of campaign events at the White House. There's
All right,
also
Nevada, same shit. I mean, how come I can't bet on Nevada? I still
the
don't get
Eisenhower
that.
Executive Office Building, which is the big building that
North Shore Turtle Babes here. Holy fuck. You woke up at 2 a.m. to come on the stream? God damn, girl.
Was spent on putting the campaign in that war room.
Indubitably.
The campaign took care of all of it. But here you have, that's the situation here in 2020 where we have to live by, to the best of our ability, these COVID restrictions. Though a lot of people would say that the president flaunted, if not violated, those rules with the airport gatherings that he had across the country.
He's the president. There are no rules when you're the president. What are
Bring
these
it here
people
to the White
talking about?
House so as not to run afoul, at least the Trump International Hotel, the COVID restrictions imposed by Washington.
I mean, I got to hear Trump talk before I go to bed.
Joe Biden came out at 12:31 this evening, a little over an hour and a half ago now, and the president was going to come out about 5 minutes ago. I mean, you have to wonder if there's ongoing discussion or what took them this long to do this at 2:05 in the morning. in terms of how they're going to present their case here.
Yeah, well, I think the president might have been waiting to see if Georgia.
I can't believe it's going to come down to like a fight like this.
Clear that wasn't going to happen because of the suspension of counting there in Fulton County, or at least a reduction in counting in Fulton County.
Georgia.
That they probably got an argument together, and I think you're probably going to see the president lay down something of a gauntlet here in terms of the potential for, as he has been saying on the campaign trail for weeks, if not months now, that the only way that he is going to lose is if the election is stolen, and maybe sort of laid the groundwork here for myriad legal challenges to the outstanding vote or these extended deadlines that we see in many states across the nation. There was a thought earlier tonight that if the president looked like he had a sizable lead in places like Pennsylvania and North Carolina, that there wouldn't be any reason for a legal challenge. But as that vote begins to tighten, and we expect that it will tighten in Pennsylvania as well, as more results come in from the heavily Democratic areas around Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, that the likelihood or the probability of a legal challenge.
That's amazing that Trump lost by 9 points in Maine, but Susan Collins won. That's good for her. That girl can fight. A lot of people don't like her, but I respect Susan Collins a lot. That Kavanaugh speech, I'll still never get over that. You know, she was a star of that. That was one of the most important fights of all time, and ultimately she was on the right side, and she was the closer. You know, she came in to fucking put it away. Good for her. She deserves this.
He obviously listened to the former vice president.
Yeah, I think that both of them are setting the table for the possibility of legal challenges. And, you know, it'll be interesting. It does seem somewhat reminiscent of 2000. The Democrat is saying count every vote, keep the vote going until every vote has been counted. And the Republican, in this case, President Trump, is going to say that, you know, there's a way to do it, and that we're going to go to the court to protect our rights, and we are worried about tampering with the vote. It's somewhat different, however. Obviously, in Florida,
Is Trump going to do the YMCA when he comes out? I mean, how is this guy awake?
Florida, or close to a result, a disputed result. But I mean, we're in a situation now.
I'm reading a lot of people's things. People are like, hey, it's starting to feel shady time. I'm like, I kind of get that feeling a little bit too. I'm not going to lie. I just don't trust these motherfuckers, you know?
Now than it was in Florida, where all the states have been.
You can't trust any of these assholes.
At various points.
People are already saying Bernie would have won.
Declared the winner. Joe Biden.
Bernie would have won, they're saying.
Al Gore had actually conceded and then had to rescind his concession. And of course, the famous line where Gore said, "You don't have to be snippy about it."
Nothing's changing, huh?
This is going to be a more complicated and tougher case.
No new votes have come in, I don't think.
Than it was for George.
Pennsylvania's still at 71%.
Excruciating for the country.
It's fucking crazy, Pennsylvania. Wisconsin's at 79%. He has a 3.9% lead with almost 80% in Wisconsin. That's even more substantial. Let's see what the odds are there. Still minus 180 for Wisconsin. It's still the least likely.
Level of division. But I think you also have to keep
Trump, nothing has changed in Georgia. They're going to go find fucking some ballots. This is so shady.
In Pennsylvania again.
Michigan. That's interesting. Michigan is 7.8% lead with 65% of the votes in. Nevada, 78% of the votes in are Nevada, and that is a 2.7% lead. So that's almost pretty much over with that many votes in.
We have under 2 minutes now before the president, but we do have a call to make. The decision desk
It's the wrong end.
calling the Montana Senate race for the incumbent, Steve Daines, Republican, against former Governor Steve Bullock, who was a presidential candidate at one time, ran for Senate. This was supposed to be a Democrat.
Arizona, 6.1%. All right. Nothing's changed. I just want to hear Trump and go to bed. That's it.
47. It's only Democrats +1. Remember, they have to have net +4 to take over control. We're getting to the point, if you look to Michigan, if you look to Purdue and Georgia, if he stays over 50%, that we may this morning be able to say that Republicans are going to hold on to control in the U.S.
I was just going to say, if you want a pretty good idea what the president's going to say, I just got a fundraising appeal.
Come on, Trump. I can't believe all you people are with me right now. It's fucking 2:10 in the morning. I can't get this audience on a Thursday at 9 o'clock.
Democrats will steal the election.
Man, every people look forward to this election, huh?
We are in full scale 2000 litigation, and they're raising money to begin a legal effort to stop
90% in Wisconsin now. Trump up by 1. Is that what somebody just said?
Democrats are stealing the election.
But I should point out, finishing my Senate thought, that Tom Tillis has already declared victory in North Carolina.
He won.
He had not called that race, but he has declared victory down there.
Michigan, 66% is in. Is that what it was last time? 7.8%?
Victory tonight will continue to be
Come on,
Senate
hold on.
majority
That's all you gotta do is hold on.
and not minority.
And it's
Let's
worth
not
pointing out.
forget
Oy.
what 2000 proved was. We have institutions and procedures for settling these kinds of disputes. They held up then, took a long time, a lot of different
Pennsylvania's
courts
up
at many levels, ended up in the
13.8.
Supreme Court, but it was handled. We're designed, we have checks and balances and processes.
There's Wisconsin.
They worked then. My guess is they'll work now. They'll work now, and in the end, people by and
Point
large
spread
will
remains the
accept it.
same, minus 240.
They won't
I mean, minus 240 is good.
any worse than
You're a heavy favorite.
Donald Trump.
Let me see what
Clear victory.
I'll give you guys that in basketball terms or
I'd
whatever.
also add about 2000, by the
Sports
way,
terms.
The slogan of the Democrats.
Let's go to
was
a
they don't
football
wanna count every vote.
game.
They didn't really want to count every vote. They wanted to count votes and keep counting votes in parts of Florida
NFL.
where they believed they would pick up votes. They didn't want to count anywhere else. David Boies, who was the lawyer,
So, all right.
acknowledged
The
that.
Packers are minus 250 this weekend against the Niners.
I'm sorry, did I say that?
They are a 6-point favorite. So that's like the equivalent of being a 6-point favorite. If you went to a football game as a 6-point favorite, you know, you could lose, but
You said it in his book that,
you're probably going to win.
coach is counting more
You know,
about it.
feel pretty confident, you know.
They didn't think they were going to pick up more.
Well, that's what's going to happen here too. But
Yeah.
don't you think that you're going to start saying, well, you can count them here or don't count them there, and you know there'll be obviously objections.
Where
to
the
what's
fuck is
going on in
Trump?
Philadelphia.
Come on,
or
dude.
What's going on in Georgia now in Fulton County?
Oy, oy,
I
oy.
wish I were as optimistic as you, and certainly I don't think the country's going to come apart about it. But that's what I'm saying. This is the last. This is the
Oy,
last thing the
oy,
country
oy.
needs. I mean, you know, so many people are close to a political nervous breakdown.
Let me refresh them donuts, see if I missed
This
anything.
is closer to the edge of
It's
No,
a
we're good.
2020
Yeah, we
cherry
go.
on the top of a really awful Sunday that the country.
I know. I need some fucking crackers, man. I got Cheez-Its here. I'm ready to rock.
Parts of watching all of this unfold tonight. It's starting to look back at history lessons earlier, but it's like 1896. Hayes and Tilden post Civil
What is
War
Trump gonna say?
construction of an
No,
election
sure, Turtle. How the fuck are you up right now? You just woke up in your sleep?
resolution until it was
I didn't see you here all stream.
decided, back then they used to do the inauguration in March, and I believe it dragged on for 3 or 4 months.
4 months counting. But here's a benefit. We are now 13 minutes with Britt still here as we wait for President Trump
Every minute's a bonus,
to
Brett.
speak. Dana,
Trump can see. Trump's winning.
I'm going to hear Biden snoring now.
Having worked in the Bush White House, that Bush v. Gore decision, I mean, it was deeply scarring for a lot of people, and you know, we all remember
Okay.
it. We were there covering it. I went to bed that night thinking President Bush had won, and woke up in the morning with my
Oy,
husband,
oy, oy.
sorry he didn't win, and you know.
Yeah, remote learning's
it
gonna be a
still
fucking
weighs
blast
heavy on
tomorrow.
people's
Let me tell you.
minds, and at the time, there was no
Oh, yeah.
in the White House. The one thing that's really different about this, look at the setting, where President Trump is going to be speaking.
Imagine it was a victory speech.
room of the White
Yeah.
House, just below the residence.
Or like John said, he says what?
The people's house.
Who killed
I think that feels a little bit different tonight.
Well, it also felt different.
Who killed Jeffrey Epstein? North Shore says, I was here all stream just listening while I nervously, compulsively clean my house. Yeah, I feel you.
In an age of
I feel you on that one.
COVID-19 has been the place where he is delivering the big moments. And this is obviously one of the biggest as he tries to hold on to a re-election.
Yeah, he has been forced to do all of these events right at the White House, and it is his home and his residence, and he does gain the advantage of being able to have this amazing backdrop and very presidential.
This just never ends either. It just keeps coming out. You don't have to do anything, man. I don't use a light. Like, it's fucking amazing. I can't believe I've never discovered these things before.
It's
It's the greatest gift ever. I got a gift.
And that elections aren't decided. In 2000, it wasn't decided. In 2004, you went to bed and we didn't know whether Bush or Kerry was going to win. I remember
For fuck's sake.
youngster Jack Kennedy and
I mean, y'all stayed up at this late, you know, at this point. But, you know, the fact of the matter is we ain't going to know. Like, let's be honest. You think all these states are going to get him in? Come on.
by some witching after who the president is not unusual and is no sign that there's anything funny going on.
Indiana.
And, you know, perhaps when the vote is counted in all of these places, there are 6 major states that are still undecided. It may be that without Pennsylvania, one of these gentlemen is able
Are we
to
going to take
win,
this or what?
and we're
I
able
sure
to
as
play
fuck
this
think so.
situation. I hope so, but
I thought we were going to win
2020.
for the last like month and a half, maybe longer. No, 3 months, probably. Right around the conventions is when they started going on the aggressive.
It's fraught with a lot of things, but really just getting it done in each one of these states is the deal that these state election offices have to deal with.
Right. So earlier we were discussing this, and the lawyers came in,
This
and
fucking
I
guy.
think Brit Hume made the point. These decisions about how elections are conducted are set by the state legislature.
I haven't seen a poll
What
move
we're
in quite
seeing
some
in
time.
the current atmosphere is state election
Nothing.
offices make provisions to help people to vote in the midst of the virus, or possibly because this is a very difficult time in American life and people are fearful. But what we are seeing now,
Imagine
I think,
Trump
is setting
wins.
up again, and just come back to this, I think, a very
4 more
difficult moment in terms of American
Like,
life.
we have so much on the
But I just
line right
wanted
now.
to reiterate what Chris has said. It's not unusual that
Think how
you
different
have an
life will
election
be
the
without Donald
president
Trump.
decided beyond the day of the
Donald Trump
election, and
dominates
it's,
our
again, a
life. Like,
consequence
it's
of the fact
crazy.
that every state,
He just dominates the
states'
news
rights,
cycle
10th
like
Amendment,
nobody else.
is able to make their own rules for how the
He
election
has
is
to be
conducted
reelected.
within their
Has to be.
boundaries. By the way, Martha, I was so impressed that you knew about Rutherford B. Hayes and Tilden, and how that decision was decided.
I remember that
It was
election.
I love the shrug. I love the shoulder
Election of
shrug.
1876, the compromise of 1877 result. That's one of the first things I taught.
That's how
Every
we got
year.
President Hayes.
Yeah.
You know,
He won that
That's it.
184 to 185 electoral votes. Closest vote in American history.
congratulations, President Hayes. Probably
But a court basically decided that too. They made a deal.
Yeah, I imagine that he has a way that he wants to say things. and
Didn't
the
go
lawyers
well for
have
black
a way
people,
that
that
they
deal. I'll
want
tell you
to
that
say
much.
things.
Not
So
good.
That's why you got the teleprompters there, because you don't want him to say something that is going to be used against him in court if this does go to any sort of a court situation.
So
They have
you're
to
saying
have
this is not
really
a
knitted up.
freewheeling operation?
This is not a rally. I would say that. Yeah, that's an interesting thought. So Pat Cipollone and others are probably Pouring parsing over every single word, and don't stray off of this word, and don't ramble, and don't go on a tangent, and just stick to this language. And that's not the president doesn't like to do that. He wants to just talk, he wants to tell it like it is. Let Trump be Trump. And
Oh,
it
for
was
fuck's
put
sake.
that he would make a statement, not I will speak to the American people or any suggestion that there would be any question and answer, but that
Yeah,
he
what
would
were all
come
those
out and
people
make a
doing
statement.
in the yellow jackets?
He tends
Why didn't you
to
count votes?
do a little bit of ad-libbing around the edges of those statements when so I don't blame them for taking their time, but it's getting on.
But
This hour, the Republicans are up. The House Rep, not up enough to gain control, but that they've gained
So nothing has
seats so
happened
far.
there
There are a lot
in
more
quite some time.
races to be decided and so on. But this was
Down
not where we expected to be with regard to the House.
I don't know much
Representatives.
longer
A
left,
lot of
guys.
that I think is
I'm not
because
gonna
there's
lie.
very little ticket splitting, and the president did better in some of these places.
Exactly.
And in those swing districts, the Republicans are able to get some of them back, including Abigail Spanberger down in Virginia, who is quite a pretty popular member.
I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna do. Gonna go back to CNN because I like to hate watch
I'm sure you
CNN.
can find people
At
who
least
say,
it's something to do. It's fucking boring right now. Give me a break. Pull it up. CNN. Let's do it.
Predicted. We think that we feel good about these states. Let's bring Jim Acosta in back. Jim, what is the holdup? We were told by the president's team that he was going to be out a long time ago.
Yeah.
You just fucking with them.
I think only one person can answer that question, and maybe the president's going to come out in a few
There he
moments.
is.
I just noticed Mark
Here they
Meadows,
come.
Don Jr. just walking out as I'm looking at the bottom of the screen. Ivanka Trump, Jake, other members of the Trump family. So it sounds like this is going to happen soon. But I think the president wants
Is
to
that
put
Kaylee?
the best
Oh, no,
face
that's
on
the-
this. And
that's
quite
Trump.
honestly, I was with the president 4 years ago around this time as we were all watching this. Donald Trump is not in the same place he was 4 years ago. He is hanging on
No
to his
masks.
political
I love
life
it.
right now. And no matter what the president says here in a few moments,
Oh, shut up,
projecting
Jim.
that he's going to win this race, we expect him to say that. He is just not out of the woods yet, not by a long shot.
No, and oh, here he is. Let's listen in.
Here we go.
Of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
This is badass. He comes comes out, it makes him do the President of the United States. That is great. What you got, Trump? Let's hear it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please sit. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. Thank you.
Michigan still looks slightly
I
increased.
appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American
7.9%.
people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of
Millions
people
and
voted for us
millions.
tonight.
See, let's say that.
And
Millions and
a
millions.
very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it.
Yeah, here we go. It's already starting. He's not fucking
I want to
accepting it.
thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement. We won
Pennsylvania
states
moved up
that we weren't
1%
expected
more.
to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot.
13.6%. There we go.
We won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina.
Yeah.
Where we're up 1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory. And maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters.
I don't know what you call
And
it.
that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight. He said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need
jokes
that.
at
That was
2:30 in the
just
morning.
a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in
great
a
shape.
small amount of
Best shape.
votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes.
Yeah. Yes, he killed it in Pennsylvania. He's killing it in Pennsylvania. He earned that state, you know? Michigan, he's up 8%.
We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's like, so we'll probably expand that. we're winning Michigan. I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes. And 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. It's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And
imagine not having this. This is great.
You know what happened? They knew they couldn't win.
Constantly a show.
So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory.
Dominated.
377,000.
Florida set the tone.
Texas, as we said. Ohio. Think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public.
Oh, shit.
This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
He's doing it. He's gonna get, dude, they are gonna freak. Oh my God, the left is gonna lose their minds. They're gonna lose their fucking minds. He just went there. I'm glad I stayed up for this. That was wild.
This is a very big moment.
Dude, think of what he just accused them of.
This is a major fraud in our nation.
He's accusing what?
We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay?
This is wild.
It's
dude, this is like, oh my God, they're going to lose their
It's a
minds.
very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment. And
This is crazy,
we
guys,
will
what's
win
happening
this,
right
and
now.
as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you. And I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us. And Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please. Please.
He's the perfect vice president. He can never be president, though. Mike Pence, no, he can't win.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump in the White House.
They're acting as a presumptive winner, so we already won this, you know? That's where you got to be.
While the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the president said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding
Thank
of
you
this
for the
nation. We're
dono.
gonna protect the integrity of the
Nick
vote.
S. Really appreciate
But
that,
I
my
really
friend.
believe with all of my heart,
Really
with the
appreciate that.
extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across
Pennsylvania,
the country to make
73%.
America
He's
great
up by
again. I truly do believe,
13.3.
as you do, that we are on the road to victory and we will make America great again.
Great again. Okay. That's funny shit. Like, that was so bizarre. He just came out and he's just like, so basically the summation of what he just said was, this is a scam.
All right,
We've all been
President Trump, as
defrauded.
we anticipated, falsely and prematurely declaring victory, saying that he won. He did not win. He has not won. The president falsely depicting the counting as votes.
They're going to be
as
so.
a
This is why I love
fraud
CNN.
and an embarrassment.
This is the good
That
part.
is not what is going on. What is going on is the normal democratic process. Almost everything President Trump said in his declaration of victory was not true. It is true that he is ahead in the polls right now in Georgia and North Carolina. Whether or not Biden will ever catch up is a matter for Georgia and North Carolina and their election officials to decide. It is not true that he is winning Pennsylvania or winning Michigan or winning Wisconsin. They are still counting votes. They have literally
treats them like nerds. It's great.
Millions of vote by mail ballots that those three states are counting. It may well be that President Trump ends up winning this election. That might be once the ballots are counted. But what President Trump just said was undemocratic and false and premature. It is not accurate to say that he won. We do not know who won this election. And
Yeah,
I have
no
to say,
shit,
Dana,
but-
it's not a surprise, but still, years into this presidency, I find it shockingly disappointing that he still would continue to
This guy's in the
erode
pearl clutching.
faith that the American people have in institutions. What is going on right now is a clean and fair election.
How
and there is
dare
no
you not
evidence
trust
to
the
contrary.
institutions
I
that
know
locked
we
you down?
expected him to say something like that, but hearing the president of the United States in the middle of an election, where they're counting votes all over the country, to say what he said from the White House.
He said they have to stop counting.
Is just not something
That's
that
crazy.
I don't think any of us really expected to see and hear in our lifetime. That is not what democratically elected presidents or candidates for the presidency say. That's what authoritarians say. And when he said that that people are going to be disenfranchised, the only person right now at this stage of the game who is trying to disenfranchise voters is Donald Trump, because he is saying the voters whose votes have not yet been counted in the states that he doesn't want them to be counted in don't count.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should really underline what he's saying.
Oh God, they're so
He
mad.
kept saying, I want the voting to stop. That's not what he's saying. He's really saying he doesn't want the votes that have already been cast to be counted. There is no justification for it. It's shocking and it's really beyond the pale. I mean, he called it a fraud to count ballots in the United States of America.
It's undemocratic
It's completely ridiculous. But
They're so mad.
notice
They're
that
clutching the pearls
Vice
so hard.
President Mike Pence came up just a few minutes afterward and tried to paper over what the president had just said, which is that he does not want the votes that are still outstanding in states that he had not won to be counted. You can't paper over that when it comes from the mouth of the president of the United States from the White House.
You know, Vice President Pence tried to say something that is a more traditional idea of we are grateful for the people who have voted for us. We want to be vigilant to make sure that the ballots are all counted, and we're confident that we're going to be victorious in the end, as if President Trump had not said what he just said, which was a premature and false declaration of victory. And once again, let me say, it may well be that President Trump ends up being reelected. And if he is, it will be because of the fair and assiduous and diligent counting of ballots in states like Arizona and Nevada, where he wants the counting to continue because Biden is ahead, and states where he does not want the counting, not the voting. The voting's done, but the counting to continue, where he is ahead because they have not brought in and counted all the millions of vote by mail ballots, by the way, that were cast vote by mail, because we're in the middle of a pandemic that the administration has not been able to get a control.
Look at that. He's increasing
Jim Acosta.
Pennsylvania. It's
we
actually
all
down
were
to
hoping that the
12.6.
president would not go there and lie and falsely and prematurely declare victory.
Yeah.
So again, as always, it's not a surprise.
It's a run out
but
the
it is
clock
shocking.
thing. Just like you got to lead, just run it out.
Absolutely.
Arizona's
Jake, I think our
closer.
founding
Look at that.
fathers are probably rolling in their graves
Arizona
right now.
is within
They did not
4.2.
envision a president of the United
No.
States delegitimizing
Apologize.
an American election, and that is what the president
4.9.
just did a few moments ago. It's historic, and it's historically awful. I think one of the things that we're going to have to wait and see over the next several days is, and they've been previewing this over at the White House and
It's
inside
awful.
the Trump campaign, they're going to be deploying, if they have not already deployed, an army of lawyers to all of these states where they want to contest the results.
Georgia's
of
down
the
to
election,
minus
to
190,
try
guys.
to cast aside
That is not
votes
good.
that are still being counted. They want to question the
It's still
legitimacy
favored, but
of these timelines for counting ballots in states
Holy
where
shit.
ballots are coming in after Election Day. The president, it does not compute with the president that states are allowed to have varying ways of counting votes. That is one of the traditions of our democracy, that states sort of run their own affairs when it comes to counting votes. And the president does not get that.
the betting lines
We
remain the
did hear
same
Vice
as they
President
always
Mike
were.
Pence, as Abby was saying a
Minus
few moments
240
ago,
for Trump to win the
get
whole
up
thing.
to the podium and
Minus
contradict the president
1,000
almost
for
immediately
Arizona
and say
for
that
Democrats.
the votes continue to
And
be
then
counted.
Trump's favored
So
in
there was at least an ounce
Georgia minus
of
190,
decency in
Michigan
that
minus
room,
250,
when Vice President
Pennsylvania
Pence came
minus
up there. He's
320,
obviously not going to tell the president to
Wisconsin
his face that he's
minus
wrong.
180.
But if you read between the lines, he was essentially allowing for the fact that votes are going to continue to be counted, Jake.
All right, Jim Acosta, thanks so much. Let's bring in Republican election lawyer and CNN contributor Benjamin Ginsburg. He's on the phone with us. Ben, first of all,
Let me guess.
before
He's
we
going to
get
agree
to
that this is
the
outrageous.
morality of what the president did,
Morality.
if you could walk us through.
Pennsylvania's
The president
74%
said
in.
he's going to go to the Supreme
Trump is up
Court to try to stop
12.6%.
the ballots from being counted. I'm not exactly sure what the strategy is. Is there a way for him to go to the Supreme Court and ask them to stop the counting of valid legal ballots from valid legal voters?
No, there's really not, Jake. There's no.
Can't believe how
natural
long this
path
is
to
taking.
that. There are procedures for, as the vice president
Wrong
said, continuing to count the votes. And you can certainly contest under each state's law the process of the way the election took place. And ultimately, you can try and get an appeal before the Supreme Court. There's no direct right of appeal for something like this to the Supreme Court.
The president is
All
taking
right, guys.
issue with the counting of ballots in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. He is describing it as to stop voting, as if people are still voting, but that's not what's going on. These are legal votes that have already taken place. They just need to be counted, right?
Yes, there are legal votes that have taken place. The voters have made their expressions. They're in the receipt of all the state officials, with the exception of Pennsylvania, which has its own law that extends the deadline. So these are all legally cast votes, and the process of trying to toss them out for some reason would just, I think, be viewed by any court, including the Supreme Court, as just a massive disenfranchisement that would be frowned upon.
I mean, I'm looking at the numbers in Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania, as well as Arizona and Nevada, North Carolina and Georgia. I don't know who's going to be elected. It could well be President Trump. If you were advising him, what would you be advising him to do right now?
I think you have to let all the votes be counted and watch it very carefully. And if you have objections to either particular ballots or to the process,
Alaska's
then
been
you
called.
have remedies after the fact through each state's individual contest laws or recount laws if the margins
All right,
are
guys, I can't
are
do this
close
much longer.
enough.
I'm not gonna
But I
lie.
mean, these are legally cast ballots, Jake, or at least will be determined
I'm
to be
fucking
legally
exhausted,
cast
dude. You know.
ballots by the appropriate local, county, state officials. And for a president to say we're going to disenfranchise those legally cast ballots really is extraordinary.
It's also extraordinary just because, I mean, beyond the undemocratic part of this and beyond the immoral or amoral part of this, I don't know one election lawyer that would be telling President Trump to do something like this, given the fact that he could very well win still.
Well, it is conceivable that he has found some. But I don't know how it could be successful, and how to a large extent they'll be able to justify it in law to just bypass the state procedures and to disenfranchise people who legally cast their ballots under state law.
Now, Ben, I'm old enough to remember when there was a big election fight in Florida. And one of the things that was going on at the same time was there was a very close election in New Mexico, where Al Gore won New Mexico, and George W. Bush's campaign, which you were a part of, was thinking about challenging that, but then realized it would be inconsistent and hypocritical to be making one argument in Florida and the complete opposite argument in New Mexico. So you guys dropped the New Mexico thing.
All right, guys.
Because there was one principle you wanted to.
I can't do this
to fight
anymore.
on.
Not gonna lie.
Here we have President Trump in the.
We'll see what
manner
happens.
of-
I'll see you in a
course,
couple
one
hours.
speech, talking about how mad he is.
I'll jump off. Listen to Jerry tomorrow. They'll be talking about it. Maybe I'll call in there. I can't fucking do it. I'm fucking
And
literally
at the same time, in the same
cannot keep
breath,
my eyes open.
arguing the exact opposite.
And these guys are getting
that
boring on
we
me. So,
shouldn't be counting.
all right, guys.
Votes coming
I guess
in
we'll see you
until being
later.
counted by
Thanks for
election
streaming with me.
in
We just like
Michigan,
fucking 7
Pennsylvania,
hours of
and
this
in
shit we did.
Wisconsin.
We became good friends tonight.
Yeah, it was
But
really a
we will
consistent
see you all. Holy shit, that's a
And
long
one of the
time.
things
God damn.
about being
I'll see you guys all
in a
in the near
contested
future.
election,
Peace, Turtle
is
Riders.
that